This video is sponsored by the king of online military games, War Thunder. With the final arc of Jujutsu Kaisen seemingly underway now, and the idea of Shinjuku's Culling game becoming more and more of a footnote in the history of the Jujutsu Kaisen series, I feel like it's the perfect time to take a walk back through the Culling game saga and revisit everything that has happened in each and every single colony that led us up to one of the most climactic points throughout the story. Before we dive straight back into the story though, a few necessary things that we kind of have to discuss here. Like the fact that the Culling game hasn't technically ended is probably the biggest one. In a narrative perspective, I feel safe enough to say that it has ended and we've moved forwards in the story into this final arc. But I won't explain why exactly here. For that, you're gonna have to sit through this entire video and find out the moment where it ends and why. I can't be spoiling you lot on literally the outcome of this video. Anyways, as someone who busted straight into GEGE and the Jujutsu Kaisen manga after the first season ended, I started reading the Culling game as it was releasing on a weekly basis, and it became the first ever series that I experienced in that format. There were moments where I felt like things slowed down to a grinding halt, but it's all for the very specific purpose of developing the story and the world around. Through allowing the world to grow throughout the saga here, GEGE added an entire new cast of extremely vital characters who might not seem important at first, but after spending over 2 years in our own time with them, it's obvious that they are. Everyone adds to the lineup of dope characters that Mr. Akutami, or should I say Mr. Charles Bernard, had already created, and I guess he did kinda need to up the character count after what just happened at Shibuya. Either way, if you are new around here and want to watch more massive arc explain videos just like this one, but for a variety of different series, then be sure to hit that subscribe button and push this video to 5k likes so that I know you want more. Either way, sit back and relax as we dive into the Culling game from Jujutsu Kaisen. So as we start back out, we find ourselves in the middle of a Japanese criminal trial. It's explained that in Japan, 99% of criminal trials end in a guilty verdict. A young man sitting opposite the newest Chi, Higuruma, who I introduced right at the end of the last video, explains that he had a cat who was lost, and while looking for it, he was confronted by the popos. Being struck with a difficult choice, the young man decided to flee because his cat would have died, as where he lives, it's a rule that he can't own any pets. We find that in March of 2016, a mother and daughter were both slain in Morioka City. This caused the prosecutors of the case to instantly suspect the young man. They arrested him and charged him with suspicion of murder and robbery. After Kita fled the initial questioning by police officers, they followed him to his home and found a bloody blade. Which is bro, why have you got this knife, dude? It ain't exactly looking good for you here. Anyway, once the lab analysis was completed, it confirmed that the blood on the knife was matched to the DNA of the two victims. Despite the outstanding evidence and practically being caught red-handed by the cops, Kita insisted that he was innocent. While reviewing the case with his co-worker Shimizu, Higuruma explains that Kita told him he picked up the knife even though it wasn't his. Obviously Shimizu doesn't believe that could have possibly happened and instead thinks that he fled from the authorities because he was simply guilty. Yet for some reason, Higuruma argues that he only fled because in the past he'd been illegally harassed by police officers, causing him to always be wary of them. He claims he was going to give the knife to the police later because his hostel was sketchy as hell and didn't allow him to call the police there. The reason for this is because his job around the hostel was to care for the elderly who have nowhere to go. Employees in the hostel are given a place to stay and some food, but are only paid money under the table on the new year, while at the same time still being overcharged each month for rent. Obviously, as you could imagine, this affects how all of the residents would live. More than a few of the residents who do live there have criminal records, and ever since the 2011 earthquake, relief fund money started pouring into the region, causing more shady, non-profit businesses to begin appearing. Higuruma believes it's likely that the weapon was actually lying around and Keita indeed is telling the truth. So well, obviously Big Hiruma is a freaking G, man is working on the higher cognitive frequency and is probably the only damn lawyer in Japan that is adamant and taking on the courts themselves. Plus freaking GEGE again adding in that 2011 tsunami / earthquake reference there. I absolutely love how it makes us feel as though this could actually be going down in Japan right now, or he's retelling an event that actually affected the world over the past few years. Anyways, Higuruma forms a plan to take on the case. He'll continue gathering information while his overworked assistant takes care of pretty much everything else. The sexy, big brain duo go ham, working tirelessly until the day of the trial. Then, on the day, they somehow manage to earn an innocent verdict for Kita. Shimizu is surprised they actually got the verdict, but Higuruma knows the prosecutors will immediately appeal. In a post-trial meeting, Higuruma reveals to Keita that nothing from the robbery that was stolen was ever found in his room, and someone disappeared from the residence soon after the crime happened. Above everything else, Keita also appeared on a convenience store camera at literally the same time as the time of the death. Hearing this, he thanks Higuruma, but the lawyer simply emphasizes that there will be a second trial. Sobbing, Kita specifies that he means he just wants to thank Higuruma for believing in him. However, as per usual at the retrial, the broken Japanese judicial system unfortunately found Keita guilty and the young man was sentenced to life in prison. It's explained that independent defense lawyers like Higuruma rely on limited funding and no workforce. Public prosecutors have access to tax money and much greater manpower. Because of this, no new evidence was ever presented at the second trial and the court passed out his sentence on the shaky argument that there was no reason to suspect the random person who just happened to go missing straight after the murder. Which is like, nah dude, that guy straight up gapped it because he committed the murder and now you're completely locking up an innocent person here. Again, anyway, because of this, a third trial before the highest court is unlikely, as they refuse to hear most cases. Getting a fair hearing is improbable, and the system itself unfairly branded Keita as guilty from the very beginning. And sadly, this is just the reality of the situation in most countries, from the US to New Zealand. As soon as you're like being sat in front of the jury, you already have somewhat of a bad connotation put over your head. So like, moral of the story obviously is just don't get yourself in a situation where you're going to be charged with something in court. Obviously you can't always do that, but anyway. Desperate and angry, Keita looks at Higuruma with sorrow and disappointment in his eyes. Standing there shocked, Higuruma just asks himself why his clients always look at him this way. Losing touch with reality for a moment, he thinks back to a conversation he had about his mental state. There, he replied that it was his intention to save the weak. He's always been the type of person who couldn't just ignore things. Justice is supposed to be blind, and people close their eyes to spare themselves from the half-truths of reality. But even if he's the only one, Higuruma says that he wants to keep his eyes. Back in court now, the judge announces that if there are any objections, that they must be filed within 15 days. Not freaking happy though, and wanting to make a damn change, Higuruma abruptly interrupts and slams his table with a mallet that turns out to be a judge's gavel of his own. This leaves absolutely everyone in the courtroom surprised, and as Shizumu begins to move away, a large, dark curse begins to form behind Higuruma. Refusing to allow the trial to end in this unjust manner, Higuruma snaps and tells everybody that nobody is allowed to leave because now they are having a retrial. As per usual with Father GEGE, we're just skipping away from this straight away and going over elsewhere just before 6 AM back on the 1st of November, and we find ourselves with Kenjaku, who is legit like creeping on Sasaki. By the way, just gonna blow your minds if you guys haven't realized this as well, this is the freaking girl from the very first episode or chapter, Yuji's old friend, like the one that he saved right at the beginning. So what the actual hell does Kenjaku have in store here with her? Anyways, petrified as you would be with waking up and finding a man in your bed, Setsuko asks who this weirdo is. It's explained to her that he is a sorcerer who placed a barrier over Sendai, and that the region has been chosen to host a lethal contest where players will fight to the death. The remains of an execution site nearby serves as the center of the barrier, with a radius of around 5 to 6 kilometers, which is super interesting. I wonder if he had to set up a bunch of these execution sites throughout each barrier in his 1,000 years or so preceding this event. Those like Sasaki who are already inside of the barrier are given one chance to leave, so this explains the confusion on how they were going to be notified of the current situation with the barrier. He says that if she chooses to leave, she'll awaken outside of the barrier. Confused with his wording of just everything, Sasaki questions if she's still dreaming, but Kenjaku replies that the space between dreams and reality is a curse. I don't know if this dude was the only one to show up personally to Sasaki, but he takes a hold of her hand and warns her to be careful. Then as he slowly guides her to the safety of the barrier exit, we get to witness the current carnage taking place across the battlefield. Then skipping back to the duo, just before they part ways for good, Kenjaku mysteriously thanks Sasaki for getting along with his son. Instantly after, she wakes up outside of the barrier with the other OG friend from the first chapter or episode, Iguchi, who's glad to have found someone that he knows. So it's always good to see Iguchi doing well again, as we left on the note that he was in hospital and everything. Anyway, he points out the gigantic barrier wall and explains that everyone saw the same man during their dream. However, to further go into my point on him physically meeting her unlike the others, Sasaki asks if the man had mentioned his son, but that isn't the case with him. Skipping away from that now and back to the present day, which is the 11th of November, Yuji and Megumi continue planning for their part of the game. They're unable to find a player named Angel, but apparently they'll know who it is when they see them. Big Hikari decides that him and his boy Panda will go over to the Tokyo 2 colony, while Yuji and Megumi will head into the number 1, and Kurara stays outside of the barrier. By the way, it's recently come to my attention that apparently Kurara is neither a male or a female, so apologies for not realizing that in the last video, but it does go to show just how in touch GEGE is. Dude just knows everything that's going on with our culture in today's generations and all, and I absolutely love it. Anyway, Hikari plans to handle this mysterious Hajime Kushimo himself, since they're the player with the most points and likely is the strongest. Yuji begins to bring up that perhaps he and Megumi shouldn't travel together due to how Sukuna has been acting hella sus with him recently. However, Megumi just tells Yuji to just shut up and stop being so self-centered because the others can't exactly change their roles. After a little squabble between the boys, it skips forth to 12 PM the next day when everyone all reaches their designated barriers inside of Tokyo. Before entering, Kogen explains to them that inside the barriers the lethal competition known as the Culling Game is taking place, and asks if the new players are willing to enter and declare their participation in the game. At probably the exact same time, Megumi, Yuji, Panda and Hikari don't hesitate and all agree to enter. Diving straight into Tokyo Colony number 1, we find this babe, Hanyu, asking for a signal from a dude she's forcing to work for her called Rin. He tells her that he can't do anything though if no one shows up, which leaves Hanyu annoyed. She activates her curse technique, snapping her hair into this real dope-ass looking jet on her back, and threatens to run Rin over if he mouths her off again. Outside and approaching the colony, Megumi explains to the absolutely confused Yuji that they just need to be wary of incarnated sorcerers that have lived throughout the past eras. Still somehow confused over this, Megumi says that some of the players are from over 1,000 years ago, and even those from only 100 or 200 years ago have a completely different mindset compared to the modern day ones. First and foremost, they are sorcerers who valued life differently, and fighting to the death was a normal thing for them. Some people even desire to achieve an honourable end in battle, and that's why Megumi thinks they've agreed to become players, to achieve the warrior-like deaths they couldn't before. Megumi doesn't believe that they'll be able to negotiate with past sorcerers, to which Yuji adds on that they need to be wary not of just people, but cursed spirits as well. They knock on the barrier wall of Tokyo Colony number 1, and immediately Kogen appears to greet them. It announces that the Culling Game is taking place inside, and anyone who enters will become a player in the deadly competition. Megumi declares his participation, but oddly, like maybe you guys all saw, but Megumi doesn't exactly pick up on it here, Kogen never asks Yuji if he actually wants to join the game. Determined to save his sister though, Megumi reminds Yuji that the first move is to get information on Hiromi Higuruma. The duo steps inside the barrier, however, they're both suddenly separated, sent randomly to different locations inside of the colony. Yuji finds himself falling from the sky, confused by his circumstances, while also wondering where in the world Megumi is. It's then explained to us that when a player enters the game's barrier, they're transferred to one of 9 different locations. Certain individuals position themselves at those locations to literally spawn camp unsuspecting people who don't know this unspoken rule. Skipping back over to the simp who's actually just one of those spawn campers, he notices Yuji falling from the sky and uses a guiding light baton to signal Hanyu. Using her curse technique to propel herself, Hanyu bursts through the air, ramming directly into the chest of Yuji. She carries on and smashes him straight through 2 buildings with an attack that would have utterly pulverized most players. However, Yuji is just freaking built different, like man is constructed of a different material, and somehow he quickly recovers from the impact, surprising Hanyu. Sliding back across the roof of a building, Yuji manages to get some footing and takes his fighting stance. Recognizing her opponent's toughness, Hanyu calls her partner to her side, but Yuji quickly throws a rock he picked up in the previous attack that hits Hanyu in her stomach, seriously injuring her. Heavily injured, she slowly begins to lose altitude before falling into the building below her. Behind a surprised Yuji, Hanyu's partner, who's this bulky ass dude called Haba, appears using his helicopter-like curse technique to levitate. He angrily demands to know what Yuji has done to his woman. Over on a nearby building, Rin notices that Haba has appeared and that Hanyu was easily taken down. Thinking on this newcomer for a second, Rin thinks that he might know him, before remembering someone named Itadori. Meanwhile, Megumi, who I tell you ain't no simp, knocks down a female player and draws his curse tool. She asks him why he'd do that, but Megumi angrily replies that it's because she literally attacked him. He asks this hella cute girl, oh my lord, that hairstyle is too freaking fire, chill GEGE. Anyways, he asks her for info on Higuruma, but she instantly starts acting difficult. She says that she'll only give him the information if he acts as her knight and protects her. Reluctantly, our knight agrees, but not in the way she wants, which annoys her. He tells her to walk in front of her and only promises to protect her if she's telling the truth. If this isn't the case, he implies that he'll literally go demon time on her ass and get some points. Unlike Yuji, Megumi literally does not care about racking up 100 points on his own if need be. Unintimidated though, the girl responds with a devious smirk and tells Megumi to instead call her Remy. Back over at the battle with Yuji, he begins his fight with Haba by tossing a stone charged with cursed energy directly at him. This doesn't pose much of a threat though, as he easily destroys it with his fast rotating propeller. Seeing this, Yuji uses the opening to close the distance. He runs across the roof of the building and uses his cracked physical strength to leap into the air, grabbing his enemy's leg. He then flings his ass directly down and drags him through the side of the building, utterly destroying it. Haba manages to get loose and tries counter-attacking, but Yuji sees it in time and decides to retreat. He realizes that Haba isn't taking advantage of the high ground and only attacks with the weapon on his head. By the way, I just noticed, but both of the people Yuji has fought here so far have had some like weird ass obsession with turning their heads into some sort of like military vehicle. Like Hanyu's got her jet here, and obviously this dude's got some kind of fetish for helicopters. Anyways, Yuji ends up leading this dude indoors where it's much more confined. However, Haba instantly drops down after Yuji, confident that his propellers can literally shred through everything in sight. Finding him, Haba spins towards his opponent head first like a drill, attempting to obliterate everything in his path. Thinking, Yuji believes that Hanyu was easily defeated because of her hair-based technique that left the rest of her body unguarded by cursed energy. But no matter how tough it is, the head will always remain a vital spot. So as long as he can hit them without touching the propellers, Yuji is confident that he'll be able to destroy his opponent. As his adversary finally closes in, Yuji goes pure demon mode and punches Haba directly in the top of the head, instantly stopping him in his tracks and leaving the bulked up dude bleeding from the top of his head. Still, despite his brain getting absolutely pinged around inside of his own skull, Haba remains standing. He begins laughing and overconfidently assumes that Yuji had broken his hand. Then, just as he says that Yuji is finished, our boy just doesn't even care and casually finishes Haba off with a kick, sending him flying back through the corridor. Standing there, shaking off the damage that he just took, Yuji realizes that he still needs to ask this man about Higuruma. Yet, as the confused Yuji goes to ask him, Rin suddenly appears behind him, saying that he knows about Higuruma and asks if Yuji actually remembers him. Rin, by the way, is just another random dude from like a sister school to Yuji's that Kenjaku has probably done the dirty with. He wasn't friends with Yuji, and Yuji, funnily enough, doesn't even recall who he is here. Rin notices that Yuji is obviously suspicious of him, so he says he really only knows him as the Tiger of West Junior High, which embarrasses Yuji. Back with Megumi, as he walks through the streets of the Remy, he asks her if she's not a sorcerer from the past. She confirms she's from the modern day, prompting Megumi to question her reason for fighting. To which she explains that players who began inside the colony have been experiencing the culling game for 12 days already. She's not participating in the game to win. Most people like her are just trying to survive. Remy claims that she's seen players go mad with power and tells Megumi to stop thinking in terms of time periods as it's pointless now. Hearing this, Megumi realizes that he accidentally misled Yuji with their plans earlier. Due to this, Megumi tells Remy to wait up and reveal where she's leading him. Instantly raging at him though, Remy refuses because Megumi could simply eliminate her after he gets this information, but he argues that he could lose Higuruma's location if Remy ends up dying. At the same time, Yuji asks Rin why he's helping, since he was just with the previous sorcerers, but Rin reveals he was being forced to work with them and would have been eliminated soon anyway. Hearing this, Yuji finally stops and asks where Higuruma is. Then in some pure cheekiness, it's revealed through Rin and Remy that Higuruma's location is in one of two different areas. So obviously one person is lying here. Rin claims Higuruma is in Ikebukuro, while Remy says that he's in Shinjuku. Having both gained this info separately, Yuji and Megumi hope that the other is headed to the same destination. Yet, as we know, one of them is indeed being misled, and it's instead shown that someone is actually taking them to another mysterious but absolutely ripped man hoarding receipts. Skipping away for a second, we go into a flashback where we find Rin and another student who are approached by bullies. Big Brain Rin, using his like 1000 IQ, didn't stand up to the aggressors, but he knew how to act so that the bullies wouldn't get agitated and would instead stop bothering him. He knew the bullies were arrogant despite not being smart or athletic, so he focused on staying out of their way. He always smiled and went with the flow, even at other people's expense, because nobody would bother him. However, in that same instant, our young legend refuses to sit by and watch someone else get bullied. Rin, who was just standing there, just assumed that another moron had showed up who didn't know like how to avoid trouble, but it turned out to be the infamous Tiger of West Junior High, big freaking Yuji Itadori. The bullies attempted to beat on the newcomer, but all three of them are utterly fodderized and brutally knocked out just by a single hit each. Turning to Rin, Yuji asks if he's next, but Rin was just too shocked and could only stutter in response. Skipping back to reality and over with the two lovebirds as they head off at a station, Megumi immediately expresses some concerns about going through Ikebukuro. He believes that they should have taken a more direct route to Shinjuku instead, but Remy argues that the route is simple for her and she has a base nearby where she wants to rest and bathe. Meanwhile, Rin takes Yuji to a theatre in Ikebukuro that Higuruma uses as his base. Excited to have quickly located his target, Yuji thanks Rin. Concerned though, Rin asks Yuji if he's really going to go inside alone, to which he says that he's in a hurry to meet up with an ally and assures Rin that he'll be able to escape if anything goes wrong. Yuji, like the happy moron he is, skips off into the theatre without a care in the world, while Rin laments, sitting idly by, unable to stop him. After entering the theatre and rolling down some stairs, someone else introduces himself as Reggie. But as per usual with GEGE, and him skipping around all throughout this section of the arc right here, he's not greeting Yuji. No, in fact Megumi has walked into an ambush of his own, inside of Remy's so-called base, where another player was indeed waiting for him. Reggie reveals to Megumi that Remy had tricked him, which immediately sends Megumi into an utter rage. Pissed off, he looks back at Remy, who simply tries to taunt him now that she's supposedly safe. Not worried at all though, our female-loving Megumi tells her to shut up, then instantly summons his divine dog Totality, stating that they're wasting his time. Remember how Yuji was just surprised before this? Well, Yuji upon entering the theatre finds Higuruma chilling in a freaking bathtub filled with water while he's still fully clothed in his suit. Man, I love Higuruma, dude. Gets the coolest introductions and honestly looks so freaking clean here. I'm not sure what film as well this is from, but I know for a fact that this whole clothed and chilling in a bathtub is definitely from a movie that I've seen, but I just can't remember the exact one right now. Anyway, laying there in that Belle Delphine holy bathwater, Higuruma claims that it feels better than he expected. We're just like, holy dude, chill man. He explains that he's going off the rails and doesn't care about anything anymore, so he's trying stuff he never thought he would have done in the past. Hearing him ramble, Yuji finds it kind of funny, but since he's the pro tag, he tries to get straight to the point and asks the suited man to talk, but the lawyer claims it costs 5,000 yen per every half hour. Higuruma says that this was just a joke though, because he wanted to play the part of a greedy lawyer for once. Yuji, who's obviously like, yo, what the fuck is this dude on? Quickly realizes that he's not an incarnated sorcerer from the past. Due to our genius Itadori deducing this, he believes that they can communicate and make a deal instead of fighting. But you know, if you go off what Remy's saying, then right now Yuji is utterly stuffed either way and won't be able to talk. Anyways, Yuji reveals his and Megumi's points plan, but hearing it, Higuruma declines because he believes the culling game presents a few possibilities he's interested in. So obviously our ex-lawyer has gone a little bit nuts here with his sudden power and wants to know more about the rules of the culling game in comparison to that of societies. Higuruma presents the question of what if the culling game punished rule breakers without charges, prosecutions, or trials. We're fully in that law and order arc right now, boys. Japan's rogue lawyer recognizes that the rules of the game aren't perfect, but he still wants to preserve the basic mechanics of the game and see the curse technique removal process for himself. Yuji, who's probably like, just chill man, tries to get Higuruma to understand that the culling game is a ritual for sacrificing everyone in Japan, but he just doesn't believe it. Instead, he points out that the culling game's rules celebrate permanence, something Yuji can't argue with because he literally doesn't even understand it himself. Running out of options and patience, Yuji, like the musclehead he is, opts for his own form of persuasion. Getting ready to throw some freaking hands, he demands that he let him use his points. However, soaking wet, just like myself after reading this arc, Higuruma stands up out of the tub and asks Yuji if he's ever killed anyone. Then armed with the gavel in his hand and his shikigami by his side, Higuruma claims that it feels better than he ever expected. Standing opposite him, Yuji knows Higuruma has eliminated at least 20 players. Because of this, he decides to stay on the defensive to anticipate an attack. Unexpectedly though, Yuji is caught off guard as Higuruma instantly activates his domain expansion, Deadly Sentencing. Noting the immediate danger, Yuji rushes the lawyer and tries to attack him before the curse technique can activate. Yuji throws a head kick, but his foot slows and stops right before it can reach his opponent. Higuruma explains to him that his domain forbids the use of physical violence on each other, which causes Yuji to be transported back to the other end of his courtroom. Judgment, which is the name of the Shikigami, begins stating that Yuji is under suspicion of entering the pachinko parlor on July 16, 2017 in Sendai City, despite being underage. Yuji isn't sure what's happening at first until he remembers the parlor the Judgment was referring to. As per usual, Yuji literally can't lie and makes it pretty obvious that he has been there. Higuruma explains that Judgment knows everything about everyone in the domain. It's explained that Higuruma isn't privy to all of this information beforehand, and the verdict is solely decided by the arguments presented in this courtroom. Additionally, as a confused Yuji reacts to this, some evidence in a folder randomly appears that's been submitted by Judgment to be looked over. It's not necessarily conclusive, but our boy, who physically cannot lie, won't be informed of what's inside either. Instead, his goal is to defend his case and dispel all doubts to win an innocent verdict from Judgment. So yes, well, you all thought the perfect preparation arc was crazy with some of the techniques like Remy's and how they all worked, but I can tell you for a fact that Father GEGE was just warming up his holy pencil right there. Like my brain writing these scripts sometimes and figuring out how these techniques exactly work is mental. Everything just feels so well thought out with him. Anyways, this trial-based curse technique makes Yuji realize that he's being prosecuted by an actual lawyer. The absence of a fatal attack in Higuruma's domain makes Yuji remember a past convo with the Thumb, where he explained that a domain expansion was a more common technique for sorcerers of the past because they didn't incorporate guaranteed hits, which is different to today's, as I think so far throughout the series everyone who's cast a domain has had a sure hit guarantee. Old school domains used to be used in such a way to force people to obey specific conditions of their curse technique. Constructing a domain with a can't miss attack, like Dagon's or Jogo's for example, requires a lot of skill, and the number of users with them heavily decreases over time due to them fighting obviously. Which is why most people have to bet on surviving the sure hit domain to defeat the enemy, whereas Yuji surmises that Higuruma's domain is the old school type, meaning it isn't necessarily lethal and can't physically harm him if he sticks to the conditions that Higuruma explained beforehand. Continuing to explain, Higuruma says that both participants each have one chance to make a statement. Once both parties have made their case against each other, Judgment will deliver a verdict. Yuji asks what happens if he's found guilty, but Higuruma isn't sure how to answer that question. Instead, he tells Yuji he has one of three options as a response: silence, confession, or denial. Surprised, Yuji asks if it's fine if he lies in court, to which Higuruma points out that there would be no need for trials if everyone was just honest in the first place, then tells Yuji to hurry his slow ass up and make his statement because Judgment is impatient. Taking a moment, Yuji thinks about how to properly defend himself. He knows that he did go into the pachinko parlor that day, and even won on the machines. This means that lying is his way to get off clean, but he isn't sure what the evidence is. After going over all of the hypotheticals, Yuji decides to go with the second option, which was confession, and claims that he only went inside the building to use the bathroom. However, Higuruma is a part of the goddamn Yu-Gi-Oh universe and had set up his trap. He instantly reveals it, retorting with the evidence, which turns out to be a damn photo of Yuji inside of the parlor using a cash exchange. Absolutely dumbfounded with his own stupidity, Yuji face palms, while Seto Kaiba himself adds that after gaining all of this evidence, it puts his supposed restroom story into question. Because of this, he states that he's certain Yuji entered the pachinko parlor with the intent of playing on the machines. Yuji, trying to be cheeky, asks the lawyer what law he's breaking then, to which he's explained that the premises forbids the entry of minors. Currently in Japan, there aren't any laws for actually punishing those minors over this, but it's still considered illegal. Puzzled, he states that this is an unfair trial because there's nothing he could have said to win. However, Higuruma reveals that Japan only forbids minors to gamble, meaning cash exchanges are separate entities in themselves. Because of this, if Yuji wanted to win the verdict, all he actually needed to say was that he'd never seen the pachinko parlor before. Having come to a conclusion, Judgment finds Yuji guilty, sentencing him to confiscation. Finally, we can stop with all the yip yap and get to the proper beatdown material. And y'all don't realize this, but after this fight here, we don't see Yuji for an extremely long time, so savor this fight before we move on to some of the newest and coolest characters in manga. Anyways, So randomly, the domain is dispelled and judgment disappears. As it does so, Higuruma immediately attacks by throwing his gavel, which connects with Yuji's arm, dealing way more damage than it should have. Smelling blood in the water, Higuruma closes the distance and summons his gavel back to his hand. He then charges it with cursed energy to increase its size and proceeds to smash through Yuji's defense, sending him crashing through several seats in the theater. Getting back up, Yuji realizes that he's in an even worse situation than originally thought. Now, he's completely lost the ability to manipulate cursed energy. But honestly, Higuruma probably got the worst matchup here, as we all know for a fact that our boy's physical strength is so damn broken it's comparable to having a freaking heavenly restriction on himself. Continuing to attack, Higuruma launches and smashes down his mallet atop Yuji. Seeing it in time though, Yuji jumps back to avoid it, but this insanely big brain lawyer makes the gavel appear in his other hand, allowing him to quickly attack yet again. After the barrage ends, Yuji, who had narrowly managed to dodge, tries to counterattack with an elbow, but Higuruma, instead of switching hands like he just was, now morphs the shape of the gavel into a flexible hook, which manages to wrap around Yuji's elbow before tossing him away. It's actually crazy when you think about how strong Higuruma really is. Like, this dude didn't have a curse technique up until extremely recently, and only learned the basics of barrier techniques by analysing his own domain expansion. Somehow, this mad genius had worked back from there and gained an instinctive grasp of how to reinforce his body with curse energy. So somehow within just 12 days of awakening, Higuruma managed to blossom into a fighter who's comparable to someone like freaking Nanami or even Mei Mei, but probably even stronger. Before entering the colony, so literally for no point, he exercised a few cursed spirits and then soon after has eliminated at least 20 players, becoming one of the 2 current frontrunners in terms of points. Standing there, he asks Yuji if he can't control his curse energy, which confuses him because he thinks Higuruma is the reason for it. But apparently, the confiscation penalty takes away the person's ability to use techniques in the first place. So because Yuji doesn't possess any kind of technique, the effects literally fell to stopping him from utilizing curse energy altogether. Concerned over this, Higuruma quickly surmises that it must be due to an incredible physical prowess. Determined to crush Yuji with all of his might, Higuruma shifts his gavel into a staff and attacks with a flurry of swings. Using his insane agility though, Yuji is able to avoid each swing, then grabs onto the staff's middle section, only for Higuruma to make it then instantly vanish before he can pull it away. Jumping back, Yuji then kicks the bathtub directly towards the lawyer. However, he simply destroys it with his gavel, unleashing a rush of water and broken tub pieces. Erupting through the water, Higuruma increases his gavel to a freaking massive size and slams it down on top of Yuji. However, like someone please explain to me how even this isn't enough to crush Yuji. It even freaking impresses Higuruma, who compares his experience to fighting an indestructible doll. Yuji, who realizes that he's in deep water though, considers Higuruma's technique to be exceptionally strong, and thinks that this must also mean that there's some sort of relative weakness. He frantically recalls his interactions beforehand, and remembers the mental notes he made about the trail-based curse technique. Then, in a moment that blows even me away every time I read it, Yuji calls out and demands a retrial. Like, how does he even know what this is in the first place? Because of this, it instantly transports them both inside of the domain to some sort of momentary safety. Due to what happened in the previous trial, if Yuji doesn't confess his guilt outright, he can request a retrial that can't be refused. Yet this play of his utterly backfires, as in this new trial, judgment announces that our boy is being accused of mass murder in Shibuya on October the 31st, 2018. Then, like last time, Higuruma receives some evidence to go over, but before he even has the chance to speak, Yuji immediately confesses his guilt. As we all know by now, he won't, let alone can't lie, and will refuse to deny what happened, shocking the lawyer. Bleeding from his eyes with rage, the irate judgment declares Yuji is guilty. He punishes Yuji with confiscation again, as well as an additional punishment, which turns out to be no other than the freaking death penalty. So for those of you who are wondering, yes, this is the 3rd time now that a boy has been sentenced to death in some kind of manner. After judgment gives Yuji his penalty, Higuruma's gavel transforms into an executioner's sword, which has the added effect of being able to kill its target with just one cut. Higuruma believes emphasizing with people means understanding all of their weaknesses, but he can't help but perceive that fragility itself as ugly. Including Yuji, everyone is weak and ugly to himself, regardless of their aspirations to improve in life. While Higuruma continues screaming, Yuji tries to keep him back by launching several theatre chairs in his direction. Then, being his cheeky old self, Yuji throws his Jujutsu hijacker to distract Higuruma, leaving him a moment to get in and behind him. Quickly, Higuruma turns, but in that moment, also notices Yuji, who now throws his hoodie and manages to block the lawyer's sight momentarily. Dropping to the floor, Yuji throws a sweeping kick, but Higuruma, who's somehow able to keep up, is able to just jump above it. As he floats there, Higuruma prepares to land his final blow with the executioner's sword, while Yuji below prepares to land an uppercut. In usual manga fashion though, we get absolutely cucked as it goes away into a past conversation between Mr. Yoshikawa and our current mentally insane lawyer. There, Higuruma refuses to become a judge because he felt like his ambitions in life weren't good enough. It's explained that he's reminded of this memory because Yuji, for some bizarre reason, confessed to a crime he did not commit. The evidence in the retrial was about Sukuna's massacre, and Higuruma knows that Yuji wasn't the one who committed that crime, so he can't seem to understand why Yuji would confess to something that he didn't do. Because of his confusion over this, Higuruma willingly deactivates the executioner's sword, allowing Yuji's insanely strong uppercut. Like, this is just pure physical strength, by the way. Like, look how ripped he is right now, boys. This punch directly hits him in the body, probably cracking a rib or two, and sending him crashing back into the seats. Before he even bothers to get up from the hit, Higuruma states to Yuji that the absence of reason or control signifies non-components. He adds that Sukuna was in possession of the body, and since Yuji didn't surrender control willingly, he is innocent. Yuji doesn't see it that way though, and he still claims responsibility for it, believing that death really only occurred because he's too weak. Yuji, who's still confused over why he deactivated his technique in the first place, asks him so. Getting back up now, Higuruma explains that he remembered why he got into law in the first place, as there are still other weak people out there who need his help. Higuruma invites Yuji to sit down after he's gotten his clothes back on and agrees to give him his 100 points. However, before he does so, he asks the young sorcerer if he's ever killed anyone on purpose, to which Yuji somberly responds that he has. Then, in a quick flash, we see the moments preceding Kita's trial and how Higuruma had brutally murdered the prosecutor and judge. Thinking on this, he asks Yuji if he felt awful about it as well. So, that there officially brings the first beatdown of this amazing colony to an end. But one thing I do want to say is I goddamn love Higuruma, and I really hope that he sticks around in the story after this point. Even after the Culling game ends, it would be nice to have him as a great addition to the Jujutsu tech staff. Honestly, I think he is just truly a good person who is blinded by just how shit society is and his insane increase in power that he just received from Kenjaku. Which makes me also wonder, are all these new techniques and modern day civilians have found themselves with actually just another reincarnation, and instead of a person being reincarnated, it's technically a curse technique itself that's being placed inside of an individual who meets the right conditions. Anyways, now that the two are just chilling out, Higuruma tells his Kogain to add a new rule to the Culling game that allows players to transfer points between one another. As Yuji anxiously waits, Kogain relays the message to the Game Master, but just moments later, he breathes a sigh of relief as the rule is allowed and Higuruma transfers one of his points to Yuji, so that neither of them will be affected by curse technique removal for at least 19 days. Abruptly getting up now and leaving, Higuruma says goodbye, but Yuji, who's just like, yo, wait up dude, asks him what he's going to do now. He explains to him that he wants to use Higuruma's strength to help them in the Culling game, but the lawyer explains that he killed a few people before coming to Tokyo. Due to how he feels about this now, he wants to take responsibility and plans to turn himself in once the barriers reopen. But until that time happens, he's going to ponder his best course of action and doesn't feel comfortable staying around Yuji because it just makes him hate himself even more. Sadly, Higuruma leaves the theatre, leaving our boy alone to lament over the situation despite accomplishing his goal. Now we move on to the next round of heat, boys, second massive battle of this dope ass arc here. I don't know if you've seen GEGE's recent post to do with Hana and him honouring Togashi Sensei's ethereal level of writing, but dude said he hoped he could warm the pages to a similar degree to Togashi Sensei's writing in years to come. I don't actually believe how humble this goat is. He doesn't realise he's already setting his pages on freaking fire and has definitely become one of the hottest dudes on the block with a constantly releasing manga each week, especially in the western side of the world. Meanwhile, and over the other side of the Tokyo colony, Reggie commends Megumi as he says he can already tell that the young man is strong just based on his Shikigami. Unbeknownst to Remy, Reggie was actually just using her to lure in potential allies, and now seeing Megumi here, he asks him to join their group, then asks what he knows about the Culling game. Without mentioning Master Thumb, Megumi reveals that it is a ritual for bringing Japanese people to the other side so that they're no longer considered human. Hearing this explanation, Reggie cracks up and asks Megumi if he knows Kenjaku, surprising the younger sorcerer as he had figured he'd run into a person with a connection to Kenjaku sooner or later. Reggie explains that the ritual explanation is probably just a cover for Kenjaku's real plan. And I don't want to spoil anything, I want to catch up and probably reveal the true plan myself, because Reggie may look like a silly mofo, but this dude is a genius for stating this cheeky foreshadowing right here. Continuing with his big brain explanation, assuming that 1,000 players were equally divided among 10 colonies, Reggie suggests that each colony of 100 players is top heavy in regard to the player's skill level. Players like Kashimo and Higuruma are much stronger than most of the other combatants, and between the two of them, they have already eliminated roughly 60 players within just the first 12 days. Which makes sense to Megami, as the Tokyo Colony #1 has been extremely quiet ever since he entered. He asks Reggie if all the strong have already weeded out all of the weak this early on in the game, and if the game has reached a deadlock due to those circumstances. Reggie confirms this, then goes on to explain that the transferal process isn't just a way to spread out players, but actually a way to stimulate a second awakening of new modern day people's curse techniques. Some of the weaker people even die during that transfer process, but this doesn't benefit the ritual in the same way that a drawn out merely would. Reggie then drops a freaking bomb saying that Kenjaku is currently overseas in China, meeting with the government officials there. So yo, I don't know what Mr. Xi and his boys are doing over there, but anyways, he explains that he is pretty certain that Kenjaku will drop his own metaphorical bomb on all of the players once only the strongest ones remain. At that point, Reggie believes the culling game will have served its purpose, so for now he's just focused on gathering strong allies and storing points. Megami asks how Remy fits into his plan, because he's obviously a weakling with no value. To which Reggie clarifies that Remy is useful for luring in people, as they tend to drop their guard around a woman. Megami asks Reggie if the total points of everyone in the group adds up to 100, to which Reggie confirms that they have over 100 points in total. Having been confirmed on his suspicions, Megami reveals that a new rule will soon be added that allows players to give points to each other. He demands that Reggie and all of his allies hand over their points to him, and only then will he consider joining them. Immediately, Reggie is like, oh well, I guess this talk is broken down, causing a random fodder player to shoot out behind Megami and try to attack him with a set of claw hands. So obviously this dude is another of the guys I like to call body modification curse users. With Yuji we had the cap dude and of course the rocket hair girl. Now we've got Clawman right here. Megami manages to slip into this dude's shadow. Then as this divine dog attacks Reggie, he reappears from below the fodder Clawman, picking him up and simply throwing his ass off the side of the building. As per usual though, Megami always double taps his opponent and commands Nue to dive bomb him, shocking the player and slamming him into the ground below, probably murking him. Back in the building, 2 kitchen knives are suddenly shoved into the divine dog's mouth, incapacitating the Shikigami. As Megami turns back, Reggie says that he knows what he's up to, and warns his adversary he'll die if he doesn't fight for real. On cue, a random eye suddenly appears over the side of the building next to Megami and abruptly detonates, causing an explosion which almost takes out even Reggie. Above them, we find a player named Iori Hazunoki, one of Reggie's allies and another of those body modification users. The now one-eyed sorcerer begins breaking off some more of his teeth while asking if their target is dead. However, Megami is seen quickly darting out of the smoke and immediately avoiding a follow-up attack sent by Remy. He manages to grab her hair and slams her onto the ground. Aggressively, he asks her if she's had enough, but before she can answer, Hazunoki jumps down from the floor above and tosses his teeth at Megami. At the same time, Reggie also sends through a few receipts that transform into gas and splash all over Megami, soaking him. Then, in some crazy ass combination with the gasoline, Hazunoki detonates his teeth, resulting in a massive blast that erupts through the top of the building, seemingly taking out both Remy and Megami. Exiting a room, Reggie asks if they're finished, but Hazunoki says he saw Megami duck into another room to avoid taking damage. Inside of that said room, Megami moves a door that he used to protect himself and Remy and asks her if she understands now, as the explosions could have easily killed her as well, proving that she's completely and utterly disposable. Megami tries to leave her behind, but Remy attempts to stab him again with her hair. Then instantly switching up, she desperately begs Megami to say that he likes her and that he will protect her. Disgusted, Megami realizes that Remy is the type of trash who only cares about words rather than someone's actions. Chizuru, so remember that random dude Megami disposed of right at the start of the scuffle? Well, it turns out he didn't actually die, and stupidly the man decides to rejoin the battle. He compliments Megami for getting the better of him before, but notes that the student must be in rough shape now. He mentions it was a pain scaling the building, and hearing this, Megami is like, yo, what are you dumb dude, why didn't you take the stairs? Suddenly, both of their Koganes appear and announce that a new rule has been added to the culling game. So this is obviously the point in the arc that Yuji and Higuruma's battle ends, with them finally adding that new rule. Surprised and reinvigorated, Megumi smiles. Instantly, he restarts the fight, kicking the fodder full back and summoning his prolific Max Elephant, which materializes inside of the building, completely destroying the upper floors as it comes thundering down. Sticking with lightning itself, Megumi then uses Nue to catch himself, allowing him to mount Chizuru in midair. After getting on top and still falling, Megumi slashes his face over and over with the hilt of his sword before jumping off and kicking him into the ground below. Having crashed heavily into the ground, Chizuru curses Megumi. Yet, before he can even get up, Megumi, who ain't no damn Yuji, simply slashes his face open with his sword and eliminates him. For a moment, Megumi questions what he's doing because they'll need more points in the future, but quickly refocuses by reminding himself that Tsukumi won't have to participate in the killing now. As Kogain rewards him with 5 points, Megumi reaffirms to himself that he just needs to deal with the difficulties as they come. Descending down to ground level where their opponent is, Reggie is left surprised and even embarrassed by Chizuru's lack of skill. Back with our boy, he notices that he's still outnumbered 2-1 and is now feeling the effects of the first explosion. Thinking on what to do for a moment, he deduces that he can't flee or use his domain expansion because the environment still isn't compatible with his technique. Before he can think up of anything to do, Hazunoki abruptly spits out another one of his bomb teeth, but completely and utterly out of nowhere, someone literally no one saw coming showed up and took the blast face first like an actual champion to protect him. As all of them stand there utterly confused, the newcomer named Fumihiko Takaba, who was the failing comedian that I introduced right at the end of the previous Jujutsu Kaisen video, or it might even been the one before that one now. Well, he in one of them like superhero level voices states that 2-on-1 fights are unfair, and calls Reggie and his minion complete cowards. He adds that their attacks have done 0 damage, however it's shown that the attack completely busted open his face and head, making it clear that he was in fact hurt, confusing Megumi. Looking at Megumi, Takaba decides to help him because the 35-year-old can tell whether someone is good or bad just by their face. Yet, after looking at him again, he realizes that Megumi actually has a bad face but writes it off as all revisionist, which is just obviously wrong, he meant to say relative. Megumi is just left stunned with this new person, but regardless of his personality, this random man just saved him, so the Jujutsu High student is willing to trust him for now. Reggie and Hazunoki don't even recognize Takaba, so they try asking what time period he's from. Takaba though, who isn't even listening to them, explains that his costume is based on a funny superhero, causing his intimidation factor to suddenly flare up, while preparing to tell another absolutely terrible joke. The enemy duo prepare for an attack, but Takaba darts into a JoJo-esque pose and tells a joke that gets a dead silent reaction. Takaba screams that damn it's a tough crowd, but continues to hype himself up nonetheless. Even though his opponents are stiff, Takaba will continue to do what he does best because he's an entertainer of the highest degree. He screams, flying forward and delivering an insane double-footed flying dropkick that connects with Hazunoki's face, sending him crashing into a nearby building. Standing there, Reggie notes the shift in Takaba's output of curse energy and quickly realizes that the failing comedian is actually super strong. Takaba, stunting on all of them, does a handstand while explaining that he's an old school performer who's pro-violence. Using the confusion to his advantage, Megumi tries to launch a surprise attack on Reggie from his own shadow, but his foe manages to jump away from the ground in time to avoid it. Now back with his new teammate, Megumi tries to explain to him Hazunoki's exploding body parts, but only ends up getting annoyed, telling Takaba to stop getting so close to his face. Bringing out Kogain, they use him to confirm that Higuruma was indeed the one who added the new rule. He's surprised and is sure to see that Yuji had completed their mission. Because of this, he states that he's done with this colony, and tells Reggie he'll let him go if he backs off. Reggie, just straight up annoyed now, refuses because he needs to make up for his teammates' lost points. Over in that absolutely ruined building, Hazunoki recovers from the dropkick that he just suffered and calls out to Takaba. The comedian though still just absolutely ignores him and instead introduces himself properly to Megumi. Since Takaba is most likely going to end up killing the bomb guy, Megumi requests that he take Hazunoki's points if possible, to which he accepts on the condition that he continues to entertain, as first and foremost he is a performer. Satisfied, Takaba begins sparking, almost exposing himself to the young man, while Hazunoki in return sends an explosive eye directly at him. Not fazed, Takaba simply knocks it away with a random paper fan, then manages to close the distance on his opponent, sliding in behind him and utterly destroying his rectum with Pervy Sage's infamous 1000 years of pain, sending his enemy into a severe bout of pain. Enraged and getting utterly fodderized, Hazunoki swings at him, but Takaba immediately follows up with a powerful kick to his dome that sends his opponent through another building. Standing there, Megumi is left flabbergasted with Takaba's show of strength and expresses that he's glad he isn't his enemy, to which Takaba tells him to stay alive while he goes off and pounds his opponent some more. Over with Reggie, he stands there thinking that Zakaba is toast either way, because Hazunoki will go all out after being mocked so much. With his objective complete, Megumi tells his adversary to worry about himself so that he can fight him for real. Instantly, he summons his Max Elephant, leaving Reggie blown away that Megumi has such a large Shikigami in his arsenal. Max Elephant attempts to spray Reggie with a torrent of water, but he somehow manages to dart away from the burst. Attempting to take him by surprise, Megumi leaps from the building above, but Reggie notices in time and throws a receipt which transforms into a net and ensnares the recently created rabbits. Megumi himself, though, narrowly avoids the net and jumps onto a chain-linked fence to break his fall. As Megumi jumps back into the road, Reggie activates his innate curse technique, Contractual Recreation, and transforms several receipts into kitchen knives. Those said knives fly forward towards Megumi as projectiles, but he's able to deflect them with a blade of his own. Some rabbits are pierced by these knives, allowing Reggie to surmise that unlike the other Shikigami, they can reappear regardless of how many are destroyed. Reggie figures that Megumi has likely figured out how his curse technique works. Due to this, he uses a receipt to recreate the contract and endows himself with a relaxing 2-night stay at a 5-star Japanese inn. In contrast, Megumi is worn down from the constant fighting, on top of having used several Shikigami, lowering his overall capacity. Reggie surmises that Megumi can't reconjure his Shikigami after they're injured, and without the flexibility the Divine Dog provides him, he's limited in his options. The old schooler adds that both of them lack big finishing moves and will need to pick away at each other over time to achieve victory. To which Megumi is like, yeah nah bro, in that case I'm absolutely fucked, so I'ma run for now. Out of nowhere, Noe then swoops down grabbing Megumi. However, Reggie quickly summons the Trash Taste Boys drones, equipped with the lost luggage cameras to follow his opponents through the sky while he watches on a phone. Then summoning a moped, Reggie begins to pursue his adversary through the streets and tracks Megumi's position to a gymnasium. Reggie questions whether he really tried escaping, or if he's in fact trying to lure the fight inside. Inside of the gym, Megumi is glad to see that the area is spacious. Looking up though, he suddenly sees Reggie appear on the balcony, who asks what his opponent is plotting. Megumi replies that Big Reggie is likely planning something as well, and the latter claims that it's hard to tell because sorcerers are nothing but con artists. Which is completely and utterly true, and I love the whole idea of Reggie's thoughts on sorcerers here. It's all about like conning your enemy into believing you've played your final move, but actually you've just laid a trap and conned him into a false sense of security. Anyways, let the main part of this absolutely insane battle begin. Suddenly, 2 trucks appear out of nowhere and come crashing through the walls of the building. Acting quickly, Megumi is just able to slip under the vehicles, yet as he watches them crash into the other wall, 2 potted plants are recreated above Megumi that drop down onto his head, cracking his skull open. Reggie follows up by repeatedly slicing Megumi's back and left arm with a small knife. Megumi tries to retreat, but gets distracted by the unorthodox projectile Reggie had just created. He's taken off guard when the silly old carrot begins to break apart and reveals a hidden kitchen knife inside. Shooting forth, the knife stabs directly into Megumi's elbow, while Reggie then follows up with a brutal front kick to his face. Having been knocked down, Megumi slides across the gym floor, thoroughly overpowered. It's explained that the things Reggie recreates behave like Shikigami. Obviously knives and other things like that can't normally fly through the air, but Reggie is able to get them to do so with a single command. Big freaking Megumi though, a man made of a much darker material, responds by stating that barrier techniques are difficult for him, and he's simply unable to make an artificial environment over a real one. However, Megumi doesn't need to physically create a barrier. No. Instead, he can use the entire gymnasium as a perfect space for his domain. As planned, Megumi casts his goddamn domain expansion, the insane Chimera Shadow Garden, and forcibly encloses the barrier around the gym to trap Reggie inside, sealing his fate. Reggie, who really didn't think Megumi was a sorcerer capable of using domain expansion, is utterly taken by surprise. Immediately though, he activates his special anti-domain technique called Hollow Wicker Basket, which if you see my video going over like all of the JJK barrier types, you know that this is the original form of the current simple domain. Reggie believes he successfully protected himself from the domain until 4 toads appear from the liquid below his feet and wrap up both his legs with their tongues. Confused, Reggie doesn't understand how he's been hit after using Hollow Wicker Basket. It's explained that technically Reggie's technique does nullify the said guaranteed hit from a domain, but because big old Megumi's domain isn't complete and doesn't actually have a can't miss attack, it only serves as an extension to his cursed energy and 10 shadows technique. That soul imperfection has taken Reggie off guard, and Megami notices his expression change. Before Reggie can finish berating Megami for getting cocky, he's ambushed by 2 shadow clones. Reggie is unable to avoid the barrage of hits due to the toad's tongues preventing his movements. After getting pummeled over and over, Reggie falls back to the ground and summons combat knives to sever the toad's tongues. Free to move again, he summons a machete and prepares to counterattack. However, Megami's clone prevents Reggie from gaining any momentum by coming up from below to grab his leg. Then the clone throws Reggie towards Megami's main body, who's also armed with his sword and already bringing it down on Reggie. Somehow though, Reggie is able to block this attack, like his reflexes are literally insane here, but now the Uno reverse card's been played by our boy, and it's a 3-on-1 with the other shadow clone appearing and elbowing him directly in the dome. Heavily damaged now, Reggie just narrowly defends a slash from Megami and commends the sorcerer for his increased function of the curse technique, considering it worse than a lethal domain. Reggie is aware that if Megami uses Max Elephant and showers him with water, he'll lose this fight. Refusing to allow that to happen, he activates his curse technique and releases a multitude of receipts into the air above his head. Megami tries to destroy the receipts using Nue, but it's just not quick enough to stop Reggie's contractual recreation from activating. 3 cars are suddenly generated from the receipts, which drop straight into the shadowy floor. Reggie understands that the entire domain is Megami's shadow, but noticed that Megami has only kept 1 curse tool on him for the length of this entire fight. He theorizes that this is because Megami has to bear the weight of anything kept within his shadow, and now Reggie is using the cars to turn the domain's conditions back on Megami. Having been forced to the ground under the immense weight, Reggie believes Megami might be able to summon Shikigami still, so he keeps his guard up and plans to keep on piling weight until his opponent is completely crushed. Megami though, like we all learnt this throughout the first battle against that silly old cursed womb, he literally is insane and the dude does not care about life anymore, to the point that he tells Reggie he's forgotten something important. He reminds him that an incomplete domain is still a domain, and there is shadow all around the both of them. Megami, who doesn't care, suddenly conjures Max Elephant from the shadows above Reggie, causing the massive Shikigami to drop down directly on top of him. Having turned their fight into a 10 weightlifting competition, Megami remains confident as he asks Reggie which of the 2 of them will be crushed first. It's explained that the average human being can withstand about 5 to 6 units of G-force before losing consciousness. Megami weighs 60 kilograms and is currently carrying 2.4 tons of weight, which equates to 40 units of G-force. A fully matured elephant weighs 3 to 6 tons, and Megami's domain increases the precision of his curse technique, replicating Max Elephant's weight realistically. With that intense weight falling atop him, Reggie fractures his right fibula and heel bone due to the pressure alone. He then laments over not saving the trucks he used earlier for more weight at this moment. He's being soaked with water by Max Elephant, but there are still receipts he can release, including the special ace that he has up his sleeve. Reggie wonders if he can enter the shadow below him to release his ace and finish off Megami. He dismisses this idea though, because anything caught in the shadow after it's dispelled might be unable to escape. Furthermore, he's unsure of what it's actually like inside of this sticky shadowy substance. He decides this option is too risky and tries to withstand the elephant's weight while releasing his ace attack. Reggie attempts to hold up the elephant with one arm while taking out another receipt, but before he can fully activate his contractual recreation, Reggie succumbs to Max Elephant's immense weight and falls into the shadow below him. Without any buoyancy or resistance inside of the shadow, Reggie falls and begins to lose consciousness due to the lack of oxygen. Laying there above his likely defeated opponent, Megami waits until he's sure that Reggie is dead before dispelling the domain and emptying his shadow. Suddenly, and coming back like a damn king riding one of his cars, Reggie flies back, exploding through to the surface. Rescued from certain demise now, he commends Megami's strength and admits he's a strong sorcerer before immediately stating that he's even stronger though. He activates another contractual recreation and summons a small 2-story freaking wooden house that weighs at least 30 tons to crush Megami. In the next second, Megami makes an extremely drastic move. Despite using his ace, Reggie somehow abruptly finds himself underwater again and being strangled from behind. As explained now, Megami is using his extreme weight to drown Reggie, but because of just the immense force that's been placed on him, he has to deactivate the curse technique and unregister the weight of the objects before he does actually end up dying himself. Coming to, Reggie is able to swim back to the surface and realizes that he's inside of a pool on the basement level of the gymnasium. Megami fled back into his shadow and entered the domain, making it so that the house broke the floor and forced Reggie into the pool below. It's unclear how Megumi was able to move despite the immense weight, but Reggie theorizes that he did so by ejecting himself from the shadow, kinda like a seesaw. Megumi strolls up on his opponent and tells Reggie his receipts are too wet to use now. Normally, splashing the receipts with water isn't enough to make the print fade, so that alone isn't enough to stop Reggie from reducing things. However, soaking the receipts prevents Reggie from fulfilling the condition that requires burning of the receipts. Reggie also notes that Megumi can't summon Shikigami anymore, to which the sorcerer agrees, stating that from now on, this is a straight up physical fight to the death. Reggie though doesn't actually believe this. He expects Megumi to summon a Shikigami and plans on countering Megumi as soon as he lets up. Darting in, Reggie's initial bait attack gets palmed off, but as he planned, he uses that momentum to send Megumi's sword arm bouncing back. Having no defense left, Reggie lets loose with a multitude of kicks, smashing the young sorcerer over and over again. Megumi admits that Reggie is a tough opponent, made evident by his ability to withstand Max Elephant. He's also a talented martial artist with some really dope-ass techniques, but he just isn't fast enough. Just before Reggie is able to land a direct hit on Megumi, a portion of the far left side of Reggie's face, his ear, and much of his left shoulder are completely sheared off by someone he thought that he'd dealt with already. Having suffered a lethal blow at blinding speed, Reggie looks back to see no one other than the divine dog, Totality, which is just pissed at him. Like the dog even has 2 scars in its nose from the knives. It's explained that Megumi was waiting until Reggie had completely dismissed the dog, and hearing this, Reggie repeats that a sorcerer is indeed nothing but a con artist as he collapses to the ground in a pool of his own blood. Reggie lays bleeding out on the ground, looking up at Megumi, and realizes that the domain and the pool concealed that Megumi could still strike with his divine dog. Megumi didn't flee into the gym using Niue, instead he'd lured Reggie inside. Standing above him, Megumi inquires as to what Reggie's relationship to Master Tenkin is. It's shown that there really isn't much of a relationship. He only knows him as the hermit who is immortal and isn't surprised to find out he's still alive at this time. Defeated with dignity, Reggie tells his Kogang to transfer all 41 of his points to Megumi, which our boy is a little annoyed about, but Reggie tells him to just consider it a good deed before death. He adds that he's just a spectator and isn't close to Kenjaku at all. With his final words said, Reggie tells his executioner to let fate toy with him before he also dies like a fool. Moments later, Megumi receives 5 points for the death of Reggie Star. Damn, it's actually such a firefight. Like, I love how much foreshadowing for future events are peppered throughout the story here. Like, is that how Megumi is gonna end up dying? Having Sukuna, who is fate in this context, I guess, toy with him before he kills him like a fool. And again, those who are like past chapter 200 now also know Big Reggie was correct when it came to this just being the beginning of something even larger. Back to the fight over the other side of the city, a massive explosion is set off on the roof of a building. Hazunoki, who's still fighting with Takaba, wonders if he's finally hit his target, yet the comedian appears right beside him and comically encourages him to stay focused because his opponent is a tough one. Continuously irritated by Takaba's antics, Hazunoki tries to punch him, only for his fist to slide off this new dude's weird, saucy coating. Hazunoki is just frustrated by this fight as he doesn't understand why Takaba won't take any damage regardless of how many times he gets bombed. Kogen interrupts their battle for a moment to inform them both that Reggie has been eliminated. Surprised, Hazunoki decides to walk away from the fight entirely. Initially, Takaba is fine with this, telling his opponent to bathe and brush his teeth once he gets home. But after thinking for a moment and sticking with the original plan, Takaba starts to pester Hazunoki for his points, only to be repeatedly denied. As it skips away from them, it's explained that Big Fumihiko's curse technique is called Comedian. It's actually like too broken of a technique, so broken in fact that it has the possibility to even rival that of Gojo's. Like anything that Takaba thinks is kind of funny or is funny in general becomes reality itself for him. But unfortunately, Takaba is a little bit mentally lacking and is completely unaware of how this even works. Elsewhere, she's distressed because she's always been told throughout her life that men are supposed to be wolves who would tear her up, but they've always come to take care of her. Which is, what do you mean by getting torn up? In New Zealand, that's some crazy ass slang. Anyways, she doesn't know how to go on and still thinks that wolves will continue to help her until she's cornered by a deadly hound, which turns out to be Megumi's divine dog. Before Megumi can make good on his threats, Tsukumi's voice randomly appears and tells her brother to stop before he kills someone in cold blood, causing his divine dog to disappear and Remy surprised that she's been let go. Annoyed and just completely exhausted now, Megumi tells his sister to just shut up before he collapses to the ground unconscious. Just as this happens though, like literally something I didn't even think like happened throughout this arc happens. No one other than the angel herself, Hana Kurisu, descends upon his body. Hold on. Just before we do jump into the next part of the Culling game though, did you know War Thunder is the most comprehensive vehicle combat game ever made? You can jam on more than 2,000 tanks, planes, helicopters and ships in dynamic combined arms PvP battles. The collection of vehicles in War Thunder spans over 100 years of development, from the early 1920s to the present day. Every vehicle is incredibly detailed and modeled down to their individual components, offering a highly immersive combat experience like no other. If this isn't enough for you weebs, you can also download the anime voice pack mods to alter the dialogue of your crew. What blew me away with this game though was its top of the line dynamic and detailed vehicle damage models. It ain't like the normal generalized hit points that you usually get. Instead, vehicles suffer proper damage to specific components and their crew. A damage x-ray shows exactly what happens to you or your enemy's vehicles as it is damaged or destroyed. My favourite vehicle in the game is actually the Japanese AH-1S helicopter, Kisarazu, which can be purchased in-game and features an anime design actually used by the Japanese Self-Defense Force. You can jam War Thunder for free now on PC, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, or the previous console generation. So do it by clicking my link down in the description below or the top comment. Plus, what's even better is that if you do use my link, you get a special 3D body pillow that you can place at any location on your tank, along with a bunch of boosters and 100,000 silver. So, I'll see you in the game. We have now left the Tokyo Colony number 1, where Yuchi and Megami are, to fly over to GEGE's other main character. They no longer depress Yuta Akatsu, who's currently in the Sendai Colony. There are currently 4 powerhouses at the centre of the conflict, and just like the Tokyo Colony, Sendai here has also reached a deadlock due to only the powerhouses being left over. Diavolo is a veteran of the Civil War of Wa, a war in which it was like literally him versus everyone else, so the dude must have been pure insanity. It's explained that he currently sits at 91 points and has the ability to use 2 kinds of independent Shikigami that can compose a domain with their like orbiting thingies. Somewhere else inside of this Sendai Colony, we find a damn JoJo character under the name of Ryu Ishigori. This man currently sits at 77 points and has the highest curse energy output of all of the players in the Culling game. So like, does he even surpass Yuta perhaps? Anyway, shooting over to another powerhouse called Takako Uro, it's explained that this babe of a character is the former captain of the Sun, Moon and Star Squads, who are a group of deadly assassins directly affiliated with the Fujiwara clan. Which in our own world, the Fujiwara clan prospered for around 1200 years from the 600s, dominating the imperial court until 1868. So GEGE being GEGE has probably taken her directly from a specific time period throughout those 1200 years. And assuming she's insanely strong, it was probably during the golden period or the Heian period of 794 through 1185 where they held most of their dominance in the court. Anyways, skipping over to this bug who's Kuroshi, which is a special grade cockroach curse that Kenjaku had released from Gedo's curse spirit manipulation, and it was probably one of those like very few special grades Gedo was keeping hidden during the night parade. It's explained that it currently has 54 points and is lying dormant until the unfavourable conditions disappear. Due to their conflicting abilities and natures, the 4 powerhouses force a standoff rather than an alliance. However, the deadlock falls apart when one side eventually collapses. Diavolo, yes, that old school fart, is cut down by Tokyo Jujutsu High's infamous second year student, Yuta Akatsu, who now has 35 points, so like man has literally been going demon mode throughout this part of the story. Remember how he had also lost his ranking after the end of JJK 0? Well, it's explained here that he reclaimed his rank 3 months after the night parade of 100 demons and still possesses unusual strength second only to Satoru Gojo. So the hype for this battle is absolutely insane right now. Takako and Ryu, who are nearby, observe the developing situation in the Sendai Colony. Due to Yuta being himself, Diavolo has fallen and his patrolling Shikigami are disappearing. Ryu uses his cocaine to check who defeated Druv and discovers the player is Yuta Akatsu. Takako does the same, and while she's glad the ugly Shikigami are disappearing, she's concerned about a new threat that will surely emerge. Back with Ryu, he realizes that he was only able to get close to Druv without provoking him before because he was occupied in battle with Yuta. These 2 new sorcerers both know that following Druv's defeat, Kuroshi will likely emerge next. Back over with our boy though, after cutting down Druv, he regroups with a crowd of civilians he's been protecting. He tells them that it's time to head north to the edge of the barrier, but notices a mother and daughter struggling to go on. Because of this, he changes his mind and tells all of the civilians they can rest inside of the stadium that was serving as Druv's base. Suddenly though, he's interrupted by a buzzing and clattering sound that indicates some sort of danger. Yuta immediately orders everyone to hurry inside of the stadium, and he draws his katana. He looks out and sees an overwhelming swarm of cockroaches chasing people. It's funny, like, cutting myself off for a second. Yuta is like a Megami Yuji fusion, like the best of both worlds. Man will murk anyone when necessary and also save the helpless as much as possible. Anyways, our JJK Hannah Montana jumps forth thinking he can save the remaining man, but as Yuta grabs the man's arm, he's unable to pull him away in time, and sadly the cockroaches devour the civilian's lower body. Then as the cockroaches jump for the man's body to attack, Yuta quickly blocks with his katana and notices that all of the bugs are indeed real insects reinforced with cursed energy. The swarm attempts to rush past Yuta to ravage the other civilians, but he summons Rika to stop them. The demonic powerhouse herself then uses that cursed devil IQ and smashes down on a bridge, collapsing the structure on top of the swarm, forcing it to go back towards Yuta. The special grade sorcerer then imbues his katana with cursed energy and swings it with enough force to create a large blast of cursed energy that disintegrates the whole swarm in one shot. Watching the action from afar, Ryu comments that while Yuta's cursed energy output isn't anything special, his overall cursed energy manipulation is extremely impressive. Also observing, Sakako outright states that Yuta's overall cursed energy is bottomless and that the cockroach curses are disgusting. So this El Buggo, it's explained that he was a poor matchup for Druve, so to play things safe, it went into like a dormant state until Druve was eliminated. The curse has an endless appetite, and eating stimulates its ability to perform parthenogenesis, which, in our monkey brain terms, and that took me 5 times to say, just means this creepy old bug can self-reproduce not needing a male or female partner. Now awakened, the cockroach curse is starving, and its instincts immediately lead it to devour Yuta. While preparing to face off against Kuroshi, Yuta ponders his objective in this colony. He knows his resources are finite, and it's only a matter of time before a rule allowing passage in and out of colonies is added. However, dangerous players like Druve can't be allowed to leave the barrier either. With the likelihood that there are other players just like him, Yuta knows that communication between colonies is necessary to prevent anyone dangerous from leaving them. In addition to the rules Megami proposed in the meeting with Tengen, Yuta understands his allies need a means of communication and a way to move in and out of the colonies. So in total, that's 4 rules the group needs to create to get a handle on the culling game, which is actually insane because that's at least 400 points, or a majority of the reincarnations Kenjaku has actually brought back. Anyways, Yuta feels that the Shibuya incident exhausted all of his allies, and he doesn't want to make his sensei kill his best friend again. Poised and ready to engage the enemy player with his katana, Yuta resolves to kill Kenjaku and obtain 400 points all on his own. So let the absolute bloodbath begin. Noticing Yuta's battle stance, Kuroshi bulks up and reveals a curse tool called the Festering Life Sword, an enchanted blade that mixes life and death itself. Armed with the Festering Life Sword, Kuroshi ferociously attacks, only to have his arm immediately cut off by Yuta. The sorcerer then uses his katana to pin the curse's arm to a rock, literally disarming it by turning the arm into a freaking barbecue sword skewer. Yuta then quickly follows up with a dad level backhand strike that sends Kuroshi skidding back across the water. The cockroach curse tries to fly up above the bridge, but Yuta, who's just too damn quick, jumps on top of the bridge first, then grabs and flings a piece of railing that hits Kuroshi in the chest. Taking this moment, Yuta capitalizes on the opening he created by sending Kuroshi down into the water below with a sick diving slash. As the water clears though, it's revealed that the curse managed to stop Yuta's blade by using a swarm of cockroaches. Yuta swipes the swarm away with his sword while Kuroshi manipulates his bugs into a twister of cockroaches to malevolently stand on. Below, Yuta is aware that he's being watched by the 2 other players with high scores. He knows he can easily exercise Kuroshi by driving reverse curse energy into his body in a similar fashion to how he revived Yuji in their fight. However, Yuta doesn't want the observing players to see that he can use a reverse curse technique. Additionally, he can't call on Rika because she's protecting everyone else at the stadium. Kuroshi is indeed a dangerous opponent, but Yuta wants to exercise it without relying on either of his 2 backup techniques. Out of nowhere though, this bug somehow manages to speak, which, actually makes sense as over time special grades can easily develop a language. Anyways, it asks Yuta why he's interfering with his feeding, referring to not letting him munch down on those civilians back there, to which Yuta responds by asking the curse why it kills people, and Kuroshi simply replies that it likes the taste of iron. Then going on to chant binding over and over again, Kuroshi uses its earthen insect trance technique to summon small insect-like curses that carry these unproportionate looking nutsacks with them. Instantly, a swarm of cockroaches shoot down and around Yuta, forcing him to stab the shallow water below him to create a shockwave, allowing him to hide. Once the swarm dissipates, the curses from Kuroroshi's previous technique attack Yuta from behind. Yuta slashes them apart, but sadly the toxins from their big ass sacks blind him for a moment, giving Kuroroshi an opening. The cockroach curse retrieves the festering life sword and slashes at his target. Yuta manages to block with his katana, but the festering life sword shoots something into his shoulder. As her boy darts back, he figured that the curse tool might be able to shoot projectiles, but he instantly realizes something's wrong, and more insect-like curses suddenly grow out of his shoulder wound. Taken by surprise, Yuta tries to cut them off with his katana, but this gives Kuroroshi another opening to attack. Closing in, the cockroach curse slashes Yuta across his abdomen, opening up another wound and causing more curses to spawn from it. Ryu and Takako watch in shock as Kuroroshi then grabs Yuta's body, fully expecting it to devour him. Yuta though plays the infamous Uno reversal and grabs the curse's face before sinking his teeth into Kuroroshi's exoskeleton. Then, as he's munching down, he drives a reverse curse energy blast through his teeth into the cockroach, compromising the integrity of its body and exercising the special grade curse. Kuroroshi falls to pieces while Yuta spits its remains onto the ground, earning himself another 5 points from Kogain. With the curse spirit out of the way and Yuta in a vulnerable state, Uru decides to take advantage of the situation and confronts him directly. Levitating upside down behind a new rival, Uru whispers into Yuta's ear, taking him by surprise. Before Yuta can confront the danger directly though, Uru uses their dope-ass curse technique to heavily distort the space around them. Instantly, this distortion fractures the terrain around her and launches Yuta backwards. Taking the hit head on, Yuta minimizes the damage and starts to wonder how exactly she caused so much destruction. But before he has time to think, Uro follows up her attack with a punch. Yuta is just able to weave past the hit and tries to counter with a punch of his own. However, Uro grips down and warps the sky around his fist, completely stopping his counter attack and turning his hand into some spaghetti ass noodle, which reminds me of Harry's hand after the Quidditch game in Chamber of Secrets. Anyways, while Yuta stands there confused by his distorted appendage, Uro knocks him back with another attack. Now out of combat, Yuta's arm quickly returns to normal without any damage, leading Yuta to assume Uro's curse technique manipulates space without actually crushing anything within it, similar to how a lens creates distortion. It's just an idea, but I wonder if she could also create some sort of pocket dimension or wormhole. Hear me out, it does sound kind of crazy, but if she could grab 2 specific points in space and distort those points to make them touch, technically that's how we think a wormhole might work over a 3D plane, and from that it opens up the series to the idea of time travel or a high domain like the 4th dimension or something. Anyways, it sounds a bit bizarre. The reason I say this is because Uru discloses her ability right now and reveals her curse technique treats the sky as a surface. For example, Uru can physically grab an open space, making it a tangible object, which in turn allows her to manipulate it as if it was some sort of curtain. Both of her previous attacks on Yuta bypasses defenses and sent him flying, so he figures that there must be some sort of trick to her ability if warped surfaces are able to accomplish that. Impatiently, Uru waits for her opponent to attack so she can counter with her technique, but instead, Yuta asks her a question. He asks if Uru wouldn't complain if she were to be killed, and why exactly she's seeking out conflict. He understands that powerless people get desperate, but this doesn't apply to Uru because her curse technique makes her such a formidable opponent compared to the majority of other sorcerers in the Culling game. Uru explains to him that she doesn't take receiving a new body lightly, as essentially, incarnated sorcerers have returned from the Shadow Realm. She feels like someone without regret wouldn't have joined the Culling game in the first place, so as the first step in her new life, she is prioritizing points, and that's why she's attacking. Still confused, probably even more than us reading right now because that made no sense to me what she said there, Yuta asks if Uru has a lover or a companion she's fighting for. The reason he asks this is because he simply can't understand why someone would spend time killing people thousands of years later, even if they have regrets. Listening to Yuta blabber on though, Uru gets more and more pissed off, all culminating in the point where Yuta asks her how she could possibly be so desperate that she'd only return for her own selfish gain. Irate and literally blowing blood vessels on her dome, Uru asks if Yuta is a descendant of the Fujiwara clan, claiming that someone of his blood wouldn't ever understand her, which I don't think he is. He's a Michizani's descendant, so I don't think that's Fujiwara. Someone let me know down in the comment section below. Ryu though, remember that random, apparently OP JoJo's character from before? Well, his ass interrupts the conversation by using his insane Granite Blast to fire a massive wave of curse energy from his head at both players, leaving the previously beautiful city now just a pile of rubble. Having attacked from a nearby rooftop, Ryu claims Yuta and Uro's flirting is making him hungry for battle. Uru decides that there's no reason to let Ryu go now that the colony's deadlock is broken. Yuta and Uru simultaneously decide it's time to take Ryu out. They both dash in straight towards Ryu, exciting the long-range fighter, who responds with a volley of cursed energy beams that weave after the approaching fighters. Yuta is narrowly able to avoid the initial barrage using his agility, but a second wave of attacks appears to take him off guard, decimating him and the bridge he's standing on. However, once the smoke clears, Ryu, who thought he landed a direct hit, notices that Yuta is gone. Suddenly, Yuta leaps up from behind onto the roof to confront Ryu directly, forcing him to realize that Yuta used the hole Rika made in the bridge to avoid the beams and get out of sight. Having successfully closed the distance between them, Yuta attacks the ancient sorcerer directly, before darting back into his fighting pose and declaring that it's time to bring the fight into a closer range. Amused by Yuta's display of skill, Ryu asks if fighting up close will satisfy his hunger. Elaborating on his comment, Ryu asks if someone should tell a child in front of a feast to calm down and eat slowly. Yuta suggests that someone should do that, and Ryu actually agrees, admitting that it was probably a bad example. Lighting up a ciggy, Ryu says he didn't have any major regrets in his first life where he fought worthy opponents and had met a good woman. Even so, he still suffers from a thirst that no one understands, and because of that, he's still unsatisfied. He says that cigarettes have a sweet aftertaste, but his life has never had that kind of dessert. Instantly, Ryu unleashes a flurry of attacks, causing Yuta to quickly respond with punches of his own, giving them both a chance to feel for each other's combat prowess. Yuta notes that Ryu has an explosive cursed energy output combined with very precise and quick movements. Even with Yuta's advanced toughness, a direct hit from Ryu would cause significant damage. After exchanging several blows and parrying one another, both fighters turn to land a spinning attack. However, Ryu clashes his back against Yuta and expels a blast of cursed energy that sends the latter flying back off the roof. Yuta crashes through the top of another building, losing his footing for a moment, but quickly manages to regain his balance. Immediately, Ryu, having noticed his stumble, follows up with another granite blast attack, sending a beam of energy directly at Yuta. But somehow, Yuta's able to deflect it with his bare freaking hands like some Harry Potter spell without a wand level of holy shit. Then Yuta, in a damn flash, quickly closes the distance and tries to crush his opponent with a fierce right hook to the dome, crushing Ryu into the roof and cracking the concrete floor below him. However, it actually seems that Ryu had conned him into a false sense of security, as he counters with another beam of cursed energy that Yuta is unable to fully overpower. As he blasts Yuta back, Ryu tells him that you are my dessert. Uro, who's just rolled up on the scene, takes advantage of Yuta's unfavourable positioning in midair and targets him with her curse technique. It's explained that technically she doesn't hit the person with her technique, but strikes the surface of the sky instead. Having revealed the extent of her technique, Uro breaks the surface like thin ice and smacks your opponent straight down onto the brick road below. Irritated by the interference, Ryu shoots a wave of cursed energy at Uro and tells her that she's in his way. Telling him to silence himself though, Uro uses her technique to warp the space around the cursed energy beam, firing it right back at him and hitting him directly. Injured, Yuta then manages to return to the battlefield, which amuses Uro, who claims it's great that he's tough as she's going to toy with him. Our JoJo wannabe, who's still recovering from his own attack, notices that Yuta is constantly using his reverse curse technique to heal himself and using up all of his near bottomless curse energy. Let down by his opponent's receding strength, Ryu comes to the conclusion that Yuta is not the dessert he had been searching for to quench his gluttonous thirst. Thinking on what to do himself, Yuta knows that Ryu doesn't target civilians, but he wouldn't care if they ended up as collateral damage in an attack. Yuta knows that he wanted to put more distance between the fighting and the stadium where the civilians are, just in case, but that isn't likely to happen anymore. Instead, Yuta decides to use his full strength now. He pulls out and puts on his ring, then calls upon Rika and asks her to give him everything. Rika suddenly manifests as a cursed spirit right next to him, leaving both Ryu and Uro confused by this turn of events. Uro is shocked Yuta wasn't already using his full power, and Ryu doesn't understand how Yuta's cursed energy is already filling back up. For those of you confused, think of Rika like a water tank of cursed energy, and when Yuta decides to open that tap, he can just refill his deflated cursed energy. On top of that, Rika tears open her chest to display a freaking arsenal of curse tools kept inside her body for Yuta to choose from. So Rika the Curse is technically different to Rika Orimoto, and once the young child spirit peacefully passed away at the end of JJK 0, the cursed spirit itself stayed directly connected to Yuta's ring, and while the connection is active, Rika is capable of storing cursed energy for Yuta, completing her full manifestation to aid him in battle, and can even supply curse tools for him, though he can only maintain the sustained connection for up to 5 minutes. Having chosen the metal arm, Rika attaches the casing around Yuta's right arm to improve his overall striking power. Ready to re-engage in the now three-way battle, Yuta begins by having Rika soar through the air towards Uro, who now prepares her sky manipulation technique in response. However, Yuta suddenly creates the prolific Snake Eyes and Fang sigil of the Inumaki clan on his mouth and activates Curse Speech, commanding all of his opponents to not move. Uro tries to cover her ears, but she's just too late, and is immediately immobilized, which I wonder if that implies that the Inumaki clan had been around from the time that Uro was previously alive, as she reacted like she knew what the ability was. Anyways, unable to defend herself, Uro was pummeled by a large barrage of strikes from both Yuta and Rika, sending her shooting off. Yuta then drops down and launches himself off Rika's arms like he's a goddamn volleyball towards Uro, continuing to pressure her. Ryu tries to intervene in their fight and launches a beam of curse energy, claiming that Yuta's approach is too soft. Rika though cuts it off and slices the attack in half with one hand, impressing Ryu, who believes that Rika might be even more durable than Yuta himself. Irritated by the pain, Rika angrily lashes out, punching Ryu in the face and sending him flying off the roof. He tries to follow up with another strike, but Ryu quickly counters with an explosive punch of his own, smashing Rika back into the roof of an opposing building. Excited with the potential to satisfy his hunger, Ryu fixes his hair and claims he has an appetite that calls for an extra large helping. Back with the other two though, Yuta summons a bunch of small flying Shikigami by using strands of his hair as an intermediary. Uru destroys one of them using her technique and claims that members of the Fujiwara only stand in her way because they fear her true potential. Going on that typical anime level spiel, she explains that she is the leader of the Sun, Moon and Star squads affiliated directly with the Ta of the Fujiwara clan. They were assassins that pursued lives of selfless devotion in the shadows and didn't even bear names. A particular sorcerer of the Fujiwara clan though gave Takako her name, only to execute her as a proxy to cover up his own crimes of killing someone else in the clan. Suddenly though, Uro was cut off mid-sentence and cut across her chest and hips by the Shikigami. The trajectories of the Shikigami constitute a domain, which Uro immediately recognizes as Drew's technique. Remember like that old man from the very beginning of the fight? She realizes that Yuta isn't a cursed speech user with the ability to summon Shikigami. Instead, he's a sorcerer with the ability to copy others' curse techniques. Yuta proceeds to follow up and knocks Uro down to where Ryu and Rika are fighting. He tries to capitalize with a straight punch, but Uro manages to stop his attack and break his armored shell with the icebreaker effect of her technique. Uninjured by this exchange though, Yuta tells Uro that regardless of what his ancestors may have done, living for herself will only get her so far. Yet, those words just hit a complete block and only serve to further annoy Uro, who claims that saying things like live for others is something only those who have achieved something can do. Their conversation is interrupted though, when they both notice a massive surge in Ryu's curse energy. Ryu thinks his opponents need to shut up because words are utterly pointless at this stage of the fights. Are you guys all ready? As the three of them suddenly look at each other, prepared to bring the three-way battle to a climax, the trio of Sendai's strongest sorcerers all activate their domain expansion simultaneously. Instantly, and like because of the three overlapping domains, they cancel each other's sure hit functions out. Without that advantage, Ryu and Uro know that they need to stop Yuta from taking the initiative by keeping Rika out of the barrier. Ryu knows that he had already knocked Rika over 20 meters away, so it was unlikely she would be able to reach the barrier in time. But outside, it's shown that the last vestiges of Rika Orimoto's will inside of Rika couldn't accept that she was unable to protect Yuta, causing her strength to ratchet up another notch. Suddenly, Kuroroshi, yes, remember that damn cockroach from back at the beginning of the video that just got murked by Yuta, randomly appears and infiltrates the freaking barrier while its cockroaches outside occupy Rika. So, remember how I said this dude was able to self-reproduce and all that kind of stuff? Well, before going dormant, Kuroroshi actually reproduced via his parthenogenesis. After Yuta exercised the parent roach, the country's curse energy of fear was transferred into the new offspring. Kuroroshi, the player, is indeed perished, but Kuroroshi, the curse spirit, is still completely active. 3 overlapping domains are more complex than 2, and the conditions imbued within their barriers complicate things even further. With the addition of an unexpected intruder, the barriers are completely compromised and begin to shatter, falling to pieces. Falling out themselves, Yuta notices that Uro is totally focused on Kuroroshi. Obviously, this is due to her technique being at a complete disadvantage with the roach. Because of this, Yuta takes the opportunity and literally kicks Uro in the back while she's distracted, sending her flying towards the ground, almost like cementing her death. Seeing her coming down, the cursed roach rushes towards her with the festering life sword. Uro tries to respond by by activating her curse technique. However, as we all know from the past events with Mahito, curse techniques are difficult to use immediately after using a domain expansion, and Uro's ability to manipulate space burns away in her hands, leaving her open to Kuroroshi's assault. The roach curse slashes Uro's left arm, and quickly these disgusting insect-like curses spawn from the wound, severing her limb completely. Rika, who's also there, acts quickly by devouring Uro's arm before the roach could, impressing Ryu. He notes that Yuta is thorough, and that it's unlikely that Uro can regenerate her entire arm, even if she uses a reverse curse technique. Irate over the loss of her arm, Uro angrily calls out to the Fujiwara descendant. Cutting her off though, Ryu tells her to stop, because she and Kuroroshi aren't invited to his table. Yes, if you have noticed, everything to do with Ryu Ishiguro has something to do with eating food, like the dessert thing from earlier, or now the whole like, you ain't invited to this table, you can't eat from this table type thing. Anyway, it's explained that Ryu's curse technique is called Cursed Energy Discharge, and he's the only sorcerer capable of outputting the same amount of power, regardless of if his technique is active or not. Instantly, he blasts Uro and Kuroshi with another jacked up granite blast, incapacitating Uro and partially destroying Kuroroshi, making it simple for Yuta to exercise with his reverse curse energy. Excited for his dessert now, Ryu fixes his drip and welcomes Yuta to the table. He charges his cursed energy and takes aim, while opposite him, Yuta knows that his own curse technique has yet to replenish. But with Yuta and Rika working together to counter the ancient sorcerer's next move, the table is set for their final battle. As then explained, that Yuta can only unleash a direct beam of cursed energy while Rika is completely manifested. Even at full power, Yuta's blasts are slightly weaker than Ryu's. In order to win the exchange, Yuta intends on rapidly building up cursed energy and firing first, before Ryu reaches maximum power. However, Ryu's eyes express over 400 years of hunger waiting to be satiated, and his gaze pleads with Yuta to use his full power. Although Yuta would never find true meaning in conflict, Ryu's gaze melted his heart. Melted my damn heart as well. Look at those eyes, it's so damn beautiful. Anyways, Yuta agrees to go all out on this just once, and both sorcerers unleash their curse energy. Their blasts collide in a curse energy beam struggle that's extremely reminiscent of an old school DBZ blast off. Sadly though, Yuta is quickly overpowered by Ryu's blast. The duo are seemingly hit and sent back into a nearby building, which Ryu immediately expresses how sweet the first taste of his dessert was. The gleeful sorcerer is quickly surprised though, when he begins to feel his opponent's cursed energy swelling up. Wanting the meal he desires, he screams and asks for another beam struggle. In retaliation, Rika fires a blast of curse energy while Yuta simultaneously rushes forward. It's shown that Yuta actually jumped forward at the exact same time the blast hit, launching him at high speed towards the enemy sorcerer. Rika is also able to shoot completely on her own, but Ryu believes he's jacked enough and somehow he blocks the beam with his bare hands as well, claiming that he can do whatever Yuta can. He takes aim at Yuta and expects to finish him off with his next attack, due to the cursed energy he extended on top of just using a domain expansion. However, as his granite blast shoots out, and unbeknownst to Ryu, Yuta's curse technique had already replenished. He takes this moment and uses Uro's ability to warp space, redirecting Ryu's blast up into the air. Shocked, Ryu realizes that Yuta can actually copy people's curse techniques and tries to surmise what condition he must fulfill to do so. He recalls Rika devouring Uro's arm and figures that must have been when he satiated the condition. Yuta notices Ryu's lack of focus, capitalizing on it, and scores a direct hit to Ryu's chest with Uro's thin icebreaker move. Quickly, he follows up with another combination downward punch using Rika that hits so hard it causes Ryu to begin bleeding profusely from his head. So remember how there was like a time limit on Rika's manifestation? Well, 5 minutes have now passed since Yuta donned his ring, causing the connection between him and Rika to actually end. Ryu takes advantage of this by hitting Rika with his full power, an attack that was too much for her to handle even while fully manifested. Because of this, Rika quickly reaches her limit and disappears from the battle, leaving Yuta to continue fighting on his own. The big man himself, Ryu, is excited that there's even more to their battle, even after clashing at full power. He happily declares that this final course is the dessert he has been longing for. Standing there, Yuta surprises the Ancient One by grabbing him with both hands and pushing their weight down so hard that it cracks the ground beneath their feet. After effectively immobilizing them both, Yuta claims that the fight is over, confusing Ryu. While Ishiguro is looking down at the cracked ground, his granite blast from earlier, yes, remember that one Yuta shot up into the sky using Uro's technique? Well, it rains down directly on Ryu and surprises the unsuspecting sorcerer, completely toasting him. Still standing there though, like an actual champion, but still defeated, Ryu quickly realizes that he was just hit by his own beam, as Yuta redirected it back down using Uro's technique at the same time Rika had hit him. Despite his defeat, Ryu was satisfied with the high level of battle he participated in, and thanks Yuta now that his stomach is finally full. Not gonna lie, GEGE knows the terminology of these scenes so damn well, and we all just ate as well as Ryu Ishigori did right here, boys. Anyways, following the end of the battle in the Sendai Colony, Yuta first talks to the defeated Uro in order to retrieve her points. She tells Yuta this extremely ominous statement that probably will 100% play a role later on in the story. She says that his strength has a limit, and she's seen a power beyond the horizon of the strongest fighters and curses with her very own eyes. In that moment, she imagines Sukuna's original form and claims that such power takes the form of overwhelming aggression that disregards anything else like a calamity. Yuta then moves on to Ryu, who tells him that he's too soft and he won't receive praise for his actions. Yuta replies to him though that Takako also told him something similar, that there was no value in sparing an opponent's life. Having heard this, Ryu is surprised to learn that Uro survived and believes his blast must have been weakened after using domain expansion. Which, like I brought up earlier, makes sense as most of the time after using a domain, someone's technique will slightly falter in comparison to before the domain was used. Anyways, Ryu sits up and asks what Uro kept getting upset about during the fight, and asks if it was a lover's quarrel. Yuta tries blowing him off, but after persisting, explains that anything he could have said to her would have just led to violence because he's blessed. Ryu doesn't really understand what Yuta meant by this, but still respects his words. After a brief break, our man decides to get back on his mission and asks Ryu to hand over all of his points. The ancient sorcerer is initially confused by what he means about this, but Kogain explains that a new rule was added a while back that allows players to transfer points to one another. Ryu believes he understands that's why Yuta spared their lives now, but still asks if he would have killed them without that rule. Yuta suggests that it definitely was a possibility and smiles while telling Ryu to just be grateful to his new comrade, which could be interesting with that little comment there for what could happen in the future. Little Yuta Ryu tag team duo. Anyway, thanks to the point transfers from Uro and Ryu, on top of the points he already gained from eliminating Druth and Kuroroshi, Yuta now has a total of 200 points, putting him at the halfway point in their plan to bring down the culling game. So to start things off here, we're actually throwing away any idea of that silly old culling game and going back to before the countrywide idol transfiguration, where a young man with blue hair and blue eyes, named Charles Bernard, filled out his visitor's registration at Shueisha's publishing house in Tokyo. Two of the staff members noticed and discussed if he brought a manga submission in, also commenting on how unusual it is for a gaijin to do so. Charles later ends up meeting a Shueisha staff member to review his manga submission. While improbably sitting on their desk, Charles expresses that he's always pondered what makes a manga creator. They don't need licenses, and in Charles' opinion, experience doesn't necessarily validate a creation either. Which, does make sense, like Isayama for example never had a manga before Attack on Titan. But anyways, the employee looked over at Bernard's manga while hardly listening to his words, wishing that he would just sit in the chair. He only commented on the foreigner's Japanese, saying that it was pretty good, but Charles responded by repeating the same sentiment back, confusing the man. Hate to cut myself off again, but if you guys watch anyone who makes Japanese content and lives in Japan as a foreigner, this is a pretty common thing to hear, to the point that it's almost an underhand insult by the Japanese people to outsiders living in Japan. But anyway, the employee stated that it's obviously the case because he's Japanese, and Charles reveals that he was actually born and raised in Japan, although his parents are French. The employee apologized for assuming, and Charles dismissed it because he believed it would be the start of a long relationship between him and the publishing studio. Yet, this dog of a Shueisha employee is mostly unimpressed by Charles' manga submission and critiques the story, the genre, the tone, and most of all, the artwork. He used one example of one panel where a character's finger is bent too much in one direction. The employee tries to show Charles by pointing his own finger in demonstration, but Charles immediately breaks it to match the manga's art. Irritated, Charles told the man to watch movies or stare at photos if he wanted realistic artwork. He believed a publishing house should appreciate the passion that can't be replicated in precise artwork. Charles finishes his tirade after assaulting the employee and storms out of the building, deeming the experience as a waste of time. So yeah, don't know what that was all about, probably just a small warning from GEGE to any future publishers about his artwork. Skipping forward now to the fateful day of November 12th, we find that somehow this pure manga reading degenerate Charles is outside and on a Ferris wheel with Hikari Kinji inside of the culling game. He asks Hikari if he knows what makes someone a manga creator. Yet, as we could probably imagine, an annoyed Hikari answers that he simply doesn't care. Just lacking there and chilling out, Charles is thankful that there is still electricity powering the area, but Akari isn't and suggests that he normally wouldn't ride a Ferris wheel with another man. Charles points out that he could have refused the ride, but Akari wants to scope out the area in case he brings a girl back one day. Cause, big brain thinking and all pre-planning for future events, as the man knows that the culling game ain't gonna murk him for sure. But anyway, Charles is surprised Akari believes Tokyo will recover from the culling game, claiming that he is the exact opposite, as someone who's only come to gaze upon the end of it all. Ever since curses flooded Tokyo, there haven't been outlets for manga, and creators that Charles respected are giving up. Charles asks Akari to give him a reason to fight, because the heroes in battle mangas are always fighting for positive reasons, while the culling game only incites fights for negative ones. Charles asks Akari to provoke him enough to instill hatred inside of him to the point where he could take him out without any remorse. Hearing this, Akari decides to oblige and thoroughly insults Charles. He says that he would never read Charles's creepy manga because his gloomy disposition might affect him. Then, and probably one of the best entire damn lines so far of the manga, he also tells Charles to stop whining and start fighting creepy otaku. Insulted and with tears in his eyes, Charles asks why he would say such a mean thing. Ready to fight Akari for his rude comments, Charles conjures the G War Staff, a pen-shaped spear. Immediately he attacks, bursting through their pod and forcing Akari onto the Ferris wheel where his assault continues. Charles thrusts his spear at Akari's head several times while quoting a poem from a creator he admires. Akari simply avoids these strikes and jumps off the Ferris wheel onto a building below, causing the Frenchman to chase after. Standing there, it is shown that our special grade is a little annoyed because Charles is actually quoting a comment from Katsura Hoshino, which Akari just doesn't consider as a poem. Charles expands upon the poem by explaining that a mangaka enters a fictitious space in their minds where anything is possible because to them, reality just isn't satisfying. He continues by stating he believes his reality has been overtaken by Jujutsu, and because of this, he has lost his motivation as both a manga reader and a creator. He asks Akari what that feeling is called, and the suspended student just simply replies that he's just getting bored with this. As his fighting spirit then begins rising, Charles suggests that the feeling he's got is called despair instead. Fueled by his sorrow for his opponent, Charles strikes hard with his G War Staff and scratches Akari's cheek open, drawing a bit of blood at the pen's tip. Noticing that the spear is a pen, Akari asks him if it's okay for a mangaka to use their drawing pen for violence, but Charles argues using a reference from Captain Tsubasa. Following this, he activates the condition for his curse technique and marks Akari with a glowing square. Curiously confused, Akari asks what's going on, as he throws a flying kick, but Charles is able to avoid it and immediately counterattacks with an attack, surprising the former. Easily though, Akari maintains his balance as he's knocked back several meters from the blow. Although he personally didn't take any damage, his sleeve was cut wide open. While examining the tear, Akari also analysed the way the Frenchman moved, and decides that it has to be more than just a simple reflex. Noticing the special grade sorcerer took his hands out of his pockets for the first time, Charles taunts him for it, and then explains that the glowing square is actually a manga panel that lets the user see their opponent's next move. Currently, the Frenchman can only see 1 second in advance, but as the pen's tip fills with Akari's blood, the former will be able to see further into the future. Having heard this, Akari dashes straight at Charles to confirm this ability's effect, and nearly lands a powerful right hook, with the latter admitting that it would have taken him out if not for the effect of the G War Staff. Quickly after, Charles counters with his attack and hits Akari across the head with the blunt end of his spear, affirming to Akari that the Frenchman can really see the future. However, Akari is unimpressed by this dude's ability, and just disappears from Charles' line of sight, before he reappears and punches Charles in the back, stating that he needs to be able to see him in order to see the future through his technique. To counter, Akari attacks Charles repeatedly from his blind spots without letting up. In an attempt to retaliate, Charles tries to stab Akari in the back, but the latter has already anticipated that he would try that and intercepts before striking him again. Before Charles can turn around and recover, Akari completely and utterly blitzes him while stating that he can't just go easy on him because he knows Charles would just selfishly attack someone else later. Continuing, Akari believes that in order to stop this, he needs to utterly break Charles and hits him with an extremely powerful punch. He then quickly goes to get behind him, but Charles is able to recover from the previous punch in time and reactively strikes his blind spot, cutting Akari's forehead. Irate over how the battle's going now, Charles claims that the vessel containing his heart is broken and is spilling out in a gush of emotion. He adds that now, due to gaining more ink in his pen, he can see 2 seconds into Akari's future and will be waiting in his own blind spot. Confused as to why Akari isn't intimidated though, Charles asks his opponent why he's just standing there, posing while in the situation. I don't actually think Charles has ever bumped into anyone who can use a domain expansion, and due to this, while Hikari stands there, he uses both his hands to form the proper hand sign to cast his domain expansion, the Idle Death Gamble. Due to his domain's guaranteed effect, its rules are instantly transmitted to Charles's brain.
Instantly, the soon-to-be mangaka begins to understand the rules of Hikari's domain expansion. It's shown to us that the Idle Death Gamble is based on the Japanese pachinko machine inspired by the shoujo series Seiyuu Private Pure Love Train. During the domain's active phase, the user must hit the jackpot by getting 3 of the same symbol, which will allow them to get a bonus. There's a flow of 3 different levels that determines the percentage of increased probability, and also the probability of the jackpot through a visual effect, which Hikari can choose, though ultimately this depends on the so-called luck Hikari refers to. Also, certain Riichi scenarios can be activated at points throughout this process, and chance boosters allow for an increase in the chance of a jackpot.
Having heard all of this, Charles yells out annoyed by the sudden info dump that was literally just implanted into his brain as the first stage of Hikari's domain begins. Quickly, Kenji releases a green and red visual effect attack, which Charles dodges out of the way, causing it to activate into a Reichi scenario, changing the scene around them.
It's explained to the confused Charles that if the character Yuki passes through the gate, then Hikari immediately hits the jackpot.
Charles attempts to swipe at it, but it's just a visualization, so nothing happens, meaning all he can do is wait to see the result. Which is, kind of sus. It's almost just a guaranteed jackpot whenever a Reichi scenario pops up. I wonder if that's a house rule type thing, referring back to how his domain is based on pachinko machine. But anyway, I'll let Ronan take back over.
Due to the indicator being weak, the Riichi scenario fails, causing them to reset back at the beginning of the domain's expansion. The sequence of events leading up to either the reset of the domain or a jackpot are considered one of Hikari's full rolls, giving Charles a very strict time limit to defeat the gambling sorcerer.
Standing there, Charles thinks about how he can't use his manga curse technique to predict the outcome, meaning that the process will repeat continuously until he defeats him, or Kenji draws a winner, which he knows would result in a loss for him. However, to Kenji's surprise, what Charles is most infuriated at is the presentation, taking the beloved Private Pure Love Train manga and turning it into something bizarre for gambling. He continues to try and attack, questioning how long he will keep up with the jackpot rate being only 1 in 239. However, Hikari is still able to easily dodge each attack while confidently stating that he's never gone past 30 times. This time, Hikari activates a Reichi scenario with an 80% success rate, leaving the two anxiously watching as they continue to duke it out. He's unable to focus on Kenji's future attacks as he tries to pay attention to the Reichi scenario, calling on the Yume character to get on the train in hopes of preventing the jackpot. Sadly for him though, the train leaves and Yume disappears, allowing Charles to slice at Hikari's side. Charles explains while confidently standing there that if it was a game of skill rather than luck, Hikari might have won. But as he turns around, he is utterly shocked to find Yume is still standing there, saying that she missed the train, meaning that Hikari had actually indeed won the jackpot. Quickly, Hikari darts in and kicks Charles away, declaring that he uses skill to grab a hold of luck.
Elsewhere in Tokyo No. 2 Colony, Panda sits alone atop a shipping container in a shipyard. Upon smelling the air, he notes that roughly 3 people have been dismembered nearby. He can also hardly sense the perpetrator's presence, which might suggest that they can freely activate their curse energy. Panda reviews the plan that he and everyone had agreed on beforehand. They'd planned to leave the fighting just to Hikari, but the barrier, just like over in Tokyo Colony 1 with Yuji and Megami, split them up upon entry to one of those random spawn locations. After a bit more thinking, Panda decides to take off and rolls his cute behind off the shipping container to go in search of Hana. Once he landed, he looks both ways and sighs a breath of relief. However, at that exact moment, Hajime Kashimo walks right around the corner. In a split-second reaction, Panda plays a real-life panda, and initially this does work.
However, Hajime has an Omega-sized brain and summons his Gogain to his side to ask if that panda was actually a player, with the latter pretty much instantly confirming it.
Witnessing this happen in front of his teddy bear eyes, Panda was surprised to learn that they have that function.
Yet, before Panda really had any time to react, the ancient, god-level sorcerer Hajime had quickly charged at him and delivered a powerful blow to his torso, completely erupting a large portion of the stuffing holding him together before following up this brutal attack and completely electrifying him. Then, not done, Hajime, while insulting his strength, hits him with his staff and knocks Panda back into a container.
Having been brutally beaten, Panda notes that Hajime's cursed energy is similar to Megami's Nue, where both have electrified cursed energy surging through their bodies. With his panda form destroyed, the puppeteer begins transforming into his gorilla mode and strikes Hajime with the prolific, unblockable drumming beat.
Noticing a change, Hajime takes a defensive stance and endures the multitude of blows. He says that the attack wasn't too bad, but it wasn't great either, and follows up by using his staff to tear off the panda's right arm. Then continuing with his old school brutality, he throws Panda's own arm straight back into his face, completely blinding the defenseless bear, allowing the sneaky sorcerer to approach him for the puppet's right. Darting in, he delivers a flurry of absolutely brutal hits directly aimed at the panda's face, sending him shooting back into another container. As the broken sorcerer strolls up on the beaten panda, he calls him pathetic and weak before asking if he knows the current whereabouts of Sukuna.
Taken by surprise, Panda doesn't know why he's interested in him, but quickly comes to the realization that he wouldn't be a good matchup with Yuji. So, while trying to think up an excuse, he says he doesn't know.
Noticing the massive amount of stalling before answering his question though, Hajime realizes that he's indeed lying, and demands that he spit it out, as he'll show mercy if he does.
Having thought up an excuse now, Panda says that his uncle goes by the same name, so hearing it took him off guard initially.
Hajime, who easily figures out that he's still lying, doesn't appreciate being looked down on by the cursed puppet and tells him to stop playing with him.
Annoyed now, Panda retorts by saying he's the one being looked down on, and tells him to be aware of his sister, as anyone who meets her eyes, she tries to kill out of pure embarrassment.
All of a sudden, a massive horn is seen from Panda's nose as his body begins to transform and his head morphs into a giant Triceratops skull. However, in that exact moment, Hajime charges up his own attack and a lightning bolt appears between them. It's then explained that Kashimo separates the cursed energy's charges like electricity. When he strikes an opponent, so like all of the hits that he's landed on Panda earlier, it transfers a positive charge into the target. Then, when the negative charge that lays inside of Kashimo is discharged, it launches directly at the target without shooting off any other surface. This results in lightning that literally cannot miss, as it will travel directly to its opponent, pretty much taking away any need for Kashimo to actually use the domain, as this is kinda a sure hit technique in itself. Sadly for Panda, as the transformation is still happening, that said lightning bolt strikes and absolutely decimates Panda, mortally wounding him. Standing above the now fallen puppet, Hajime once again asks Panda about Sukuna's whereabouts. Oh boys, here's the saddest part, here's the saddest Panda chapter so far. As we flow into a flashback, we see a young Panda being beaten up by his big brother gorilla. The young Teddy screams for his sister's aid, and an angry Triceratops marches over, demanding that gorilla cease the bullying. Yet, the young gorilla tries to say that they were just fighting like a dude from a game. Hearing that, Triceratops says that Panda should get the next turn to fight back, with gorilla being completely fine with it. Listening to his older siblings, Panda, looking like hella cute man, rolls up to smack his bro a few times. However, he quickly gets punched in the face by the latter, making him cry even more. Completely blown away with what she just witnessed, Triceratops then runs off in pursuit while Panda continues crying out behind them. Later on, Panda is seen holding a Santa Claus ball while trying to follow his older brother and his puppet friends. Not wanting him to follow because they find the training wheels absolutely lame, the fox whispers something in the raccoon's ear, and he tells Panda that he can actually join under the conditions that he throws his ball into the river. Initially, Panda hesitates, claiming that it was a gift from Santa, but after the two pressured him and seeing his older brother's grumpy stare, Panda tosses the ball into the river. Blown away with him actually doing it, the raccoon and the fox tell him that throwing stuff into the river is illegal, as it would harm the environment, before they ran off aiming to tell the police, which is like, who is Gorilla hanging out with? These are the worst puppets I've ever met. Gorilla rudely asks a saddened Panda why he threw his ball into the river, telling him that it was a precious gift from Santa. Breaking down in tears even more, Panda screams at him that he just wanted to play with his big brother. At night before bedtime, Triceratops berates Gorilla for bullying Panda, instead telling him that when other kids pick on him, he has to be the one to stand up for him. Gorilla counters this by stating that she plays with the other girls and wouldn't understand because of this. He says that he can never have fun with Panda around, as he holds him back and only ever seems to start crying when she shows up. Gorilla thinks that she's far too cushy on him, but Triceratops views this differently. She notes that no matter how mean Gorilla is to him, Panda shrugs off all the bad things and cheers up by the time it's time to eat. He literally doesn't have a bad bone in his body and believes that that's how brothers should always be. She belittles Gorilla by saying that maybe he's the spoiled one, as Panda always ends up forgiving him for his transgressions. Suddenly, interrupting the two of them, Panda then storms into the room with a beetle and shows it to Gorilla, who immediately points out that it's actually a Dorcas titana stag beetle and screams while throwing it out of the window in horror. Before going to bed, Gorilla and his sister open their piggy bank to see if they have enough change to buy a replacement ball for Panda. As he then begins trying to sleep, he just thinks that an idiot like Panda would be fine with any ball. Suddenly though, in the middle of the night, a voice tells him to wake up. Coming out of a daze, he notices that both he and Triceratops are being led by a strange ghost man, who's obviously like some puppet version of Masamichi for real. But anyway, he quickly recognizes this figure as their father and asks where they're going and for how long, to which their father answers that there's no reason and that it's permanent. At that moment, a terrified Panda bursts out of the house, desperately searching for his big bro and big sis. Gorilla screams back for Panda and tells his father to stop. However, the ghostly man just tells him that that's enough. Gorilla cuts in by saying that Panda can't survive without him, since he's literally terrible at everything he does and will get left behind because he's completely helpless by himself. Not understanding what's actually going on though, the father tells him that they're the ones being left behind and not Panda, so be a good big brother and say goodbye. A confused Gorilla gets defensive, wondering about how in the world he was going to buy a ball for him tomorrow, and that he needed him there to talk to the shopkeepers instead of their sister. But sadly, after a second thought, he finally catches on and fully begins to break down in tears, not wanting to leave this world and his little brother's side. Back in the real world now, Hajime Kashimo stands over the bloodied mess of Panda's obliterated corpse. While prodding the bear, he notes that he didn't gain any points from him, before realizing that he probably hasn't found the core of the panda yet. He picks up Panda's head with his staff and asks once again about the whereabouts of Sukuna. But Panda simply replies, like the true friend and legend he is, that pandas are very tight-lipped. Taking this as an insult, Hajime threatens to fully destroy the rest of Panda, yet, just as he raises bloodlust to do so, the legend himself, with his cursed energy already fully flared up, and with the anger of the entire Jujutsu tech on his back, drops in, completely destroying a shipping container in the process. Instantly, he screams at his boy, asking if Panda has lost some weight. Seeing his classmate arrive, Panda is happy and shouts out Hikari's name, while an initially confused Hajime begins to get riled up. Supercharged with an incredible volume of cursed energy, Hikari rushes in to rescue Panda from Kashimo. He delivers a right hook so powerful that it disarms Kashimo and sends the sorcerer crashing through several freight containers. Oh, like, this battle was going to be so insane, boys. And girls, of course. Anyways, instantly, Hikari follows up, not giving Kashimo any time to recover. Having closed the distance, the special grade does a sick 2-footed jump, throwing himself into the air and delivering a flying dropkick to his opponent's face that Hajime just narrowly avoids. While still in midair though, Hikari swings his leg straight back in an attempt to land a hit, with his opponent just barely having his nose grazed. As Hajime stands there in shock, Hikari's physical power is so overwhelming that his kick's excess cursed energy dents another shipping container and completely deforms it. Standing opposite Hajime, Hikari is electrified by the cursed energy protecting his opponent, but also barely feels the bad side effects from it. Kashimo is impressed that his opponent can ignore the electrification and asks his name. Hikari introduces himself while Kashimo is just completely fascinated by the insane cursed energy output and mysterious music surrounding his opponent. Moving into his fighting stance, Kashimo also introduces himself, and as Hikari hears his name, he realizes that he is the player with 100 points. Knowing that he needs them, he cheekily asks if he can use those points if he's victorious, with Kashimo agreeing and asking to know more about Sukuna if he's the victor. Feeling it coming in, Hikari is suddenly and orgasmically distracted as a large influx of cursed energy received as a bonus from hitting his domain's jackpot envelops him. Noticing that something's up, Kashimo uses the opportunity to barrage his opponent with several hits, but quickly becomes displeased as Hikari isn't resisting at all. As he begins to tell Hikari to not disappoint him, the special grade sorcerer switches things up a little and rattles the ancient sorcerer with an abrupt right hook to the jaw that sends Kashimo absolutely flying. After posing, literally playing the air guitar to go along with his own damn theme song, Hikari instantaneously disappears from the spot he was in to follow up with a flying knee to Hajime's gut, prompting him to admit that his opponent isn't bad at all. Landing back on his feet, Hajime regains his balance, grabs onto the leg Hikari kneed him with, and counterattacks with a spinning elbow straight to the chin of the sorcerer. Overcoming it though, Hikari withstands the attack and forces Kashimo to release his grip by jumping down and completely smashing the ground beneath their feet with a straight punch. Jumping back out of Hikari's range, Kashimo, who's charged back up, discharges the same lightning attack that defeated Panda. Being able to see the approaching lightning, Hikari is able to avoid the direct hit to his head, but sadly his arm is blown off by the attack. Glad and confident that his opponent won't be able to recover in time after being hit, Kishimo rushes in to finish him off. However, Hikari is on his Gon level of strength and literally does not care about his arm at all. Instead, he surprisingly counters with a kick straight to Hajime's face and follows up with a punch from the same arm that was supposedly just severed. Blown away by seeing Hikari's arm reappear, Kishimo just manages to block the attack and assumes Hikari used the reverse curse technique to quickly heal himself. It's then explained that when Hikari hit the jackpot with his domain expansion, it resulted in a bonus of unlimited curse energy throughout the round. Hikari himself never actually learned to use reverse curse technique, but the unlimited curse energy coursing throughout his body as a result of hitting the jackpot automatically heals his body with it. In other words, Hikari is pretty much damn immortal for 4 minutes and 11 seconds after hitting the jackpot. This time limit comes to an end as the ancient sorcerer notices the random music surrounding Hikari has stopped, causing his opponent's cursed energy to recede to normal. However, during the previous round, and due to how Hikari's curse technique works after he hits a jackpot, his cursed energy and technique is replenished, allowing him to cast another domain immediately. So, for as long as Hikari continues to hit his jackpot, he can use his domain over and over and over again. So, this is the main reason why Hikari is absolutely broken, and Gojo reasons that he could surpass him someday. Man literally has figured out an infinite cursed energy hack like this is some game of magic or something. Like, oh my lord. But anyway, because of the fact that Big Rari's domain expansion is harmless, he can be as aggressive as he wants, and his activation is extremely quick, probably one of the quickest in the entire universe. Like it states here that the dude's activation is faster than that of Mahito's during Shibuya. As the rules of the idle death game are sent to Hajime's mind, he notes that since he's aware the game is a probability loot type, it means he's likely to keep hitting the jackpot as he activates increased probability. Standing there, Hikari asks him how he is, but Hajime points out that during this period he's not actually unkillable, and Hikari simply responds that the life of gambling has always come with great risks. Flashing in, the two monstrous sorcerers trade a flurry of brutal punches before Kinji spins away and activates his continuation effect, absolutely confusing Hajime with what's going on. It's then explained that currently Hikari is redoing one consecutive effect sequence. The normal percentage chance of hitting the jackpot is over 20% or 1 in 5 on its first activation, and because of that there is usually a high risk of drawing a dud, so typically he only uses this activation when he has increased probability. Igniting the fight once more, Hikari throws another punch, but Hajime blocks it and completely batters the bulked up high schooler, punching him in the side of the head and kneeing him in the stomach. Jumping back though, Hikari flexes while screaming renewal, leading the potty emergency Reichi scenario to occur. During this Reichi scenario, if the Denji wannabe who's stuck on a hypothetical train headed to Yoyogi doesn't have a bathroom, or more specifically as it implies here, doesn't have any accident at all, will result in a jackpot Reichi scenario for Hikari. As the train flies forward, it's shown that this fake chainsaw man named Hero just barely made it to a stop without accident, causing Hikari to once again hit his jackpot. Standing there with his eyes closed and just looking like the absolute king he is, Hikari suddenly reopens his eyes and screams for his music to begin once more. Sometimes, you know, like I really just personally wish I could make sound effects like with my mouth and everything, just like boom. As Hikari finishes speaking, his body once again erupts with a flood of curse energy, restarting his invincibility and the brutal showdown. Time to really kick things up a notch here, boys, so subscribe to please save my throat from the throat goat and push this video to like 5 or 10k likes, just so I know that you want a full like 4-hour JJK video dropped, because you know I'll compile all these parts together and re-edit the Gojo past arc, and you know I'll do that, or I'll tell you I will, don't make me. Anyway, moving forward. Standing opposite him, Hajime notes how this is the same form that will last for 4 minutes and 11 seconds, meaning that he currently has no restrictions on curse energy and can automatically activate a reverse curse technique. However, he also notes that this time the jackpot was not an even number, meaning that if he activates his domain expansion right after this, his increased probability will have actually ended, so he won't get another jackpot again as quickly after. He states to himself though, that if he can make it through the next 4 minutes and 11 seconds he will win. But as his smile grows larger, he recognizes that that line of thinking is how losers think. Instead, he screams that it's time to turn up the volume, because this is a funeral for the living. He releases a massive burst of curse energy, declaring that even though he may be unkillable for the next 4 minutes and 11 seconds, he will still kill him anyway. Oh, but before we go any further, we skip back in time to a moment 400 years ago where Hajime was approached by Kenjaku, asking if he had fun with his battle. Honestly, any thoughts on who's in the brain-swapping fiend's body right here? I wouldn't be surprised if it was Narutoshi Kamo, to be honest, but who knows, let me know what you think down below. Anyways, after replying that he didn't have fun at all, wanting to fight him instead, Kenjaku asks him to spare him and says that he is not fit for fighting currently, but reveals he heard something in Michinoku about the greatest cursed energy output ever. Coughing up blood though, Hajime asks Kenjaku who's the strongest sorcerer he knows, with the latter replying that it's Sukuna, before apologizing that it was from 600 years ago and saying that he will never change his mind on that fact. Realizing that he will never get to fulfill his own wishes, Hajime responds that if that's the case, he will entertain what Kenjaku has to say, so that he can fight Sukuna himself. Back in the battle, the fight between Kashimo and Hikari intensifies as they both chase each other at high speeds around the port. As Hajime starts to get away, Hikari launches another fat punch that connects with a shipping container, sending it straight towards the ancient sorcerer. Seeing it coming in time, Hajime responds with his own brutal punch, flinging the container straight back at the approaching student. With them both being on opposite sides of the container, they both exchange a multitude of blows on each side of the metal box, completely deforming and destroying it. However, as Hikari breaks through, ready to throw a massive punch, Kashimo dodges by jumping off the ground before he manages to blow half of Hikari's freaking face off with the shipping container door, exposing his face muscles and jaw. With the fight slowing for a moment, Hajime deduces that cursed energy comes from the gut, but he has to use his head to direct the flow of reverse curse technique. So no matter how powerful his reverse curse technique is, it certainly can't be strong enough to regenerate his head. Therefore, Kashimo plans to use his lightning to target his head and completely split it open. Following this, Hajime sends his lightning directly at Hikari, connecting with his head. Yet, I am here to tell you that this is just not a normal human. This is Hikari Kinji, and man just simply blows out all of the energy from the attack straight out of his damn nose as it destroys his face, literally allowing him to regenerate as he breaks. Realizing that he almost died there, Hikari, being as cool as ever, just laughs it off, and with only 8 seconds remaining on his jackpot, shoots in, deciding to use even more brute force in his punches now. After taking a plethora of punches to the face, chin and body, Hajime darts back, realizing that Hikari is getting even faster as the fight continues. Getting straight back to his face though, and with only a few seconds remaining, Hikari, who's completely unkillable, decides to cut loose and totally beat down on his opponent, elbowing him hard in his guts. Yet, surprisingly, this turns out to be exactly what Kashimo had actually wanted, and as he smiles, he retrieves a massive streak of electrical feedback using his staff pierced into the ground at some distance. This streak of instantaneous lightning pierces through the left side of Hikari's torso on its way to Hajime, before completely and utterly blowing it to pieces, mortally wounding the student. Just then, the theme song ends, marking the end of Hikari's unkillable period, with Hajime then stating that it's finally over. However, to the perplexed surprise of the ancient sorcerer, Hikari is not done yet, instead moving his hands into placement and opening his domain once more. Sadly, it's showing though that Hikari is just making a desperate attempt at casting his domain. After activating his domain, Hikari keeps trying to spin faster, even if the probability is only 1 in 239. Immediately, Hajime catches on though, as the rules are implanted in his brain, and once again, Hikari, somehow like the dude is a complete and utter demon, gains an unexpected jackpot due to some kind of increased probability, allowing him to roll an even number. Therefore, he is again unkillable for the next 4 minutes and 11 seconds. Breathing a sigh of relief, Hikari states that he's impressed with Kashimo, as he's never faced death this much in one day. But now, thanks to some manga otaku, he's got a big manga brain and asks Hajime if he also likes manga, with the latter stating that he doesn't. Getting the battle underway, Hikari flips things up a notch, figuratively and literally, as he changes his domain's polarities, making down up and also shifting the coordinates of his barrier over the sea. As Hajime falls back towards the sea below him, he states that because his cursed energy is like electricity, it won't stop discharging until it's fully depleted. He has one of 2 options in the coming water tussle. Either he can release his cursed energy until it's all gone, or shut it off until he's able to return to land. This obviously goes back to like what Panda said about someone having that amazing control over their cursed energy at the beginning of this battle. But anyway. However, to avoid falling into the water, Kashimo stands on the cursed spirits that burst out of the ocean in an attempt to devour him. On the other hand, Hikari, who's got his manga brain fully rolling, absolutely pummels a massive cursed spirit as it bursts out of the ocean, before shooting across at high speeds towards Hajime and sending him flying into the ocean below with a fat kick. Then floating above him on some like fat flying fish looking ass curse spirit, he watches as Hajime slowly begins to burn away all of his curse energy in the water. However, Kishimo is actually smarter than this. He recalls that there are two ways to end a reverse cursed energy user. One, by simply blowing up their brains, or two, by using toxins. Therefore, he uses his electricity on the seawater to produce a chlorine gas that completely takes Hikari by surprise as he floats above. Sadly, Hikari loses his grip on the cursed monster and ends up falling into the sea due to the toxic effect of chlorine gas. It's explained that unlike simple body regeneration, addressing a toxin in one's blood requires insane skill, as well as a higher level of reverse curse techniques. Sinking down through the ocean, Hajime notes that Hikari doesn't seem to be able to detoxify fast enough, causing the round to end and allowing Hikari's immortality shield to fade. As Hajime states that this has been fun preparing to finish him off, Hikari, just like before, dispels the excess cursed energy right out of his freaking nose and throws a vicious punch straight into the face of Hajime, taking him completely by surprise. With the two floating back from each other after the attack, it turns out that the legend of Jujutsu Tech targeted the toxins in his body and removed them unconsciously via his automatic reverse curse energy. With only 5 seconds left in his jackpot, Hikari realizes casting his domain again after this one ends will be dangerous due to the effects of electricity coursing through the water and the steadily increasing temperature of the ocean. He ponders going up to the surface, but is like, nah, stuff that dude, I might instead just beat the absolute hell out of this dude here, and proceeds to throw a fat left hook to his opponent's face. Kishime though, battered and bruised, but still excited to continue, drives forth and grabs a hold of Hikari's arm, before releasing a massive blast of electrified cursed energy in an attempt to destroy Hikari's entire arm and prevent him from being able to cast his domain again. Back above the ocean's surface, as all the water rains down, we find a cute baby panda who's changed his form wandering around, as he then comes across Hikari's severed hand. As the previously lively battle now comes to a seemingly abrupt end, we see Kishimo plop out of the sea completely out of curse energy. However, right as he is about to consider himself the winner, Hikari emerges from the sea himself with one arm and punches him back to reality. It's explained that during the previous attack Hajime released, before the electricity could travel all the way through the water, it resulted in a massive thermal explosion of hot steam. Laying down on the ground completely exhausted, Hajime asks how he isn't ripped apart from this explosion, but Hikari explains that he knew what his opponent was up to, and purposely sacrificed his left arm through a binding vow so that the cursed energy that usually protected it protected the rest of his body. Hearing this, Kishimo finally tells his enemy to end his life. However, Hikari offers him a deal instead, as he personally doesn't see this as a win. Hikari also brings up how Kishimo technically didn't use his technique, to which the Ancient One actually explains that he is saving his curse technique to use on Sukuna, as it is a single-use one, and all Kishimo wants is a fight with Sukuna. Therefore, the Ancient Sorcerer agrees to side with Hikari in exchange for a future duel with the King of Curses. Rolling onto the scene and seeing the two hanging out, Panda is quite shocked after hearing that Hajime is now on their side because he wants to have a future bout with Sukuna. Hikari discards Panda's concerns by casually asserting that a Kohai has to obey his senpai's wish, before randomly leaving the small panda with the Ancient Sorcerer to go in search of someone else. This is also where the announcement of a new rule being added to the game is made. The rule is that players can also give as many points as they want to another player, allowing Hajime to send his points over when needed, obviously. It's actually crazy when you think about it, how all of these battles are happening simultaneously. I love how GEGE hasn't given us a timeline per se to go off, but it's more or less just this one kind of rule that we can refer back to, knowing that all of the fights have been in relation with it. But anyway, continuing. Shooting back over to the Ferris wheel, we find that Charles has been chilling out after his defeat. After seeing Hikari rolling up, he confusedly asks what happened to his arm, with the student stating that he'll fix it later. The two mates then bicker about their fight hilariously, Hikari is actually abusing the dude in an attempt to get the name of his manga out of him because he'll buy and read it, which you know is very nice of him. Big plot twist that I'm going to chuck in here myself that me and No Operator were talking about for a sec. What if GEGE is actually French himself, and this is a self-insert of him in the actual story? It'd be kind of funny to go back to after the story if GEGE ever reveals himself and find out that this was just himself inserting. I'd love to know what you guys think on that down in the comment section below. But anyway, continuing on. Big Momo then cruises on in, interrupting their banter and asking if he managed to get all their points necessary, with Hikari confirming that he indeed did. So quickly before the video ends, I guess I better go over their plan. So their plan is obviously to implement 4 new rules. The first was to make points transferable to new players, which was done. The second is to allow the use of 100 points to create a substitute player so individuals can actually leave the game. Third is to remove communication blocks on the zones. And then finally, the fourth is to allow people in and out of all of the barriers without consequence. Now Shimaya states that she wants to forget rule 3 for now in place of going to get 4 first. The reason they are doing this obviously is because Maki can actually pass through barriers, leaving Akari shocked at this news that she can freely enter them. He asks how it's possible, with Momo stating that it's because she has turned into a complete monster. So, remember how right at the end of the last JJK arc we found the monster herself, Maki, in the Sakurajima Colony? Well, after dispatching the toughest cursed spirits and players, she runs into Noritoshi Keimo, who's undergone a clean-ass looking transformation. Man literally had to switch up his entire look after realizing he's named after the worst sorcerer in their family's history. But anyways, they both acknowledge the change in each other's look, with Noritoshi confessing that he's lost his position as the Keimo family's heir and has fallen from grace, while Maki has become formidable. Noritoshi asks Maki to meet with Yu once she leaves the colony, as remember, because of her recent transformation, she can freely travel between colonies. But suddenly, their plans are interrupted by the sudden appearance of a formidable curse spirit. As it enters, shooting in through the barrier, it disregards Kogane's request to become a new player, telling it to shut up. Anyway, skipping away from the action as per usual, and going into a moment that happened a few days prior, we find a hurried Noritoshi Keimo running through the house searching for people until he comes face to face with a senile Shino. By the way, has anyone noticed the dramatic change in GEGE AKUTAMI'S art style from the beginning of the series till now? I feel like the Culling game especially has changed into this darker arc where his art especially is a lot more scratchy and has this more of a horror style feel to it. But anyways, continuing on. The senile old dog asks how Keimo got in, claiming that ever since the guard was taken over, it's been completely useless. Noritoshi tells the old fart though that he doesn't have any time for jokes, but Shino eerily asks him if he's forgotten who's actually the next head of the family. As he then continues spouting more bizarre nonsense, a worried Noritoshi presses on and enters the house. Inside, he is greeted by the body-swapping creep himself, Kinjaku, who's literally just chilling out and relaxing as he was waiting for Noritoshi to arrive. Kinjaku greets Noritoshi with a smile and offers to fill him in on his plans. He explains how he used Jujutsu terrorism, the sealing of Satoru Gojo, and the Culling game to eliminate all the uncorrupted members of the Jujutsu Society. He knew that because Gakuganji is considered trustworthy and had influence with the said higher-ups, Noritoshi would have wanted to plead with him in an attempt to retract those notices from the headquarters. Talking about the notices that was handed out earlier, the sealing of Satoru Gojo and the killing of Yuji Itadori. Anyway, so he took care of everyone who wasn't on his side, like Gojo, Gakuganji, Masamichi, and others that we probably never even met to start with. By the way, the actual text that goes over this is much more confusing, where they explain pretty much how Kinjaku managed to take over the conservative faction of the Jujutsu world. Anyways, sitting there, Kinjaku's left impressed as Noritoshi's only a mere student, but can already see the bigger picture and acts how he needs to. Utterly let down himself, Noritoshi asks Kinjaku if he's already removed the people responsible for initiating Suguru Geto's execution, to which it's confirmed, along with a person who named Yuta as Yuji's executioner. Chuckling at Noritoshi's efforts to approach Gakuganji and fix everything, Kinjaku confidently exclaims that the Keimo clan was the conservative seat, but now it all utterly belongs to him, along with the title of the 25th Keimo family head. Feeling challenged, Noritoshi sparks up in preparation to battle, but Kinjaku quickly waves to dismiss him. Man literally laughs at him as nah bro, just chill out for one sec. Confused, Noritoshi asks what the hell he's on, but Kinjaku just tells him that it's fine, because even if he is alive, nothing is going to change. Plus, he doesn't want to mess up the new house. He tells him instead to get lost, allowing Noritoshi to eventually make his way to where we find him at the very beginning of this arc. Back in Sakurajima, Noritoshi and Maki are left on high alert as they both spot a supposed curse spirit chilling above them in the sky. Looking at it, Maki just has this weird and uncanny feeling. Instantly, approaching them at lightning speed, the cursed spirit rampages towards Maki, tearing up and utterly obliterating everything in its path. It connects with a blocking Maki, sending her crashing back and allowing the disgusting amalgamation of a cursed spirit to pin her against a cliff. Not having seen this happen, Noritoshi watches as Maki struggles to break free. She attempts to hit it, but the cursed spirit's speed is too much for her to handle as it dodges out of the way of the attack and sends her shooting into a nearby cliff face, completely deforming it. Despite being at a disadvantage, Maki refuses to give up, sensing something weird about this cursed spirit. With determination in her eyes, she quickly dodges out of the way of the monster's thundering right hook. However, the curse manages to flick its snaky behind around, destroying a few trees in its wake and trapping the sorcerer up against the cliff. Emerging from the head of the curse spirit, no one other than the misogynistic goon himself, Naoya Zenin, now reincarnated as a terrifyingly strong curse spirit, reveals himself. Pinned up against the wall and unable to move, Maki is just left stunned, asking if it's actually him, with her older cousin replying that he's finally arrived at the other side. Of course, if any of you are confused on how this man managed to actually come back, Maki thought she took her brother out with her fists, yet as we all know and she isn't privy to, Noah was actually murked by Maki's mother wielding a plain steak knife, so he also wasn't killed by Jujutsu with her, and it resulted in him coming back as a special great curse spirit. But I don't even know why I write these scripts without reading the next chapter sometimes, literally right as we jump out of the battle into a flashback that takes place, this time between Noritoshi and Gakuganji, where they talk about Itadori's recent death. Sitting there, Gakuganji asks what to keep in mind while killing the sorcerer, to which Keimo, like I just mentioned, responds that they must be eliminated using Jujutsu. The story then shoots back over to Sakurajima, where Naoya still has Maki pinned up against the wall, his face continuing to push even further out of the curse's shell. Quickly, Maki comes to the realization that because she doesn't have curse energy, she failed to finish Naoya off in their previous fight. However, Naoya denies it, telling Maki that she simply doesn't understand, and instead claims that it was her mother who finished him off. While Maki's left shocked with this news, Naoya takes full advantage of the situation and declares that he's returned to completely end her. Luckily for our queen though, Big Noritoshi blasts off a shot from his curse tool, allowing Maki to escape the grasp of the curse spirit. Darting away, she thanks him, but also asks if he only used intuition to aim, as obviously, he can't sense her. Nearby in the woods, Noritoshi, who's getting ready for another shot, is easily able to deduce Naoya's location through the curse's presence. However, he notes that deducing Maki's location is a bit more difficult, which is obviously because the only energy actually coming off her is a Jujutsu emanating from the sword that she wields, and I'm pretty sure that doesn't actually happen in the first place. That's just headcanon of mine right there anyway. Continuing. Finally shooting off his 3 arrows technique, Noritoshi is able to expertly navigate all his arrows around the trees and other obstacles on their way towards the cursed Naoya. Spotting the arrows bursting through the trees behind him, the cursed spirit mocks the arrows in their pathetic speed. Taking the monster by surprise though, Maki grabs a hold of him, then using the momentum from his massive size, sends him flying directly into the path of the arrows, which penetrate deeply into his body. As Naoya screams in pain, Maki immediately pulls up and slices him in half with her curse tool. From a distance, Noritoshi watches as Maki falls onto the buildings below her while wondering to himself if she actually managed to exorcise Naoya. To their shock though, our high schooler duo are left helpless, only able to watch as Naoya's cursed spirit explodes before collapsing in on itself like some kind of cursed energy dark hole. Seeing this in the sky above her, Maki immediately begins to recognize what's actually happening. As it fully begins to form into a ball of energy, she screams out to Noritoshi, telling him to shoot at it as she knows it's a cursed worm that's currently evolving. To prevent disaster and just looking hella clean by the way as well, I'm loving the new drip on Noritoshi, he immediately throws up and destroys a blood bag, then uses his curse technique, piercing blood, to stop Naoya from completing his transformation. The beam of blood pierces directly through Naoya's cursed womb, causing a massive flood of blood to begin pouring out the other side. Thinking that he could have possibly exorcised the cursed womb, Noritoshi watches as the burning ball begins falling to the ground below. Yet, as he begins to ponder how insanely fast it could have been if it survived, it's revealed that Naoya did indeed dodge the attack and has evolved into a much more terrifying form. Maki screams for him to dodge, but before Naoya even has time to react, he's hit with a devastating blow that sends him rocketing back through the forest around them. Turning around and calling Noritoshi utter trash, we see the grotesque and harrowing sight of Naoya's full transformation into a foul, repulsive cursed spirit. Noticing that he managed to defend himself from the attack, Naoya states that Noritoshi is indeed a clan head after all. As Keimo sits there recovering from the blow, it's explained that if he hadn't used his blood to block the previous blow, he would have died. Getting back to his feet, and with a revived look of determination on his face, he activates his flowing red scale ability to attack the quickly approaching curse. Seeing the curse heading Noritoshi's way, Maki rushes over and manages to jump in front before diving straight towards the curse and cutting him open with her blade. Watching this happen in front of him, the juiced up Noritoshi activates his Crimson Binding technique, restraining the cursed spirit and allowing Maki to strike at him once more. Yet, just as her swing is about to land, Naoya spun at a high velocity to deflect her strike, completely catching Maki by surprise. The combined efforts prove to be utterly ineffective against Naoya, who still retains his ego from his previous life. Getting ready to re-engage, Maki states that Naoya can still use his curse technique, which explains why he's been so monstrously fast. In retaliation, Naoya unleashes his prolific projection sorcery, sending out a bunch of frames in Maki's direction, which frees anything that he touches, which, also in this regard, is literally the air between the two. As he instantly touches the set of frames, it creates a devastating explosion that Maki and Noritoshi barely dodge. Undeterred by this, Naoya takes off at a speed faster than sound, confusing Noritoshi, who wonders if he's fleeing, but Maki corrects him, stating that he's actually just speeding up. As the cursed Zenin is off boosting around, the duo discuss what they're going to do now, to which Maki says that if he's going to approach them at the speed of sound, then they can lie in wait and deliver a killing blow. Sensing the curse's direction change towards them, Maki bravely steps forward to face Naoya head on, telling her companion to stay back as Noritoshi also activates his technique around her in an attempt to add some protection. With the curse spirit destroying every shard of glass in the building as it builds up its speed, it's explained to us that this misogynistic demon of a curse brings air in through the inlets on its back and compresses it along with the curse energy to then inject it out its back for even more speed. With its max speed of freaking Mark 3 achieved, Naoya strikes with such a devastating force that it leaves Maki almost completely unconscious and badly injured. Standing above her now, Naoya mocks Maki, disgusted with himself to ever think that he could have possibly lost to her. Naoya states there are things that children can never do, that adults easily overcome. After you grow up, you don't even remember the times where you constantly failed. Laughing at the stupidity of this though, Maki mockingly asks him when he was ever actually an adult, to which Naoya evilly tells her that maybe she should ask her dead sister. Fuming with anger over how her sister was disrespected, Maki swiftly stands back up and in perfect coordination with her, Noritoshi unleashes 2 more arrows into the malevolent entity. Darting in behind, Noritoshi then employs his own bloodbending technique, slicing into the curse and landing a devastating blow, leaving Naoya stunned with the amount of blood being expended by the sorcerer. Coming to though, he makes the connection that Noritoshi could possibly be circulating the blood outside of his body and then bringing it back in continuously, that way he won't die of blood loss. Knowing that only Maki can defeat him though, Noritoshi tells his companion that he'll hold off Naoya while she makes a run for it, but Maki refuses, just asking for 5 minutes. Noritoshi argues though that she's probably suffered internal damage and just a brief break won't be enough, yet still Maki denies it and tells him that she isn't bluffing and really does just need 5 minutes to fully heal her injuries. I don't know how she's like actually healing herself. I'm assuming that she's probably running over to one of the healers from Jujutsu High and getting healed there, but that's just a thought of mine. Either way, hearing this, he tells her that he won't make any promises, as honestly, it doesn't really matter whether he lives or dies. Reigniting the battle, Naoya blasts towards the duo, but Noritoshi uses another technique to form a blood fence before diving out of the way as Naoya effortlessly bursts through it. Noticing that Maki's vanished, and because of the fact that she's like Toji, he can't sense her, Naoya asks where she's gone. Noritoshi in this moment analyzes the situation and realizes that although Naoya's cursed body is incredibly fast, it's not durable. He also observes that Naoya has a binding valve that requires him to curl up at high speeds to avoid tearing, thus increasing his toughness, but due to that binding valve itself, when not moving at high speeds, he's extremely vulnerable. All of a sudden, striking faster than the speed of sound, Noritoshi is completely taken off guard and blown back through a bunch of defenseless trees by Naoya's blow. Immediately following up, the misogynistic demon speeds up and rams straight into the vulnerable sorcerer, causing him to start spewing out blood. With Noritoshi falling towards the ground below, Naoya gives chase and jokes that blowing blood into his inlet was a dirty move. However, Noritoshi refuses to give up and claps his hands together before delivering a powerful blood beam straight to Naoya's head. Despite his efforts though, Naoya remains completely unfazed and declares that the battle is over, causing Noritoshi to fall into a childhood flashback. So Big Man himself is having, his life flash before his eyes right now. He believes that honestly he's failed. He was never able to create a safe place for him and his broken family. Then coming back to reality, he now sees the malevolent figure that is Naoya leaning over him. Again, Noritoshi is hit by the shell of Naoya's curse, sending him shooting back a few feet, but this time the sorcerer quickly regains his footing. Thinking to himself and knowing that no one in his personal life needs him anymore, Noritoshi attempts to retaliate with a straight punch while proudly stating that now it's time to completely burn away his life, then one day in the future his comrades can do the same upon his fallen ashes. And also, GEGE man, you gotta chill out, you turn into a bit of a poet with some of these lines right here. Just then, as Naoya is about to step forth and end Noritoshi's life, 2 brand new random ass players screaming sumo and katana arrive to join the fight. So that random man screaming for a katana is actually an old schooler who goes by the name of Daido Hagane. Like the sumo dude, he was summoned into the current time period, but right in the middle of the Kagoshima Sakurajima Colony. He searched far and wide, night and day, looking for a beloved katana, until one day, while searching through in an abandoned child's room, he finds a Kimetsu no Yaiba, first form, water surface slash sword hidden away in a box. On the other hand, and also on like the 2nd of November, the other random culling game player, Mio, who was just summoned, walked around and challenged everyone that he came across for sumo. He challenged every man, woman, and even a damn dog, but no one accepted his challenges. In the end, as he walked around brokenhearted, he heard the phrase Nakota and immediately smashed a granny's door down to see a game of sumo taking place on her television. Finally happy with finding that good stuff, he asks for the location and was told that the fight is happening in Ryogoku, Tokyo. I actually love how smooth brain looking this dude is. Peak GEGE meme character right here. But anyway. Man's like, Ryogoku, Tokyo, the capital of the East. But, man is the biggest smooth brain dude about and went the wrong direction. He actually went right and eventually strolled into the Sakurajima Colony, becoming a culling game player. With Noritoshi initially taken off guard by new people showing up, Naoya takes advantage of the situation by sending some tentacles his way. Yet our girl quickly shows back up and cuts off the attacking arm. Seeing the weapon that Maki wields, Daido screams for her katana and runs in her direction, beginning to scream and cry for her sword. Knowing that the battle is in a bit of a stalemate right now, Maki throws her katana in the direction of the old man in the hope that an external piece to this fight would alter its outcome. Instantly, as the old geezer's fingers touch the hilt of Maki's katana and grab a hold, all 4 players feel an overwhelming presence of power emanate from him. It was not cursed energy, but an overwhelming presence of sheer lethality, like a brutal master of death standing before them. It's said that this Daido is the reincarnation of a nameless, unmatched swordsman who fights only with his swordsmanship and not with cursed energy. So he probably does have curse energy, but doesn't know what it is or doesn't use it for that purpose. Anyway. Slicing at the curse, Naoya is just barely able to dodge out of the way of Daido's attack. Randomly though, the ancient samurai gets annoyed at the katana not actually listening to him and begins yelling at it, asking if it was trying to shame him. Like Maki, Daido also has no curse energy and cannot see the curses, so because of that, he asks if there's some kind of Ayakashi in front of him. Confused, as Maki assumed that he could see it, she asks if he can't. He explains that if you can see everything else besides the cursed spirit, then it isn't technically the same as seeing it. Once finishing his sentence, he brings the blade down, connecting directly with Naoya and slicing him in half, taking him completely by surprise. Blown away with what she just witnessed, Maki tries to understand how she couldn't land any lethal attacks on Naoya, but Daido easily could under the same conditions. She ponders what it is that she isn't seeing, and what if there's still some kind of difference between her and Toji. In the end, Maki senses a simple domain appear behind her. Turning around, she sees Mio and is challenged with a sumo bout. Maki decides to enter his simple domain and notes it only functions when he wants to do sumo. It's an extremely simple barrier focused on only one thing. So you know how we was rolling around previous to this asking people for sumo matches? Well, it's actually because during his pre-sumo bout, both the challenger and opponent must agree to a match to complete his domain. Due to this, Mio asks Maki for a bout, or if she's like everyone else and is going to refuse to do sumo. To Noritoshi's annoyance though, Maki nonchalantly ends up agreeing to take part in the bout. With a massive open grin appearing on his face, Mio finally achieves bliss and his domain begins surrounding them both. Confused as to why Maki's entering, Noritoshi asks what she was thinking, but Maki actually responds that she was in fact overthinking and just needed to blow off some steam. With the domain fully covering the duo now, Maki enters the ring, and as she gets into her pose, begins to wonder what the hell it is she isn't seeing. Thinking more, she starts to ponder the true question that everyone has been thinking since the introduction of Toji. What is she? Sensing the approaching attack, Mio easily manages to dart behind Maki before she can grab him, and as she turns to counter, instantly ducks under her left grab. Then quickly springing back up, he manages to lock his arm perfectly around hers, then uses Maki's previous momentum to throw her over to the edge of the ring, winning the first bout. Standing above her victorious, Mio asks Maki if she's got another round in her, as the moment that he laid eyes on her, he knew that she was much more powerful. Doing like the ballsiest crouch ever in front of our queen, he asks what's up and to tell him what's wrong. Why can't she focus? It's explained that Maki never relied on anyone to become stronger. Despite having teachers at Jujutsu High, she always believed in doing everything on her own and being self-reliant, and that's why she just doesn't know what to say to him here. Our smooth-brained Mio though sensed that she was still thinking about what Daido had said earlier, given her silence all this time. Cutting off her chain of thought, he asks her to stand up and have another sumo match, as that's the only way he knows how to explain things. As they continue a number of countless matches, Mio begins explaining to her that she has become entangled in it all, and because of that, she's limited her own progression too much. She needs to instead let herself loose and experience what it's like to finally be free while fighting her opponents. Then, everything before her eyes, like the idea of victory and the possibility of defeat, will become meaningless, or in other words, exactly what the samurai was talking about. Freedom. Thanks to the wise words of the ancient sumo goat Mio and the multitude of sumo matches, Maki finally knows what to do next, and all she has to do is experience it for herself. With the two begin in another bout of sumo, it skips forth and soon comes to an end as she finishes her match with Mio. Stepping out now, Maki leaves all of the others shocked as we see our queen smiling for the first time in over a decade, finally ready to be free. Having exited the domain, it's explained that the exchanges Maki had with Mio hadn't even taken 1 minute. Kind of like in Dragon Ball Z with a hyperbolic time chamber, time moves slower in Mio's domain, and the time it takes for 1,000 sumo belts is less than 1 minute. Fed up with all of it though, Naoya boosts off into the sky like last time and begins raising his speed. Looking over to the randoms, Narutoshi notices them cooperating and asks who they are. But to his surprise, they explain that it doesn't matter who they are, others can think what they want. All they care about is the need to hold a katana and cut what needs to be cut, or they want to get back in the ring to wrestle with Maki some more. Back in the battle, as Naoya boosts around destroying the city, he becomes annoyed at the fact that he should be overwhelming her with speed, yet for some reason, he can't even touch her. Sprinting across a roof now, Maki sees Naoya shoot up and boost off in front of her, completely shattering all of the glass from all of the nearby buildings as he reaches near top speed. Somehow, I don't know how she's got this much gas now all of a sudden, making it over and in front of Naoya's trajectory, Maki drops down and begins to feel everything around her. In the past, she couldn't see without glasses, but once she gained this body, thanks to Mai, she became content as she was finally like everyone else. But Toji, he wouldn't just reach that height, he would have pushed forwards without hesitation and even been able to deflect Naoya's top speed attacks with ease. Seeing what no one else sees for the first time, Maki states that it's not enough to be like everyone else. There are things that only the chosen ones, like Toji and herself, can see. Boom! Instantly, as Naoya tears through the building directly in front of Maki, trying to hit her with his top speed once more, Maki quickly pulls herself into a ball and manages to dodge Naoya's top speed attack in midair without anything to actually move off. It's just freaking insane. A lot of the fights in the series play off like how you can catch a person off guard in the sky as they are unable to completely dodge because there's nothing to move off. The sky is like untangible. So this just goes to show how much of a beast Maki is right now. She's literally smoking on that Naoya pack for real. But anyway, moving on. Maki knows that the air around them may seem empty, but there are minute differences in the temperature and air density. All Maki needs to do is use them to her advantage. As Naoya then attempts to boost at her once again, Maki easily dodges and punches the curse down towards the ground below. Maki's also got that mega juiced up brain, as somehow she just knew that Mio was directly below her, allowing him to land a direct headbutt to the side of the curse's exoskeleton. Not done, Daido also reveals himself and slices at the curse, almost completely cutting through the entirety of Naoya and killing him. Coming in as well though, and seemingly landing the finishing blow, Maki kicks the back of Naoya's cursed spirit, sending his top half tumbling across the street in front of her. Screaming in denial over his possible defeat, Naoya tears his hands through the shell of his curse womb, fully revealing his human shell, while saying that the only one who deserves to stand with them is himself, before activating his domain expansion. With his domain expansion, Time Cell Moon Palace active, we see a massive, malevolent eye at the center, staring directly at everyone within its sight. Instantly, Naoya activates his ability on both Mio and Daido, causing flames to erupt from their bodies, taking the Ancient Ones by surprise. However, even more to their surprise, it disappears, allowing them to begin their attack again. Though, as soon as they move, both of them drop to the ground, absolutely overpowered by Naoya's sure hit technique. For anyone as confused as these old boys are, it's actually because of the fact that anyone Naoya touches has to move like him, or they freeze for 1 second. What makes it all the more brutal is how his domain amplifies his innate technique, making it even more precise. Not only this, he can even manipulate every cell inside of his opponent's body, and when his opponent moves, every cell will become out of alignment. Which explains exactly why Mio and Daido were severely injured by just taking 1 step. With Mio collapsing to the ground, he states that it's indeed a good domain. However, Naoya only made this domain expansion for Maki, but as he tries to sense where she died, he can't find her. Slightly confused because this is like his space obviously, Naoya knows that she lacks cursed energy like Toji, but thought his domain would be able to locate her. Suddenly, Daido purposefully moves his right arm in an attempt to slice Naoya, only to instantly have it decapitated by the annoyed curse spirit. You see though, in typical bottom G behaviour, Naoya thought it was pointless. However, Daido is constructed of the same material as our girl and was able to sense her location, chucking the katana in Maki's direction. From within his own shadows, Maki suddenly appears and grabs her blade before plunging it straight through her traitorous cousin's back. As we all knew, but obviously this man right here he just couldn't accept the fact, Maki and Toji have no cursed energy, so they can easily enter and exit barriers unless their barrier uses a physical object as its shell, or unless there is a specific condition placed, and because Naoya didn't do that within his domain, he cannot trap her inside of it. Going into the twins' dream world for a moment, the sisters are able to reconcile together as they both recognise that Maki finally broke free from her curse. Correspondingly, it's explained that the sword Mai left behind is the replica of the curse tool Soul Liberation Blade. That said sword, and now Maki's obviously, ignores the hardness of everything and cuts the soul directly. But to use the full potential requires having a pair of eyes that can see the soul of inanimate objects. Maki has achieved this, and in the end, as Naoya screams at her, telling her that she is lost because she can no longer move inside of his domain, it's explained to us that this domain's guaranteed hit can't recognise Maki, due to her lack of curse energy, as I've been going over so much already. And because of that, an oblivious Naoya is completely sliced in two, subsequently causing his domain to explode. With the battle seemingly coming to an end, and both Daido and Mio shocked to somehow still be alive, it's said that 12 years after the death of Toji Zenin, a demonic fighter of equal strength was finally born. Honestly, it's just so nice to see Maki having a smile on her face in each panel. Such a lovely change from the angry Maki, even though she looked gangster and was just ready to mess up anyone's day. It's nice to see her with a smile on her face for the first time, as her mission technically has completely come to an end now. She's just here to be a goated warrior in the coming battles, pretty much. Anyway, gotta move forwards, otherwise all the bottom G's out there can't take it, and I hate it when I build up amazing female characters, which is really cringe of them for some reason, but anyway. So with the aftermath of Maki and Naoya's fight, it's shown that she was fully successful in exercising him, as Keimo confirmed the win. Maki claims that the win was thanks to the randoms that had shown up, and hearing this, Noritoshi asks about their condition. Just like Keimo, Daido and Mio's conditions are also severe, but what Maki's most concerned about is how Noritoshi just nonchalantly decided to throw his life away. Noritoshi tells her though that he should know his situation. Because he's from one of the big families like her, he feels worthless as he's failed to become the head. There's also how he was named by his mother after the most evil sorcerer in history. He asks if Maki asked hers, to which she says that she did, but then she murked her. But now, after hearing what the curse Naoya told her, she doesn't know if it was the right decision, and honestly just wished they'd talked more. Skipping away for a moment, we witness a glimpse of Keimo's past. We remembered his family and how his name actually originated. More or less, the reason as to why she named him Noritoshi was that it was the first thing that came to her mind, and she was peeved at the time. She didn't know exactly what was good for him, but just wished that he would abandon the Keimo family and safely return home to her. This little dude who, I initially thought was Keimo, is actually Keimo's half-brother. I just had no idea, and I thought this was a flashback with Keimo to start with. My brain. But anyway. He asks if Noritoshi's a nice guy, to which his mumsy says that of course he is. After all, he's my son. So, kicking things back off, we shoot over to Tokyo Colony number 1, where Hana Kurisu mysteriously greets an awakening Megami as my fated one. Still dozy, Megami asks how long he was out for, with Yuji, who's looking like the maddest king ever, dripped out in a robe sipping on some wine, remarks that he'd been unconscious for 2 entire days, and now it's almost the 15th of November. Having collected some food himself, Takaba enters the room, and as Hana settles on the couch with a tub of ice cream, the group begin discussing how it's quite odd that the power is still on in Tokyo. Megami presumes that Kenjaku may have colluded with the higher-ups to keep the power on, so it wouldn't interfere with the culling game itself. He then goes off to take a dump, and because he was out of the action for the last 2 days, asks to be filled in on what happened while he was out. It's explained that Yuji bumped into Takaba and chose to join forces in an attempt to locate Megami. Eventually, Takaba was able to locate Hana, carrying Megami through the sky, and that's how they ended up all here together. Bringing him fully up to date, Yuji shows Megami how many points both Hikari and Yuta have, telling him that including his own and Takaba's points, they've met their quota. Now, all that's left is to figure out how many points are needed to actually leave the goddamn culling game. Curiously, Megami turns and asks Hana if she's the player named Angel that they were looking for, and asks also why she saved him in the first place. As Hana confirms who she is, a mouth suddenly appears on the side of her face, telling them to cut asking a chick so many questions, leaving everyone stunned bar Yuji, who exclaims that there is someone else just like him. Answering Megami's question, Angel then goes to tell him why he was saved, but Hana randomly cuts the mouth off, obviously hiding something. Continuing, Angel, which is like the incarnated sorcerer inside of her if anyone's confused on why I keep referring to like her as Angel and Hana, while she explains to us how exactly her technique works. Simply, it negates curse techniques, seals, and barriers. Because of this, it allows her freely to travel between colonies, hence how she was like originally in Tokyo Colony 2, as they thought. The reason that she even left this colony in the first place was because her main goal is to purge all incarnated players, and Tokyo 2 was saturated in cursed spirits, as we like obviously saw in the last arc. Her reasoning for this is because the vessels of incarnated players are usually suppressed and destroyed upon incarnation, which goes against the laws of God. Therefore, Angel chose to coexist with Hana. Sitting there, Megami asks if she could use her curse technique to free Gojo, to which she affirms it's possible, but first, wants something in return. The disgraced, or the fallen one. She promises to the boys that if they manage to take him down, she won't hesitate to help. Well, let me all tell you, things certainly take an interesting turn as Yuji is summoned into his or Sukuna's inner world right here. Stepping forth, both loathe each other's sight, yet there isn't any messing around this time, as no, Sukuna, the King of Curse, reveals himself to be the disgraced one. Which like absolutely flips the series on its head, and let me tell you right now, you ain't ready for what's about to happen, and I still can't literally fathom what's just gone down in 213. But anyways, moving forward, noticing that something's up with his boy, Megami calls out his name, asking if he's okay. Looking like he freaking died on the inside, Yuji says that he just ain't really feeling that well and asks Hana to switch places with him so that he can lie down. Man's actually suffering after realizing he's been hunted by yet another ancient sorcerer. Having moved out of Hana's point of view, Yuji then begins trying to gesture that the disgraced one is Sukuna. Man, I actually love Megami's confused ass face right here. Eventually though, and after sitting down with Hana, he realizes what Yuji is trying to say. Megami ponders on how they need her help to save Gojo, but now they're completely back at square one as her target is technically Yuji. Similarly, Yuji muses about why Sukuna told him to keep quiet and concludes that Angel must have some sort of ability that can completely obliterate Sukuna without any chance of return. Yuji, obviously being Yuji, thinks that this is a cheap price to pay to end the cursed spirit and decides that as soon as the others implement the rules required to save Sukumi, he will die. With the two comparatively overthinking everything, Angel speaks again, breaking their thoughts and remarking that it's odd how a large number of people are currently entering the colony. Quickly, the group command the Kogame to show the current culling game player base, with it revealing 807 active players with more joining every minute. So, right now in this story with Yuji and stuff, we're in November of 2018. Well, taking things back quite a few months until February, we find that Kenjaku and Sukuna's chef, Arume, are explaining to the US officials the existence of curse energy and curse spirits. So apparently, curses are usually only observable by the Japanese population, with some exceptions. This includes the fact that they are mostly invisible to like the naked eye obviously. Curses and curse energy themselves live within like specific wavelengths of visible light that the normal human brain can't pick up on, and man-made cameras don't actually capture the correct light to view what's really happening through their lens. Which, by the way, if you've watched Yelamoth's dope video going over Jujutsu Kaisen's iceberg, well, it goes into the theory that Jujutsu Kaisen's cursed realm is the same place as in GEGE AKUTAMI'S first story called Number 9, in which the main character, who I think like looks exactly like a mix of Sukuna, Gojo, and Megami, uses weapons and Shikigami-like creatures that he summons from 9 different boxes that interact with a shadowy realm. Plus, remember that one time Sukuna told the black box to open just before he used a flame arrow to send Jogo to the cursed realm? Honestly, I just need to move on right now, otherwise I'm just start dropping series-changing theories that I've headcanon right on the spot. So anyway, after having handed out the cursed glasses, Urame lets everyone know that they function as a screen and will allow them to see curses along with the manifestations made by cursed energy. Instantly after placing on the glasses, the US president along with his secretaries react in shock horror, asking what kind of disgusting trick this is. Cyrus, one of the US president's officials, speaks up, telling them that they all need to calm down as they'd already been able to confirm that this is all reality, and if they don't seize this opportunity, they'll fall behind as a global power. The two sorcerers then exorcise the cursed spirits, assuring the officials that they mean no harm. Elaborating some more on how curses don't appear on man-made cameras, Urame states that they have video footage recorded using Jujutsu technology that works by capturing a puppet's vision. Specifically, they show footage to the officials that was taken through Kokichi's puppet's vision, giving them a taste of Sukuna, Gojo, Nanami, and Todo's abilities. The president, who's just watched all of this, makes a joke about it not being IMAX quality. However, Secretary Stylist, Secretary Cyrus declares that they just don't get it. Curse energy has the potential to become the cleanest energy source in history, replacing every other form of known energy on the entire planet. Cyrus stresses that even the blonde dude they just watched through hands possesses enough curse energy to power an entire country. Sitting before them, the body-swapping goon then informs them that in November, Tokyo will become a domain of pure viciousness, where all Jujutsu users will be forced to congregate for a ritual. Hearing this and becoming enraged, the president of the good old USA demands to know if he's been told to kidnap Japanese citizens and use them as research subjects. Standing there himself, Cyrus insists on the importance of tapping into curse energy as an alternative energy source. He emphasizes that sorcerers defied modern science and technology because their brains were wired differently. However, the whole idea of abducting people for human experimentation truly horrifies the president. In an attempt to fully convince the Big P, Cyrus goes on a mad rant, citing various nations like China, Russia, Saudi Arabia, and the Middle East who would surpass them as a world power if they did not do anything. Beginning to twist facts, he declares that their operation would be to form a protection for the Japanese people against other countries that could target them indiscriminately, sorcerer or not. His advisor also suspected that because this negotiation was being kept under wraps, their failure to comply would force Kenjaku to negotiate with other countries. Having overheard them, Kenjaku added that because sorcerers were a minority, even among Japanese citizens, the November gathering would be an excellent opportunity to collect specimens. Knowing that there are Japanese descendants in the US, the president orders them to be heavily guarded in order to protect them from attacks by foreign countries. Quickly following this up, he then turns and asks Big Gary K, the Special Operations Commander, how many soldiers they should deploy to Japan. Gary, who calls himself like a military man, like bro, we obviously all figured that one out, asks for more confirmation about the average strength of sorcerers. After learning that the main threat in Gojo would be locked away in November, Gary becomes confident that 1 battalion of 60 soldiers would suffice, given that all the sorcerers were amateurs. He declared that even with their supernatural abilities, they couldn't compete with the skill, weapons, and experience of trained US soldiers. Kenjaku casually agrees, but states he'd still recommend a full battalion of at least 800 soldiers to deal with the sorcerers effectively. Hearing this, Gary dismisses the idea, mocking the Japanese people and pretty much calling them weak and pathetic. Speaking up, Uraume proposes a test, and moments later, Kenjaku snidely guessed that the 15 men guarding the meeting room definitely wasn't everyone here. So, I always lose it here, but the meeting actually ends and the Special Ops Manager goes in depth to the President about how in addition to the 15 Secret Service agents guarding the room, men from SAC, the CIA's paramilitary division, were patrolling the White House. Along with them, there's another 45 elite soldiers ready to bring down Suguru Ghetto. Having moved from the east to the west side of the building now, they believe that Ghetto would never be able to defeat all of them. In the West office, and wanting to wrap this up, Ghetto gets ready to unleash his technique in a show of dominance. Opposite them on the east side, that crazy ass man Gary states that these silly old Japanese people should stick to anime and cars. Right now, the US objective isn't to win, but to instead present such an overwhelming show of force that is America. Instead though, man's instantly shocked when all of his soldiers begin falling from the sky, oblivious to how it even happened. Though, after chucking on his sunnies, Gary finally realized the true, horrifying power that is curse spirit manipulation. Back inside, Kenjaku throws down all 45 name tags in front of the president, asking if they now understand. So skipping away from February like we were just in, and time traveling all the way up to November, and first of all, mind if I just blow your minds for a moment here? Well, remember Riko? She wasn't actually the only one that was a star plasma vessel. Like, I actually thought there was only one star plasma vessel, hence why Tengen was like, nah, I guess I can't. Anyway, she wasn't. Yuki was actually also compatible with Tengen, but the reason Tengen chose Riko was because no one existed with her potential, making her the ideal vessel. Which just gets me wondering, like, is Yuji someone who's compatible with Sukuna because he also fits the same potential as a vessel? I don't know, it's just an idea that I've had while scripting. Obviously, let me know your thoughts on that down below. When Yuki demanded to know why Tengen hadn't risked not merging with another vessel, the immortal sorcerer stated that they had simply accepted reality. Tengen knew that it would eventually happen, and he might become a threat to humanity upon evolving, but reasoned that they could retain their sanity using barrier techniques, which does make sense as Tengen is the most proficient barrier user currently known in the series, with Sukuna being the greatest RTC user of all time as well. And sensed by the explanation, Yuki asks a really good damn question. Was it reasonable to burden all of the children with his own responsibilities? Like, it's honestly just sad that this thumb of a man doesn't see the Star Plasma vessel as humans, but more as just expendable paces, and that's why Yuki was so peeved with how he casually disregarded them. Thinking on the past now, Yuki grumbles that she could have helped the Star Organization if their aim was to simply prevent the merging instead of killing their vessels. It's then revealed that Yuki is able to hear the voices of past Star Plasma vessels, unlike Tengen itself. Tengen asked Yuki to tell them what the voices were saying, but Yuki refused, stating that the immortal sorcerer would only use those words to justify their decision to evolve. Sighing over not really getting anywhere, Tengen states that they would have liked to chat some more, yet they're unable to, as it's shown that the megalomaniac body-swapping fiend Kenjaku was able to break through and enter the area above the Tomb of the Star corridor. If you all remember from way back at the beginning of the Preparation arc, well, Choso had teamed up with Yuki to protect Tengen from this exact issue. Due to this, Choso, our brother, is the first to intercept Kenjaku, and while standing opposite his disgusting father, he states his intent to finally end him. Kenjaku, though, simply dismisses him as a dispensable pawn, declaring that the preparations for the merger between Tengen and the Japanese civilian population had been completed, with the culling game having now served its true purpose. He then also states that once he gets his hands on Tengen, it's all over. Japan and the world are done for. Suddenly, we then move into a theatre as Kenjaku shows his son one version of what could possibly happen later on. If everyone remembers during Shibuya and how Yuki mentioned that optimizing cursed energy through Tengen will cause non-sorcerers to assimilate, well, Kenjaku adds onto this theory of hers here, revealing that he believed that to be the step which preceded the merger, and unlike Yuki, he didn't want to create a world without cursed spirits. Kenjaku wanted to cause cursed spirits to evolve to the next stage to create a new form of cursed energy. So in order to achieve this, he began citing his earlier experimentations, including the creation of the death painting wombs, but deemed them all to be utter failures. We all know from stuff that we've learnt so far that an evolved Tengen is more cursed spirit than human, so merging all non-sorcerers with him would cause their consciousness to technically cause Tengen's consciousness to become one with everyone in Japan. This means, in Kenjaku's eyes, that 100 million or so people merging together would be able to create a god-level monolith with infinite power. With Kenjaku's film coming to a close and the realm changing back to normal, Choso just asks why. Why is he even doing this? To which the craziest sorcerer alive stated that it just sounded like fun. With Kenjaku trying to drop a joke, an infuriated Choso claps his hands together before beginning an attack with piercing blood. Although, typical GEGE fashion, we don't actually get to see that piercing blood attack straight away. Instead, we go back to before the fight kicked off, but now with Big Bro Choso in the room as well. There, he tells Yuki and Tengen that he'd like to face Kenjaku alone. Yuki, though, stated that he'll die if he did so, to which Choso, like the absolute G he is, countered by asking if she would prefer to fight Kenjaku alongside him. He admitted that in such a situation he would only be a hindrance, so their best bet was for him to engage Kenjaku in combat and force him to reveal more about his curse techniques, giving Yuki and Tengen an advantage. Yuki states that he'll still die, but Choso stated that it didn't matter if it allowed them to end his and his brother's manipulative father. Flashing back as Choso's piercing blood shoots off, Kenjaku, watching the approaching attack, manages to easily dodge out of the way of the attack while releasing a centipede-like curse to attack his opponent. Having destroyed the curse along with a large section of the tomb, Choso watches Kenjaku shoot out in front of him and fling a large piece of rubble in his direction. Seeing it, Choso screams that he's been underestimated, but instantly he's proven wrong as several cursed spirits burst out from behind the thrown piece of concrete. Throwing a condensed orb of blood forward himself, Choso uses Supernova to eviscerate the curses. However, the cloud provided Kenjaku with a quick opening to engage the death painting in hand-to-hand combat. After being pushed back and realizing that he was at a disadvantage, Choso tried to buy some time by asking how Kenjaku intended to use Yuji since he was undeniably different from the death paintings. So, obviously it's explained here by Kenjaku that he doesn't really have a plan for Yuji other than being Sukuna's vessel. Yuji and Sukuna are catalysts. As long as the two live, the chain of curses will never end. Choso, utterly enraged by his opponent's conviction that Yuji was the reason for all of this bloodshed, declares that it was Kenjaku whose existence fueled the chain of curses, not his brothers. Being taken off guard, Choso looked down to see some small curses tugging at him when all of a sudden Kenjaku takes the opportunity and pummels his face, sending him spinning backwards. Instantly following up, he stomps our poor boy's face and condescendingly declares that he's only been using low-level curses on him, but maybe that was unnecessary since Choso was so pathetically weak. Just straight up enraged now, Choso grabs Kenjaku's foot again, but he gets nowhere as he's quickly slammed back against the floor. Kenjaku asks the defending cursed womb if he even knows what the rank of special grade stands for. with Choso unable to block for any longer. The curse overrides and completely decimates him. All the while, this body-swapping freak remarked that it's the ability to single-handedly destroy nations. Those like Satoru and Suguru with special grades because of their obvious abilities to completely obliterate nations or create an army of unparalleled monsters. Kenjaku added that by strengthening pathetically weak curses with curse energy, he can easily deal with a failure like Choso. Laying there, our boy berates himself for failing to be a good older brother to Yuji and his other siblings. He needed to protect them and be there to be depended on, as that's what big brothers do. But now, he couldn't even land one hit against this creep of a father. Man will never go down, and still, like the king he is, Choso stands back up, refusing to ever let his brothers' names be disrespected. Screaming, he demands all his brothers lend him their strength as he prepares to deliver a raging attack. From behind him, Choso all of a sudden begins to feel the support of his younger brothers pushing him forward. Iso, Kachizu, and Yuji assure him that he's got this. Subsequently, an emotionally overwhelmed Choso begins attacking Kenjaku using all his power and curse technique. Standing there, the latter observes that the piercing blood's initial velocity is its top speed. Dodging the attack, he continues explaining that the ability loses its lethality once the opponent gets used to its speed, and changing the trajectory will only slow it down. Watching Kenjaku effortlessly dodge his attacks, Choso decides to further use an approximation of Wing King, the most powerful version of Iso's rot technique. Which, if you've forgotten what this technique does, well, when the lines of blood connect with its target, they are instantly burned by the corrosive effects of the death painting's blood. As Choso darts in, throwing a fat right hook, Kenjaku calls his version of Iso's technique just a cheap substitute. However, Choso releases the technique, sending 4 beams of blood shooting towards the body-swapping fiend. Having summoned a curse, Kenjaku backflips out of the way, using the curse as a shield before sending a bunch of low-level curses towards Choso as well. Having been hit directly by Kenjaku's previous attack, the latter explains that Iso's ability was not as fast as piercing blood and wouldn't even affect him as he's his father. Chilling over on a tree branch now, he asks the cursed womb if there was even a point to everything that he's doing now. Beaten and bruised, Choso declares that he must fight with the grace of Iso, the freedom of Kachizu, and the domineering strength of Yuji. Suddenly, Kenjaku is taken off guard when Choso's arm fully detaches and begins blasting towards his enemy, using the connecting blood as a rope. Using his arm as a freaking grappling hook, Choso latches on and pulls the megalomaniac sorcerer towards him, destroying the ground in the process before reconnecting his hand to his body and utterly pummeling his fat right hook into the face of Kenjaku. Still, bruh, man's way too quick somehow. Big Brain Kenjaku managed to use a curse shield to protect himself, and lying there unharmed, he asks if his son is done. Choso, with just the fattest grin on his face, like man's entire purpose has been for this moment right here, asks the dumbass what he thinks. Releasing another burst of Iso's ability, he does his best to attack the fleeing sorcerer. And if you just didn't catch on to what he's doing right now, our bro, big freaking Choso, is actually Omega third eye level of pre-planning and uses his brother's technique to create a funnel to purposefully trap Kenjaku within, giving him utterly nowhere to run as he releases a few supernovas on either side of the malevolent entity. Instantly, as supernova activates, something destroys the entire floor all around Kenjaku, only leaving a precise place where Kenjaku was standing intact. Kinda confused, Choso ponders if he missed, but just knows that he didn't. He activated simultaneous attacks all around him, so how could have he? Due to this, he quickly deduces that he was finally able to get him to use something other than curse spirit manipulation. Finally revealing herself as well, the special grade sorcerer Yuki Sumoko states that she may have been an only child, but thanks Choso either way as her older brother for all of his efforts. Having heard what Yuki has to say, Choso faints as relief hits him and falls through a gap that appears in the barrier. Looking at her opponent, Yuki states that she likes it rough, but will have to beat him into shape. So, as I said just before, Yuki is a special grade sorcerer, yet even Kenjaku reveals that because of the security around her technique, he wasn't able to acquire any information on her. Unwilling to face a close range attack from an unknown technique, Kenjaku decides to maintain a safe distance and summons the curse spirit that he had used at the White House. This curse spirit here, like I think everyone presumed, isn't even originally from Japan. Still, it's actually a special grade divine being which uses a technique that removes obstacles by using concepts or logic against curse technique targets. More or less, it's freaking broken. Yuki, who's obviously interested to see how strong this being is, begins darting forward while wrapping up a Shikigami called Garuda into a ball. Dropping her Shikigami down towards her feet, Yuki then boots it with all of her might, sending it blasting towards the divine curse. From below, Kenjaku, completely blown away, can only watch as his special grade is utterly annihilated with a single blow. Quickly following up, Yuki taunts him for being cautious against an unknown technique before revealing her ability revolves around the idea of mass, which, like we all learnt in school, mass is the true weight of something, and to figure out something's mass, all we gotta do is divide mass by gravity, so 30 kgs times 9.8 meters a second squared equals 294 newtons, but I don't even know if that actually matters to the story here, I just thought I'd chuck that in, because why not? Ferociously, she punches Kenjaku in the face, sending him shooting back across the room. In fact, the blow is so damn strong and not only rips off both of his arms, but also sends him flying across the empty space within Tengen's barrier, utterly pulverizing any generated structure in his path. It's actually shown that Kenjaku was hit so far that he completely exited the confines of the barrier itself. Sitting there, Kenjaku realizes that Yuki uses a specific concept to target a curse technique, creating mass overwhelming enough to obliterate anything in its path. Yuki, standing there and just looking like a babe, explains that she can give herself any amount of virtual or imaginary mass, and that she calls that technique Star Rage. Having heard this information, Kenjaku also deduces that virtual mass imbued by Star Rage doesn't actually affect Yuki, as her speed hasn't decreased at all. Something super different about Yuki is the fact that she also defies concepts, meaning that Kenjaku is completely unable to use a high-grade curse spirit like he had in Shibuya. Looking at her, the body-swapping douche wonders if he really can take down this beast of a sorcerer. Recognizing that Kenjaku's previous ability involved gravity, it leaves Yuki convinced that Kenjaku has at least 3 other techniques beside Gedo's curse manipulation and body hopping technique. She doubts that he has many more as well, as without an external aid like Yuta Okotsu's Rika, the user's brain would explode under such stress. She guessed that in the worst case scenario, Kenjaku has yet another 4th technique up his sleeve. Thinking as well, Kenjaku deduces that Yuki's special grade rank suggests that she probably has a high curse energy output extension technique, which she'll use as her trump card. Yuki's plan here though is that she's actually going to force Kenjaku to use his domain expansion, which, as we've learnt so far throughout the series, will make it more difficult for him to use multiple curse techniques afterwards. In the end, she decides to systematically weaken Kenjaku's domain before striking the final blow. But that isn't actually what's going to happen. If you think our guy's plans ever worked out in Jujutsu Kaisen, you are smoking on the wrong pack. This is Kenjaku's world. Man has the plan planned out, alright? Like, you guys need to get that in your mind. Nothing goes anyone's way in the series. He knows that they find each other tricky, but unlike Yuki, he doesn't lack the confidence to unleash pure dominance. Having moved his hands together, Kenjaku releases his domain expansion, the barrierless womb profusion. Instantly, Yuki screams out to Tengen, wondering if there's still enough time. So, good old Yege again, taking things back a moment, Tengen explained that during the battle, they would confront Kenjaku in a labyrinthine barrier located directly below the cursed warehouse and just above the Tomb of the Star corridor. Each room inside of this labyrinthine barrier is empty. This allows a skilled sorcerer, for say like this example Kenjaku, to be able to alter its structure, or at least that's what they would want him to think, as if that's the case then he'll most likely feel comfortable and lower his guard. The reason they need him to feel comfortable is so that he'll nonchalantly use the domain expansion within Tengen's empty barrier. And if this is the case, Tengen, who's extremely proficient at barrier control, obviously from what we've seen, would under the condition that Yuki can hold off Kenjaku for 10 seconds, be able to manipulate and dispel the fiend's domain. So obviously Yuki could have also used the domain expansion here, but using it during that time would also cause her domain to be dispelled, as that's literally their plan here with Tengen. Instead, to protect herself from Tengen, she had planned to use a simple domain. Yuki pondered if using her domain would be a more efficient way of forcing their opponent to open his domain. However, Tengen reasoned that her domain would be dispelled first, as it's technically the outer layer, and might also give Kenjaku the opportunity to counter with a simple domain or hollow wicker basket. Lastly, he warned her that Kenjaku is one of the very few people who can equal him in barrier usage, so don't assume that his domain is like everyone else's, which was the biggest foreshadowing to what we've just freaking seen. Yet, Kenjaku's true potential was even higher than Tengen ever suspected, as just like the GOAT during Shibuya, the body-swapping genius cast a barrierless domain leaving no outer boundary for Tengen to remove at all. Instantly, in retaliation to the domain, Yuki cast her new Shadow-style simple domain. However, almost immediately, and due to Kenjaku not having a barrier on his domain, Tengen's technique actually begins stripping away Yuki's shell. With no other option, she sprints forth in an attempt to take Kenjaku down. Slowly, Tengen also begins stripping away the body swapper's structureless barrier. However, Kenjaku remained unfazed and screamed that, unlike Tengen, he has lived for over 1,000 years in a cursed world rife with conflicts and alliances. Then out of freaking nowhere, Yuki, who's left with no defenses, is utterly rocked by the pure force that is gravity pounding down on her, sending her shooting through the floor of Tengen's empty labyrinthine barrier. Now in the Tomb of the Star Corridor itself, and with Yuki completely and utterly crushed, Kenjaku states that had the special grade sorcerer used her domain instead of relying on an old fool, she may have fared better. Man, this old dude must have no friends, cause holy, he just loves talking to himself. He even further barks on that Tengaku had hidden a vital piece of information regarding the culling Bro can't even finish his sentence as he notices Yuki Shikigami still hasn't disappeared. Instantly shooting at him, Garuda destroys the area around Kenjaku, forcing him back. Kenjaku guessed that the sorcerer was trying to buy herself enough time to heal using RTC. However, man is just completely wrong, and Yuki, looking like she just got out of a washing machine after 24 hours, still somehow continues to relentlessly attack, disregarding her injuries and giving the villain no chance to recover. Kenjaku, just blown away, asks why she isn't healing, but Yuki just utterly doesn't care. Continuing, like the pure demon she is, Yuki lashes out and kicks the ancient sorcerer until it seemed as if she may have finally reached her limit, dropping to the floor. Seeing this, Kenjaku asked her if that was it, leading Yuki to ask the villain if he had forgotten her declaration. She likes it, rough. Then right on freaking cue, the big man himself, Choso returns to the fight, entering the empty barrier from behind Kenjaku with his technique fully activated. Doing the GEGE as per usual though, we skip back just before the battle broke out. The death-painting reason that domains neutralize curse techniques, so he wouldn't open his domain if he expected Choso to join the fight later, meaning that he should, as he mentioned before, fight first. He suggested that he face off against the madman first, fooling him into believing that his only opponent for the rest of the fight was Yuki, then finally reappear. Back in the battle now and completely stunned, Kenjaku is immediately restrained by Garuda, laying him down. Firmly landing on the ground, Choso slaps his hands together and tells his brothers to watch as their big bro is about to commit patricide. Instantly, our boy uses piercing blood on his dad at a point blank range. Yet, bro, how did your brain even manage to dodge that? Yuki and Choso are also just like blown away as they get a glimpse of Kenjaku's true form. Yuki observed that the villain had spun his head deliberately to deflect the attack, which is just actually insane when you think about it. Man's got like his skull is literally just a cap at this moment, like he's wearing it around, like it's crazy. Can he interchange caps, change hairstyles and stuff is what I'm wondering right now. Anyway, I need to continue on. She concluded that Kenjaku was desperate enough to use such a move because he was also becoming troubled. Knowing this, the duo keep up their heated beatdown, attacking in tandem, laying fat kicks, punches and elbows on the sorcerer. Using her RTC, Yuki easily manages to fix her mangled arm and other injuries, but the momentary distraction weakens Star Rage just enough to allow Kenjaku to escape. Wielding Garuda like a whip now, Yuki swings at Kenjaku, only just missing, but the energy released from the attack utterly demolishes the floor and walls of the Star Corridor around them. With everyone falling down onto some water below, Choso takes the opportunity to attack through the smoke screen, while simultaneously, Yuki lets loose another attack using her Star Rage imbued curse tool. Caught off guard themselves though, both Choso and Garuda drop to the floor under the weight of Kenjaku's overwhelming gravity and replenished technique. Yuki Shikigami lashes out trying to move, but it's unable under the gravity, and while Yuki runs in to collect it, she deduces how Kenjaku's technique works. She concludes that the ancient sorcerer's attacks have a radius of 2 or 3 meters, and remained active for at least 6 seconds. Swinging her Garuda at him, she knows that once he's caught something within his gravity trap, Kenjaku will then finish it off with a curse spirit, but doubts that will even work against her, as she's not going to stop until she beats him down and wins. Though she should have honestly just won and not internalized it, as Kenjaku was able to parry off a vicious head punch before grabbing Yuki's arm and directing a miniature Uzumaki at her face. With Yuki completely fried from the point blank blast, she begins to dart backwards, when all of a sudden Kenjaku follows up and forms another miniature Uzumaki while remarking that her density may have increased due to Star Rage, but her tensile strength didn't. Releasing the ability, Kenjaku leaves Choso screaming in horror as the attack tears straight through Yuki's abdomen. Really damn abruptly, we again fly into a flashback where our team is sitting at a bar. There, Yuki asked Choso if he didn't want to be there for Yuji, since it seemed like he was throwing his life away now. Not answering the question though, Choso asked if he's even human. He remembers thinking back to the time when his brothers took form, and realized that they would never be accepted by humans because of their deformed looks. So from this, Choso decided to live as a curse with his brothers, hence why he killed so many people in Shibuya, and why now he burdens himself with their deaths. Saddened with his choices, Big Bro Choso states that if he had chosen to live as a human, he wouldn't have lost them. Weeping, he wonders why he chose the easy path. Was it because he didn't want to see his brothers suffering as humans? However, A human then showed up who just happened to be suffering himself. Those four were meant to be brothers and fight together as one, but instead he took the easy road and left Yuji all alone. Returning to the battle, Choso, gearing up to unleash a spinning wheel of blood at the enemy, states that the only way to make it up to all of his brothers is to use up all of his life here. But before he could even do that, the G himself, like this is the only time I'm calling Tengen a G because I don't know his ulterior motives right here, the G removes him forcibly from the barrier. Yuki, looking like Gojo for real, tells him that this battlefield was where the death painting's life as a curse ended and his time as a human begun. So because of that, he must live. Above the falling Choso, Yuki's body also falls to the ground, but in two pieces, with her seemingly defeated by Kenjaku's previous blow. Behind the two, Tengen then reveals themselves, causing Kenjaku to actually start laughing at their thumb's appearance, even comparing him to Sukuna's original form, which actually has to have some kind of freaking merit in the story right there. Tengen is like, dude, check your kills. All I had to do was distract you for literally 2 damn seconds, allowing Yuki's top half. I don't understand this as well. Yuki's top half, she just reaches out and grabs his leg to literally reach out and grab your cankle, bro. Not taking her seriously though, Kenjaku just tells her to die, before all of a sudden and out of freaking nowhere, a massive force begins ripping the sorcerer down towards Yuki. As I mentioned at some point earlier on, Yuki's technique's alteration in mass doesn't actually affect her, up to a certain density that is. And you remember when Kenjaku asked Choso what makes a special grade? Well, nothing you've seen so far from Yuki would actually give our girl the ranking of special grade. Like, yeah, she's insane, her strength alone is mental, but this next technique is what makes her the threat to every freaking life form on this planet. When Yuki goes beyond her max density control point, the sorcerer can add an infinite amount of mass with her curse technique, and if you somehow haven't caught on yet, yes, she can create a goddamn black hole by just continuously just pushing more and more density into it. The end result of what she had just formed was the creation of a black hole, which not only consumed Yuki's entire body, but trapped all matter and even light within it. Right before disappearing, Yuki declared to Kenjaku that he should have seen this coming, as gravity, mass, and time all need to be wielded with extreme caution. With the black hole fully formed, it began sucking away literally everything from the surrounding area inside of the Tomb of the Star Corridor. As the energy from the black hole then finally begins to subside, it's revealed that even the ceiling of the tomb began crumbling away, with natural light breaking through and lighting up the underground chambers. By the way, I'm just going to say this right here, rest in peace Yuki, I'm pretty sure she died from that, so rest in peace. What an insane attack, but despite the immense gravitational force exerted by the black hole, Kenjaku somehow manages to survive, climbing out from underneath the collapsed debris. Stunned by this himself, Tengen asked if he had used the reverse curse technique in combination with his gravity technique, but Kenjaku actually makes a shocking revelation, declaring that the true nature of the technique had not been gravity at all. He admitted that his third curse technique originally belonged to Yuji's mother, Kaori Itadori, with its true form being the anti-gravitational system. Kenjaku added that he had taken a risky gamble and used laps to reverse the effects of the technique, stabilizing the output and activation by using his own body as a domain. Like I said, this is like obviously Kenjaku's freaking world. Man has pre-planned absolutely everything for a millennia, so I don't know how our boys are going to actually end up winning here. Like the famous JJK scholar Broken Ronin also once said, every word in the series has merit. So think on this, Kenjaku, as he watches Tengen's apparition disappearing, states that this was just a warm-up. Then, finding the latter's body encased within the trunk of a tree in the Star Corridor, Kenjaku says goodbye to his friend. So, remember how we left things with Yuji and his group at the end of the last period? Well, as the influx of American soldiers entered the culling game, a multitude of Koganes appeared and began registering the soldiers as new players. Elsewhere, Kenjaku and Arume are seen at the Zenin clan's warehouse, where surprisingly it's explained that there is a secret way to transfer between colonies. Simply, someone cannot leave a colony unless they've answered the Kogane's call. Unimpressed by this, Urame instead suggested that this space would be more suitable as the bath for Sukuna's revival. Flying back over to the American troops as they invade Remy's room, which is just like the biggest L for her, not gonna lie. In military fashion, they throw a flashbang before rushing in and trying to immobilize her with a taser, allowing them to then easily inject her with a sedative. Outside, a group of soldiers are seen remarking that the sorcerers were nothing special and simply wondered why their lieutenant was so worried in the first place. Rolling up, we see another group of soldiers who had taken out their target instead of capturing it as ordered. The soldier in charge rebuked her, but the latter flippantly said that it didn't matter since the brain was unharmed. She further complained that literally nothing worked against the sorcerer, and even a 50 cal bullet didn't pierce through the target's skin. So remember the helicopter dude usually absolutely pummeled? Well, that's actually the person her squad took out here. Having heard that the dude had a helicopter type head, the soldier was hesitant to believe her until he saw just how damaged the female's comrades were. In the end, she concluded that there must be sorcerers of various power levels, and she just got stuck with one of the tougher ones. Which, you know, like to us readers is absolutely hilarious, thinking that Hubba for some reason is OP is too good. I can't actually wait until they find a proper A grade or above sorcerer and have to fight them in like some kind of way. Funnily enough, we pop over and see the ruffian himself, Hazanoki, exploding some poor unsuspecting soldiers' vehicles as they rolled nearby. Noticing that the enemy was a foreigner, the sorcerer remembered Regi's words from earlier and wondered if this was the bomb he suggested Kenjaku would drop. Now back with the megalomaniac himself and Urume, the latter guessed that the curse energy of every colony would be increased by pitting sorcerers against non-sorcerers and any custom before the merger with Tengen. Kenjaku though admitted that what Urume had guessed is only about 60% of his plan, elaborating that the curse energy levels in every colony except Tokyo and Sendai were still inefficient. Also, Kenjaku did only say that Tokyo was the battleground to the US, so I'm assuming that they aren't anywhere else in the country other than Tokyo Colony number 1 or 2, but we're going to find out about that later on. What's even funnier about the military is that Kenjaku had only sent in the foreign military as insurance and was already aware that the fighting would not be very intense. Having manifested a curse to clean up the mess that was Okizeden, Kenjaku claimed that unlike reincarnated players, those who had only recently awakened their curse techniques would be reluctant to fight, and the US may even retreat if they get too many casualties. Urume questioned if the military had been sent in at night to give them an advantage, and also wonders since non-Japanese individuals would not release curse energy, so how is it actually going to help him? Yet, it's actually revealed that in the moment of passing there is an exception, as the stress of seeing curses pushes them to a new level. It's also considered natural law that non-sorcerers can't win against Jujutsu sorcery. Elsewhere, as one poor American soldier notices a terrifying curse spirit, it further goes in depth that Kenjaku had released multiple curse spirits in every colony that are specifically active only at night to force out that higher level of curse energy from these new soldiers. Back over with the main crew now, Angel quickly deduced that Kenjaku had sent in non-sorcerers to be killed by curse spirits as a failsafe to produce more curse energy. Having left the room now and made their way down some stairs, the group run into an empty cafeteria right as a stun grenade lands in front of them, obviously thrown by the military boys. Noticing it, Yuji quickly kicks the flashbang away before it could explode in front of them. Seeing the squad pull up, Megumi initially assumed that these soldiers were trying to protect people, but instantly discarded the possibility as these soldiers without a second thought began shooting at the sorcerers. Abruptly, we then seem to skip away and see what seems to be the past memory from a cursed spirit feeding 3 young children inside of an abandoned building. Then, back with the group, all of a sudden, we see good old Megumi interrogating a Japanese soldier who is actually acting as a guide for the foreign military forces. When Hana asks why Japan had not taken the opportunity to become energy self-sufficient sooner, the soldier responds that Jujutsu headquarters controlling the country is too proud and everyone here is obsessed with self-responsibility, so it never ever would caught on like it would have in other countries. Megumi also realized that Kenjaku had only lured the military to the colonies under the false pretense that curse energy was up for grabs as another energy source. From this, Megumi then deduces that the soldiers' deaths would increase the curse energy in their colonies and complete the ritual preceding Tengen's merger with the wider Japanese population. Megumi, obviously is so damn big brain that the dude even suspects that Kenjaku has likely orchestrated the culling game as a distraction for his true plan. Stepping in, Yuji asks if they should help them, prompting Takaba to ask why they should even help people who wanted to abduct them for experiments. Megumi reasons that if they allow Kenjaku to fulfill the ritual, everyone would be caught up in the merger with Tengen. Yet Angel cuts in telling them that it's no use since Tokyo Colony 1 has already reached their required level of curse energy. Yuji challenges Angel's decision though, stating that it did not invalidate their saving of other people's lives. The latter tries explaining to Yuji though that it has a symbiotic relationship with its vessel, so putting Hana at unnecessary risk is akin to putting the curse living within her body at risk itself. Shooting over, we then see the true terror that some soldiers are being put through. After having fun with its first soldier, the predatory curse then picked up its next prey, which just happened to be the same Japanese soldier the group was interrogating before. Laying there and suspecting the worst, the soldier thinks back on the times he had believed that he was ready to pass on, but feels that now this is different and seeing what awaits him truly shatters his resolve. Nearby, Yuji and Megumi just happen to be running through an alleyway. Megumi insists to his boy that he doesn't need to be so hostile and asks if Yuji's comment about not trusting Hina was a reference to beings like Sukuna and Angel. Skipping away for a moment and referring back to the random flashback that we had just before, well, it was actually Hina as a child. Sadly, she had been forced to live with that cursed spirit for almost a year. Eventually though, she managed to escape after following a white dog with a fluffy tail. Of course, it was no one other than Megumi's white divine dog who had led her to safety before returning to him and Gojo. As Hina watches the three reunite and begin to leave, it flashes back to the present as she remembers their kindness. Because of that moment during her childhood, she decided to try and help people herself, as she's always believed that someday they would meet again and she would proudly stand by his side. All Megumi wanted was for Yuji to be a bit more considerate, to which, after hearing all of this, our boy confesses that ever since they regrouped, he was just scared that Hina would take Nobara's place. Which, oh my lord, GEGE, we actually got some Nobara crumbs for the first time in how long? We're damn fiends out here, absolutely wanting anything to do with her or Gojo, man. Just come on, please. Anyway, as Megumi scolds Yuji and asks him to apologize to Hina, the queen herself appears before the boys, bringing the group fully back together. Let the ripening begin. If you guys know what I mean, then you know what I mean. As huge beams of light suddenly emerge from every colony throughout Japan, it begins attracting the attention of everyone throughout the entire country. Not understanding what's happening, many people just note that something doesn't feel right, like the air had become unnaturally dry. Returning to our crew, Maki gives everyone a full rundown of everything that's happened up till this point. She explained that Chosu had managed to protect the back of the prison realm, but relay the news of Yuki's defeat and Tengen's capture. In another location, our boy Choso, clutching the Batgay, or literally Hope itself in this case here I guess, weeps as Kurara asked him about Yuki's whereabouts, pretty much to me at least confirming her demise. Maki further told the first 2 years that the ritual preceding the merger had already ended. Calmly, Maki concluded that taking down the villain would be a challenge, leading Yuji to wonder how the merger hadn't actually started yet. Angel points out to the group that the sorcerers inside of the colonies could probably reject the merger with Tengen because of their cursed energy, so because of that, nothing is going on around them. Being able to travel inside and out of the barriers herself though, Maki disagrees and informs them that apart from a few affected people, most of Japan's population is unaffected as of now. Megumi suspected that Kenjaku either couldn't start the merger yet or didn't want to. However, since there was no way to find out right now, they decided to focus on freeing Sameki first. Intervening in the conversation himself, Yuji decides to list off the 4 rules that they decided to implement. Megumi again clarifies that Rule 1 does indeed subject a player to curse technique removal or subsequently death through something messing with their brain. The purpose of this first rule was just to start fights with people, but now they can obviously circumvent that. Maki though remarked that it was actually rules 2 and 3 which were the tricky ones, as they involved somehow creating a form of movement and communication across colonies. Stepping forth herself, Hana declares that she could move across the colonies by virtue of Angel's curse technique. Maki asked if it's possible that she could use her curse technique on someone else to help them leave, but the voice of Angel replied that they could only extinguish a barrier technique by destroying the root of the barrier itself. If they can't locate the so-called root, they're only able to pass through the colonies without actually destroying them. With the group realizing that adding new rules might not actually allow them to move across colonies, they decide to add the 4th rule and focus on allowing players to withdraw from the game entirely. So earlier on, and I would say it was back while Megumi was recovering, Yusa had transferred all of the accumulated points over to Megumi, bringing his total number of points up to 359. By the way, there is actually a tiny mess up by GEGE right here. Notice that it already says 1 rule. Well, GEGE had messed up and spoiled everyone in some kind of way, letting them know that Megumi did indeed implement at least 1 rule. Speaking up himself, Megumi attempts to add a rule, allowing players to withdraw from the game, but Kogen rejects it, stating that it clashed against Rule 7. Megumi tried again, asking if the Game Master would allow players to withdraw if they invited a substitute into the colony to take their place, but still, Kogen refused. However, out of nowhere it actually states that the Culling game has a suggestion. It says that it would indeed let players leave the game on the condition that they provided 1 substitute and spent 100 points. Unable to negotiate any further and utterly peeved with the result, Megumi agreed despite knowing that adding the new rule would require them to take out at least another 20 sorcerers to just leave. With all of the negotiations complete, Megumi created a new rule, Rule 11. A player can leave the game by expending 100 points to invite a new player into the colony as a substitute. Looking over to the clan killer herself, which they don't actually realize that Maki's even taken out of clan yet, Megumi asks if it's okay for her to transport Sukumi to Tokyo Colony number 1. Yuji asked though if it would be safer to transfer the points to her remotely since she was already outside the colonies. However, Megami pointed out that since the rules illicitly stated that a player must declare their participation in a colony within 19 days, trying to circumvent it might lead to his sister being subject to curse technique removal when she tries to leave the game. Flashing forth now to the fateful day of November the 16th, we see that after reconnecting with Sumiki, Maki led her and the assistant manager Ojichi to the outskirts of Tokyo Colony No. 1. So, when it actually comes to who's going to be the substitute for Sumiki here, Ojichi had previously agreed to take the role due to Maki's lack of curse energy, as it prevents the barrier from even recognizing her or allowing her to become a substitute. Sumiki is visibly conflicted by the idea, but Ojichi reasoned that they didn't have enough time to find someone else, as it had literally been 16 days since everything begun, literally only giving her 3 days before her brain goes poof. Standing there, Ojichi reminisces on past memories and how they always wanted to be a sorcerer that helps people. Yet, Gojo demanded that he get his license and become a manager instead. Back then, Ojichi had thought the sorcerer to be harsh, but now he realised that he would have been dead by now if he continued down that path he had previously chosen. So he thanks Gojo for putting him on the right track. So remember the spawn glitch Yuji and Megami previously went through back a little bit? Well, somehow, I don't even know how she managed to do this, but Sumiki hacked the game and got insanely lucky, appearing directly before Megami and Yuji upon entering the barrier, completely stunning the both of them. With no time to lose, Megami, not even speaking to her, transferred 100 points to his sister, asking her to declare her withdrawal from the game. However, to their complete and utter shock, Sumiki used the points to instead add a new rule to the game. She immediately makes the 12th rule, granting players unrestricted entry and exit across colony borders. Mortified and literally just standing there unable to fathom what just happened, Megami asks his grinning sister who in the world she really was. I wonder, so, have you ever felt pain? In those few moments before what we now know as pain crawled its way out of the dark abyss itself, Yuji had just assumed everything was sweet. Now Sumiki was safe, Megami would be alright, Angel would follow up after and then kill Sukuna along with Yuji and release Gojo, who would in turn take care of Kenjaku. The plan literally had no faults, apart from the fact that they don't own the playing field that they're standing on. I'm honestly at the point right now that I think they just lose here. This story ends on a sad note and will be the first shonen to do so with all of the bad guys winning. Unless somehow Gojo gets out and goes utterly god mode. That's the only way they win right now. In my eyes, it's utterly crazy. However, Sumiki was then revealed to be an imposter. Watching this thing in front of him cackle, Megami asks the imposter who they are, to which she hysterically gloats that she's definitely his big sister. Stricken and at a loss for words, Megami remembers that the incarnated players are given access to the memories of their host. Thus, because of that, it's entirely possible for them to impersonate their hosts. Feeling like a complete idiot now, Megami berates himself for ever thinking that his sister had automatically awakened like Higuruma and Takaba. So, this person inside of Megami is actually called Yorozu, a sorcerer from at least 1000 years ago, just like a few of the other people here. Megami, who obviously just wants to know why, is told that she pretended to be his big sister to use the free points for her own gain. She hasn't had a good fight in at least 1000 years and wants to choose her battle along with its location. Claiming that she wants to take on Sukuna first, moth-like wings begin forming on her back before she jumps off the building and begins boosting away. Yuji and Hana instantly go to give chase, not wanting her to escape. However, everyone please, just remember back to episode 7 right here and right now. Already in a moment of despair, Sukuna uses that opportunity to appear on the side of Yuji's face and utter the words, "In chain." As per the binding vow shown in chapter 11 or episode 7, Yuji is instantly forced to hand over his body to Sukuna. Without any hesitation, Sukuna immediately appears on the back of Hana, taking her out with complete ease. Looking over at Megami, whose brain must be going through it right now, Sukuna explains that he once made a vow with Yuji. Having explained that he can't harm anyone to Megami, he notes that from here on out, everything that he does is just a complete gamble. Sending some form of channeling curse energy to Yuji's finger, Sukuna then proceeds to freaking tear his entire finger off. Screaming at this moment in pure joy, he explains that it was a gamble because he wasn't even sure if Yuji included himself in the vow when stipulating the condition that Sukuna must not hurt anyone. Megami. Typical man instantly pulls out the arm movements to do Maharaga, but I honestly can't blame him, he doesn't really have any other choice at the moment. So as he tries to summon Maharaga, Sukuna darts in, grabbing his face and restricting the summoning seal before shoving his finger down her boy's unsuspecting throat. With the curse energy pulsating through Megami, an unconscious Yuji comes to, not even realizing what just happened as per the vow stipulations. However, standing opposite his boy, he hears Sukuna say that indeed see something interesting in the future, didn't they? Raising his head, we see that no one other than the King of Curses himself has supposedly fully reincarnated inside of Megami for Shigeru's body. Well, that just happened, boys, and at this moment we very possibly could have lost yet another of the original trio. Yet, in my eyes, we can't lose them. We can't lose them all unless the bad guys actually win in the series. So, if down the line it's confirmed and the bath is completed and everything is just turned to utter trash, remind me that hope itself was utterly sucked out of the series at this exact moment. Please, just come back and let me know down below. But anyway, going back, probably for a last time I would say, into the inner world of Sukuna's, we see a monologue about the intricacies of his plan for Megami. Back during the day when he confronted Megami as Yuji for the first time, he sensed unmatched potential from him, his curse techniques and his abilities. He knew that he could have forced Megami to eat his finger then and there that day, but had purposefully waited until he had built up enough strength inside of Yuji to initiate the vow. I actually have a great theory here on like how we all know that Kenjaku had made Yuji specifically for Sukuna. Well, what if Kenjaku also made it a binding vow that Yuji would not be able to use his curse technique while Sukuna was caged inside of him? With Sukuna finally leaving our boy's body now, we may see for the first time that Yuji actually has his mother's technique, or possibly something that even relates to a literal thing that I'll bring up right at the very end of this video. Anyway, atop the building, Meguna, which is like Sukuna Megami mix-up, I'm just going to call him that sometimes, the absolute beast himself stands there, leaving Yuji stunned, asking for his friend to just talk to him. Yet, as we all probably expected was just about to happen, the demon, Megami Asukuna, comes in with a charge and punches Yuji. And this wasn't any ordinary level of punch as well. Man disapparated the fabric around the area that he hit on Yuji. It made Yuji freaking throw up while sending him hurling through a multitude of different skyscrapers. Eventually though, Yuji ends up finishing his destructive path on a rooftop of another building completely unconscious and covered in rubble. Noticing some people approaching the area, Sukuna states that in every damn age, insects always come crawling out of the woodwork. Placing his hands together, he then forms the sign of Megami's 10 Shadows technique, more specifically, the hand signs for Nue. Instantly, a monolithic-sized Nue is summoned atop a nearby skyscraper. With everyone reacting in pure shock and awe at the size of Nue, it releases its usually pretty ineffective attack that simply stuns people, yet this time it rains deadly lightning down on everyone from the sky above. Having recovered from her previous beating, Hana quickly makes her appearance by shooting over, showing up behind the revived demon. Seeing her, Sukuna realizes that Hana and the angel coexist, and thus she can recover very fast to say in comparison to him and Yuji in the past. Given that Hana is extremely in love with Megami, I would say, probably from what I've read so far, she screams in hesitation, not wanting to hurt Megami. However, Angel insists that there is no other choice. He is the disgraced one and must be eliminated right away. Thus, as Hana cries to get Megami back, Angel begins reciting the incarnation to dispel evil itself. Speaking to God now, she tells him to purify all, remove his anguish, transgressions, and guilt to guide him on the correct path. Instantly, Jacob's ladder initiates, filling the sky with some form of holy symbol, before a mass of pure light energy strikes down upon the disgraced one himself. In another note, boys, just quickly cutting in here, and after browsing the interwebs myself, I discovered that Jacob's ladder is actually referring to a line from Genesis 28:10-19. I don't know if that's actually, I think that's how you say Bible lines. I should know, I was raised in the church. This part of the Bible narrates the story of Jacob dreaming of the angels descending from the heavens and the ladder appearing to take the souls from earth to heaven. So in other words, the attack simply dispels evil while sending the person's soul on the correct path, or at least that's how I've interpreted her attack as. With a mass of light bearing down on Meguna, it begins tearing at Sukuna's soul in an attempt to bring Megami back. As Hana is crying, screaming that Megami belongs to her, it appears as if her technique has actually managed to work, dispelling Sukuna's spirit from Megami's body. But remember, honestly, just how I said before, that incarnated sorcerers and people like Sukuna can mimic how the body used to behave, while Angel realizes that Sukuna is still in control and manipulating Hana with Megami's voice. Not paying attention though, Hana falls into Megami's arms, saying that she's always. Sadly though, she's unable to continue her sentence as Sukuna fully reveals himself before going to strike on an unsuspecting Hana. Calling her a foolish human, Sukuna, like an absolutely rabid dog, bites and tears at Hana before throwing her across the entirety of the building, causing her to smash into the side of the protective railing. Yuji, down below, watching this in shock and not even able to comprehend what just happened, witnesses Hana thud onto the ground below with no indication that she'll ever return. Looking down from the top of the building himself, Sukuna is astonished to see Yuji somehow alive after the previous blow. With rage beginning to fill up inside of him, and after realizing that he's lost the one thing keeping him together and giving him meaning in life, Yuji breaks. In a complete flash, Yuji jumps across the building, breaking the ground below him and causing the entire skyscraper to collapse. He grabs Sukuna's neck and screams his name before landing a ferocious punch on the King of Curses' face, forcing him to dart back across the street. Regaining his footing, Sukuna wonders just how in the world Yuji's so strong all of a sudden. Then, in that freaking moment, Yuji takes him off guard, throwing a massive section of the previously collapsing building into the demon's face, sending him shooting back once again. Sprinting towards them himself, Yuji grabs a piece of rebar to beat down on Sukuna with. With him darting in behind the King of Curses, Sukuna remarks that he should have seen this coming. After all, Yuji is from back then. And what do you mean by that, Sukuna, right there, eh? Anyway, having blocked Yuji's strike with the bar, Sukuna counters by disarming and kicking him in the face while noting that Kenjaku's shore is twisted. I'll expand more on what this means in a moment, but honestly, in my opinion, this all relates back to Yuji and him having his curse technique suppressed, or it being suppressed while he was being used as a cage for Sukuna. So don't be surprised if our guy manages to manifest an inherited technique in the very near future. But yeah, as Yuji continues to approach Sukuna, trying to attack him, he screams, asking him why. Why is it that he just can't live normally like everyone else? Why can't he live a life without causing everyone to suffer? Yuji continues approaching when all of a sudden Sukuna uses his curse technique Slash to cut Yuji across the chest. Replying to his previous statements, Sukuna rebuttals him, asking him why he's so weak, continuously trying to cling to life. He continues by saying that their suffering is only natural and they are meant to live life with this misery. For a moment there, Yuji forgot that there is no reasoning with them, as they are and always will be curses. Yuji dares Sukuna to chew on his misery and suffering instead, while beginning to march towards the Demon Lord himself. Passing him off is just utterly pathetic. Sukuna uses his curse technique to continuously cut Yuji over and over and over and over again. Yet, our boy is just built different, and with a rage-filled heart, he puts the pain aside and stuns Sukuna by not slowing his approach at all. Standing there and actually confused now on what is going on, Sukuna wonders how in the world he's so tough. Then out of freaking nowhere, and just like during Shibuya, once again proving that the body and soul are one, Megumi holds Sukuna's movements, allowing his boy to follow up and pummel his face with a fat right hook. Elsewhere, and literally just boosting it over on the Blowfish Express, Uraume and Kenjaku are seen travelling towards what I assume to be the current beatdown. Back in the battle and having smacked Sukuna in the face, Megumi remarks that Fushiguro is indeed stopping his curse energy output, which is allowing him to only use 10% of his maximum output, hence how Yuji has managed to survive the blow so far. Sukuna notes that, well, it's probably expected when the job's only half done, but still considers it enough to easily take out Yuji. Interesting, so I wonder what the other half of this ritual to fully take over Megumi's body will be. Probably something to do with the bath, and that'll happen at the Zenon's household, which is fitting seeing that Megumi is actually from the Zenon's bloodline and all. Standing there, Meguna is completely taken by surprise as he couldn't sense Maki actually slowly moving towards the epicenter of the fight. Wanting to know what in the world caused Sukuna's body to switch into Megumi's, Maki asks to be brought up to date, with Yuji just completely battered and bruised, telling her to just kill him as he's not going to die either way. Boosting in, Maki attempts to land a fat head kick in collaboration with Yuji. However, Megumi's body is functioning extremely well, obviously, from what we've seen so far, and he's comfortably able to counter his opponent. Still, Maki, with her immense speed, is able to break through his defenses and send him flying, smashing into some railing nearby. Taking the opportunity, Yuji then grabs the other side of the railing, bending it around Sukuna, before Maki follows up in combination and kicks him into a building nearby. Seeing the unharmed demon waltz out though, Maki wonders if it's impossible to actually inflict damage with his soul liberation sword because Sukuna will use his reverse curse techniques to heal himself. Knowing that no matter what happens here, they'll have to kill Sukuna, Maki charges in, saying he'll have to keep up with her speed. Probably running at speeds faster than sound right now, Sukuna is surprisingly able to keep up with the attacks of Maki and Yuji, but notes that whenever he tries to attack them with curse energy, the pull from Megumi inside him is stronger, and thus, to get around Megumi, Sukuna, like the absolute big brain man he is, uses his curse technique, Cleave, spider threads on the ground below to utterly destroy the ground and disbalance Yuji and Maki. With the ground around them now falling to bits, Sukuna is able to easily dart in and lands a fat right hook, yet Maki simply spits out a tooth or two, leaving him completely impressed with how she's hardly even worried with taking damage. As Sukuna falls back a little, a mysterious foe then randomly appears from the side and uses a maximum output technique called Dead Calm. The resulting aftermath from the attack not only freezes the entirety of the area, but also Maki and Yuji. So, that mysterious person happened to be no one other than the coldest woman out, Sukuna's right-hand woman, Urume, who apologizes for her grand entrance while saying that she's still waking the ice around Yuji just in case they need him. Sukuna though literally doesn't care for him anymore and instead just compliments her, stating that focusing her energy on Maki was a good idea. Believing that everything here is sweet now, Sukuna then summons Nue, saying that this body is still not complete, so they need to prepare for the bath immediately. In that moment though, our goat though, looking more beaten and bruised than ever after this escalade, bursts his way out of the ice. Noticing this, Urume proposes taking him out, but Sukuna says that they should just look at him and have a good laugh. Flying away for what seems like good in Yuji's eyes, Sukuna, having taken the body of Yuji's best friend, and Urume laugh at his face, noticing that he looks just like the person from the Harima province. Which is exactly what I was referring to and goes back to Kenjaku using a binding vow on Yuji at birth or even beforehand. The vow would not allow him to use his technique in return for Yuji being used as a vessel for Sukuna, to help restore his strength obviously. We know that Kenjaku had purposely found a bloodline that has some form of durability as was seen in Yuji, possibly to just keep Sukuna safe during his time in Yuji, and now it's confirmed that Yuji actually has true heritage that originates from a family in the Harima province, and this Harima province was established in the 600s AD and ran up to the late 1800s, so definitely before the current time period. So, you all thought the arc ended here? Well no. Sukuna as Megumi actually sped round this damn bath, and after having arrived at the Zenin's household, we see him falling deeper and deeper into evil itself. Outside the bath, Urume, dressed up in ritual robes, asks Kenjaku whether or not he plans to end the culling game. To which Kenjaku explains that his assimilation of the wider population can't actually happen until the game ends. The reason the culling game was even able to be constructed in the first place was because Kenjaku had shouldered the burden of an equally unreasonable binding vow. Yet, instead of getting on with ending it, currently, he's more interested in Sukuna's bath and how it works. Kenjaku himself knew that the bath was originally a ritual to transform vessels that had been treasured as family heirlooms into curse tools. To do this, the clan must make a solution of curse energy, which is created by straining organisms chosen in a Kodoku ritual. Once it is prepared, the vessels are soaked for 10 months and 10 days in the solution. So what's actually really cool about this ritual is that it's actually something from real Japanese folklore. It's a derivative of the Chinese goo magic, and it's a type of poisonous ability. In how real life, to create Kodoku, sorcerers would mix several insects in a jar and let them kill one another until only one survived. The fluids of the insect that survived would be used to poison an individual with a curse that would control them, cause them misfortune or kill them. The remaining insects would also be used as a sort of luck charm, granting the one who performed the ritual great wealth. This ritual could also be used as a death curse by giving the riches to an ignorant individual. Perhaps like Kenjaku if he's ignorant enough in this example here, but I don't actually think he is. The term Kodoku can also be applied to the spirit, which is the incarnation of this particular magic. Funnily enough, this technique was even used in the Nara period in real life, which we now know as the era just before the golden age of sorcery in Jujutsu Kaisen. So, Kenjaku was actually surprised that they specifically chose to use curses in this ritual, especially for the fact that they become dust upon their deaths. Urume though, like the cold queen that she is, actually figured out a way to get around this. Simply, if she carefully pins down the spirits before freezing their cores, they don't turn into dust, and it allows them to strain away the toxins they need. Confused with the purpose of it all, Kenjaku asks why, and Urume just tells him it's to get closer to evil. The entire purpose of this ritual is to suppress Megumi Fujiguro's soul deeper into the depths. As the further down he sinks, the easier it is for Sukuna to control the cage he's currently controlling. Having completed the bath, the demon lord himself rises from the depths of evil, symbolizing that Megumi Fujiguro has lost the small hold he had over Sukuna. Kenjaku questions why he didn't change his appearance, but Sukuna just reasons that if he's gonna be battling sorcerers, then it's better to maintain Megumi's appearance. Honestly, this is just probably for the fact that whenever he runs into a group of people from Jujutsu High, it'll just completely and utterly shatter their resolve, as he never actually expected something like this would ever happen. So remember Samiki, which is now Yorizu? Well, it was actually a dude that reincarnated inside of her, and after leaving Yuji, they traveled back to their hometown, before later heading to the Sendai Colony, which was the closest, barrier to it. Having got the rundown on this from Kenjaku, Sukuna says that he doesn't give a damn about Yorozu, but instead wants to destroy Samiki Fushiguro to completely sink Megami's soul inside of him. As they then leave on the Blowfish Express, Kenjaku tells him that he'll give him a ride to the colony, but wants the points in exchange. So I truly wonder what in the world he's about to do with the 200 or so points that he's just received from Sukuna here. Let me know your thoughts on that down below. Do you reckon he's gonna actually pay for himself to leave the game entirely and just let everyone else do their thing while he causes havoc outside of the colonies and stuff? But anyway, I'd love to know your thoughts down below. Shooting back to the Sendai Colony for the first time in a while, both Uro and Ryu notice a mass of bloodlust appear from afar. Uro utterly breaks down, muttering that here he comes, the king of curses. Instantly, Sukuna arrives in front of Ryu, and as he slowly begins walking up to him, he asks if he's gonna run or not. But before Ryu could even act, Sukuna activates his slash technique and slashes Ryu across the chest. Blown away though, because he obviously thought he was going to get cut into a multitude of pieces, Sukuna just laughs and apologizes, saying that he underestimated Ryu but won't hold back again. Feeling the bloodlust rising, Ryu jumps back and tries to use Granite Blast, but before he could even finish his attack sequence, Sukuna slices Ryu across the face, utterly destroying one of my favourite characters in typical GEGE fashion. Having left the area that he was just at and now arriving at a football field in Sendai, Sukuna finally encounters Yorozu. Things back off after the Sukuna revival part of the story, and standing there in the middle of the football field after a mind-boggling 1000 years, Yorozu is finally reunited with her love. As we learnt at the end of the Sukuna revival part of the Culling game, this long-awaited confrontation takes place in the heart of the Sendai Colony. More specifically, and assuming I'm correct with the old Googles here, this is most likely the UTEC football stadium located in Sendai's Nanakita Park. As the two reincarnated souls stand facing each other, it's clear that both Yorozu and Sukuna have the same thoughts on their minds. They are literally a killer couple. Sukuna, the king of curses, exudes confidence, firmly believing that Yorozu stands no chance against him. With no time to spare, Yorozu springs into action, launching a blistering attack on Sukuna, but he effortlessly evades the strike, swiftly retaliating with a devastating kick. Hold on, there's a surprise twist in store. Yorozu, never one to miss a chance to lighten the mood, playfully teases Sukuna, pulling a funny face to catch him off guard. Sukuna's primary goal here is to obtain Yorozu's vessel, as he plans to eliminate Megami's sister, Sukumi, and ultimately consume Megami's soul. By accomplishing these nefarious deeds, Sukuna aims to solidify his claim as the most formidable and most powerful entity in existence. Yorozu expresses her curiosity about what Sukuna could offer her if she actually emerges victorious. In a stunning twist, Sukuna confidently assures Yorozu that if she does emerge victorious, he will grant her any wish that her heart desires. The stakes have never been set higher. Yorozu then, with a mischievous glint in her eye, playfully suggests the idea of marrying Sukuna. Surprisingly, Sukuna seems utterly unfazed by this unexpected proposal, as if it's happened a multitude of times before or something. With excitement bubbling in her voice, Yorozu exclaims that they've now made a promise. Yorozu's enthusiasm knows absolutely no bounds as she excitedly envisions their future together, plotting the destruction of 3 specific villages. Yorozu then reveals her twisted plan for their wedding reception, which includes adorning the trees with the most handsome men from the village. It's fairly evident that Yorozu harbors sinister intentions, and her excitement peaks as she mentions her favourite meal, which is monkey brains out of all things. Honestly, this scene here has to be some kind of reference to Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. The whole monkey brain thing just instantly made me think of that. GEGE AKUTAMI just has so many different references to great forms of different art, like the bath scene with Hiromi Higuruma or Owlman Hikari, and his entire underground fighting ring being a direct reference to Fight Club. Either way, as Yorozu continues delving into the wedding details, she is abruptly interrupted by the arrival of the Divine Dogs. Surprisingly, Yorozu single-handedly takes down the onslaught of the Divine Dogs and realizes that Sukuna isn't even using his own technique on her. Sukuna advises Yorozu to utilize her very own techniques as well, but she declines. Sukuna, standing there, contemplates various possibilities within his mind. He understands that in order to sink Megami's soul deeper into despair, he must first destroy his vessel's sister. It turns out that aside from curse tools, Yorozu's construction can replicate any substance she is familiar with through diligent practice. This seasoned sorcerer has mastered the art of manipulating liquid metal, allowing her to change its shape and volume automatically through cursed energy control. The armor that Yorozu wears is inspired by a fusion of various evolutionary strands, making it an incredibly formidable weapon. Skipping away though for a moment and transporting ourselves back to the Heian era, we find Yorozu lost in deep contemplation. So in a similar aspect to Ryu, when it comes to pure curse energy output, Yorozu was quite powerful and one of the strongest sorcerers of her time. However, her curse energy consumption rate posed quite a challenge. But then, out of nowhere, a rumour then reached Yorozu's ears about a legendary butterfly capable of crossing vast seas. And guess what? Yorozu saw a glimmer of hope in the efficiency and energy of those tiny insects. But her newfound revelation didn't end there. Turns out that these insects possess superhuman strength, capable of lifting objects hundreds of times their own weight, a strength befitting a formidable sorcerer like Yorozu. Through this, Yorozu soon realised that her insect armour was the pinnacle of construction techniques, allowing her to recreate various substances, except for those special grade curse tools. I kind of think of her ability as just like the most jacked out version of Mai Zenon's construction ability that she could possibly have, or the ability that she might have gotten if, say, she wasn't actually a twin. But you know, that's, I guess, another entire video that someone could talk about someday. Ain't gonna be me. Continuing onwards, this unique combat style of Yorozu's turned the tables on the notorious Gokusho, the 5 Void Generals, earning her a place of respect in the Fujiwara clan. Back in the present, Yorozu unleashes her hardened armor, bursting up through the air before landing a powerful blow that connects directly with the King of Curse's face. Yorozu, determined to unravel Sukuna's plans, boldly questions him about his intentions regarding his shrine technique. However, the tide suddenly turns as Sukuna unveils his devastating Tranquil Dare technique, a formidable counter to any summoning. In a shocking twist of fate, Yorozu loses control over her liquid metal, making her realise that the Tranquil Dare has neutralised and nullified her curse energy within the metal. It's a game changer that leaves her reeling and something we never even saw Megami think about using. To make matters worse, fate can be cruel, and in a single brutal moment, Sukuna strikes Yorozu with his devastating piercing bull attack, inflicting a deep, agonising wound to her abdomen. It's revealed that Sukuna intentionally used the 10 shadows to keep the Shikigami partially unstable, allowing for a larger effective range without them falling apart. Both the Tranquil Dare and the Piercing Bull were summoned using the original 10 Shadows technique, but their independent movement was restricted, resulting in reduced overall movement. However, since Sukuna's immense curse energy was reserved, their form remained stable. Despite enduring a life-threatening wound themselves, Yorozu holds on like a champ and warns Sukuna to not underestimate her. She tackles the Piercing Bull, grabbing its horns and landing a powerful blow to its head. Yorozu notices that Sukuna's Shikigami only moves in straight lines, and in exchange, its power dramatically increases. Out of nowhere though, a swarm of bunnies appear, blinding her vision and making it almost impossible for Yorozu to track down Sukuna. Sukuna, you know, like being the trickster that he is, hurls Max Elephant downwards while he floats in midair. In a surprising twist again, Yorozu transforms back into her original form, again looking like Sukumi, except like the Sukumi here just looks way more jacked up and cooler than she did in the past, where she also becomes determined to teach Sukuna love. Suddenly, a moment of realization hits Yorozu though, where she wonders if Sukuna already knows about love, which begins to actually make her mad. Man, Yorozu is actually one of the most random characters. She's cool, but like, oh my lord, she's like Shiba from Hell's Paradise if you know her, like in some aspects with that super out there personality. Anyway, skipping away from the current day and heading back to the golden age of Jujutsu, we see that a mesmerizing harvest ritual is taking place. Some individuals in the crowd can't help but question why they're offering prayers to a fearsome monster like Sukuna. Little do they know these folks belong to the Celestial Squad, the 5 Void Generals who seem to have conveniently forgotten Sukuna's previous atrocities against the esteemed Fujiwara clan. Amidst the hustle and bustle, a helper approaches Yorozu, addressing her as master and informing her about the upcoming harvest festival. Damn, Yorozu was a total baddie, man. She responds to the helper, demanding that they lower their voice. And if that wasn't enough, she gets even more annoyed when the helper has the audacity to suggest that she puts on some clothes in preparation for the festival. Like, how dare she? Yorozu, however, manages to find some form of excitement in the festival as it promises to offer delectable Chinese pastries to the gods. Out of the blue, Yorozu then spots a man calmly sitting down, also half naked. She approaches him with confidence and straight up hugs him, assuring him that he's not alone in this world. However, another meddlesome helper intervenes, urging Yorozu to step back. Undeterred, Yorozu boldly declares that she'll take the place of that man's helper and refuses to let him feel lonely. Yes, my friend, it was love at first sight, a once-in-a-lifetime encounter that made Yorozu's heart skip a beat. Yet, this wasn't the usual beat skip when it came to love. No, this time, as she proclaimed her right to be with Sukuna, a slash appeared on her body and she fell to the ground, finally proving that love does indeed kill. Honestly, what a turbulent backstory, and I wouldn't expect any less from such an out there character. Like, what are your thoughts on her right now? The ambitions are kind of random to me, like a little bit like Shija, I guess. Fast forward back to the present now, where the air is thicker with skeptical tension as Yorozu and Sukuna continue to engage in their fierce battle. Yorozu, more determined than ever to end Sukuna's existence, conjures up a sphere filled with darkness. Sukuna can't help but to notice the peculiar perfection of that sphere. Okay, so GEGE, this chick is absolutely crazy, but you go and give her one of the most cracked abilities in the entire story so far. I don't even know what the sphere is considered in regards to like her technique. Like, is it a maximum technique or is it just an extension of her creation tech? I don't know, but like for a moment and just nerding out on this, thank you to Reddit Jujutsushi for like being the big brainery, because I would have never figured this out. But a perfect circle is a shape that has an infinite amount of points, all at an equal distance from a center. This means that no matter what angle of attack you come from, your first point of contact will always be a single, infinitesimally small point. Pressure is like defined as a force acting on a cross-section. If you keep the pressure the same but reduce the cross-section size, this means that any amount of force acting upon an infinitely small area will have infinite pressure. Yorozu's perfect sphere will technically destroy anything it touches because it will be an infinitesimally small point of first contact regardless of what angle you hit it from. Anyway, sending the ball forth, Yorozu reveals that a true sphere is thought to be impossible due to its lack of contact area, which generates infinite pressure. Then, bringing her hands together, Yorozu attempts to unleash her domain expansion, threefold affliction. But, as she looks towards Sukuna, she's shocked to see that he didn't even open his domain as well. Sukuna, being the unbeatable Chad that he is, drops his random wheel that he had and summons another Shikigami, which just happens to be the freaking strongest of them all. The 8-handled, sword divergent, Scylla Divine, General Maharaga. Instantly, Maharaga thrusts her sword upwards, obliterating the perfectly formed sphere and her domain. With Yorozu having fallen to the floor, fatally wounded as well and utterly gobsmacked, Sukuna smugly points out that her energy inefficient curse technique will always meet the same fate regardless of the substance she constructs, be it liquid metal or insect armor. Sukuna, in his eyes, he has already adapted to it, rendering it ineffective against him. Lying there, seemingly fading away, and with a smile on her face though, Yorozu utters some final words of happiness before gifting something to Daddy Sukuna. Flashing into the depths of Megami though, we see that as he lays there, curled up in a fetal position, some forms of light begin to break through. So what do you think? Do you think she gave something to Sukuna that helped with like subduing Megami and making her fall deeper into the darkness? Or was it something that like broke through and made that light appear perhaps? Or was that light already there and it was slowly starting to close and it was just my incorrect assumption on the scene? Anyway, the stage is now set for a brand new day of darkness as Kenjaku, not content with the game's existing challenges, decides to add some new sick rules that will push our new sorcerers to their limits. Kenjaku orders his loyal servant, Kogain, to introduce a new rule that bans any new players from joining the game, but man gets instantly denied as it conflicts with another rule. Either the Shima, Kenjaku attempts to decipher the motives behind Tengen's decision to place barriers all around Japan. He wonders if Tengen's intention is to suppress the curse outbreak by creating purification barriers that enhance the effectiveness of barrier techniques. There are 4 particular barriers that hold great significance in this grand scheme of Tengen's. One such barrier surrounds the Imperial Palace, and the other around the Tomb of the Star. The third barrier is in the Kyoto Yamakuni Imperial Mausoleum, and the final barrier is situated at the sacred Hida Holy Mountain. The foundation of this brutal culling game rests upon the awe-inspiring Bond barrier, an even better barrier than pure ones. According to Big Kenny, this game has no true master, more that he's forced Tengen into that position. Walking around like what seems to me the inside of the Hida Mountain shrine area or whatever that Tengen had, Kenjaku comes up with all sorts of possibilities, including the deactivation of the barriers. He reveals that if Tengen deactivated the barriers after the events of Shibuya, the culling game would have actually come to an end. All of his sinister plans would go down in vain. However, if Tengen did follow through with that, it would cause the undoing of 1,000 years of process and endless wars against different curses. Having revealed just how in control of everything he is, Kenjaku once again repeats to Kogain to prohibit the entrance of any new players, otherwise he'll destroy the purification barriers and force the game to close. This literally causes the Kogain to glitch out, allowing the rule to get added to the game. He also added another rule, which is that the game would end if all players except Megami Fushiguro and Suguru Geto are dead. As Kenjaku and Tengen then venture forth throughout the area, Tengen questions the fact that if he truly wanted to end the game, why didn't he just remove the barriers like he threatened? But the reason for this is because he actually needs those barriers for Tengen's eventual merger with the Japanese population. Having made it to the center of the barrier, they encounter the very embodiment of evil itself. which was most likely being held here for safekeeping as it was inside like a barrier. So while like these guys are playing this sinister game of robbing mummies and, you know, trying to ruin the world and everything, in a hallway at the exact same time, Maki and Wiwi are seen discussing things related to the Culling game and how killing Sukuna and Kenjaku would make them win the game. Which is just wrong. Only Megumi and Sukuna can physically win the game now, which is why I narratively say that the Culling game ends from here. However, they also discuss Satoru and wonder if killing Sukuna would be as hard as killing Gojo. In a flashback, and back after Sukuna sent like Hanakurasu flying freaking miles, she was luckily saved by Amai and cushioned from her fall, and then, like the greatest sorcerer of them all in my opinion, Takaba stayed with her throughout the rest of that battle to keep her safe. When she wakes up at the hospital later on, she hears Shoko saying that she's definitely not in a good condition to participate in the game anymore. Yuta asks her if she's able to transform into another human form through a vessel like Sukuna. Angel herself explains though, that one of the reasons she and the other sorcerers of ancient times took Kenjaku up on his offer was because none of them knew how to become cursed items after death. This fact still remains true to this very day, but the Fallen himself is completely different in the scenario. She also explains that after experiencing death once, Sukuna most likely stumbled on a way to split his soul as a cursed item, which I weirdly kind of think is like a Horcrux from Harry Potter and how like Big B split his soul 7 times to escape death. Either way, Hana also reveals that her role will come to an end once she dispels the seal on Satoru Gojo. Outside the hospital now, Amai found himself consumed by self-loathing as he constantly compared himself to the stronger individuals. He bared his soul to Itadori, confessing that he always carried a deep sense of shame and inferiority around others. In response, Itadori opened up about the unsettling emotions he experienced upon meeting Amai. Despite his eagerness to change and fight alongside Itadori, Amai admitted to feeling a profound fear. Knowing that Amai had managed to save Angel after Sukuna sent her hurling through some of the nearby buildings, Yuji thanks him as now they still actually have some kind of chance in this messed up situation. This confuses our like Jewish Japanese man, because from what he's heard, Yuji had no way of fighting without Sukuna's strength buff. However, our boy explains that just recently he was informed that his body is like a cursed object dipped in Sukuna's energy. Now, he's gonna eat anything to pummel that creep and save his mate. More determined than ever, Yuji then returned to the hospital and encountered Yuta, Maki, and the other sorcerers, hoping to offer them some suggestions on how to save Megumi. Choso then presented him with a book brimming with information about the prison realm's dark secrets and Tsukumo's meticulously documented research on the soul, which before the battle in the Kenjaku extermination arc, she entrusted it to Choso. So like that's how we ended up getting it and stuff, so don't get confused on how like Choso has this here and whatnot. I'm pretty sure Yuhi knew she was going to die in that battle and that's why she handed it over. Also, a mental hint is given to us on what Yuji's technique could consist of. Choso says that it's fine if their siblings are blank, as long as they can go on living as a part of Yuji. Which begs the question, what happened to their siblings? Did Yuji eat them like it's insinuating throughout this part of the story? I don't know, I'd love to know your thoughts down in the comment section below. I'm pretty sure like I've mentioned this beforehand in another video, but it's extremely interesting to me. By the way, on the other side of the room, chilling up against the wall and smoking a big old black, Shoko just thinks back on how Gojo promised he wouldn't leave anyone alone. Back in the day, she used to be in love with one of the duo, but that could never happen, and now that idiot's all alone and there are a bunch of monsters needing his help. Please Gojo, come back. So with like everyone still big chilling inside of the hospital, Kurusu, the warrior of the group, is deeply concerned about Gojo's state of mind, and rightfully so. Being trapped in the prison realm can actually mess with one's head, as time does not flow within it. However, whatever is trapped inside cannot die due to starvation or old age. Kurusu knows the danger that could be caused if the strongest sorcerer of their time turns out to be crazed and starts killing everyone he sees. But Shoko has like her own reservations here. As everyone's talking about unsealing Gojo, she believes that unsealing him in a confined space of the hospital is a risky move, like who knows how large the explosion could be. So to fix this predicament, our determined Jujutsu sorcerers embark on a journey to Saitama Prefecture, specifically to the Kuroko Mines. Interestingly, the Kuroko Mines is training ground number 4 for Jujutsu High, revealing that they have other similar like locations about. But what I find more interesting is that the actual location of Kuroko in Japan is located in Hokkaido. So does that mean that they've traveled up there and not Saitama? Or is this just like a mistake on my Googling skills? It's probably a mistake on my Googling skills, to be honest, so don't blame me boys, I'm sorry about that one. Either way, as Inumaki and Itadori huddled up together behind some makeshift barriers, Kurusu takes to the skies, soaring above and preparing to unleash a curse technique like no other, the legendary Jacob's Ladder. Kurisu takes aim and with one salmon directs the full force of Jacob's lair towards the prison realm itself and the hope to finally bring back Gojo. With the brightness of a nuclear blast, Kurisu's technique engulfs the prison realm, but a shocking revelation unfolds before the eyes, and the entire realm disappears into thin air. Yes, the prison realm, an extremely formidable presence if you ask me, is now nowhere to be found. Panic ensues as everyone rushes towards the spot where the realm once stood, only to be met with dispersing dust. Utterly confused, Yuji looks over to the vessel and Hana tries to explain to him that it isn't her fault. Like they had suspected earlier, Gojo might have just turned evil and the light from Jacob's ladder could have made him disappear. Amidst the chaos, Kurisu's mind starts to wander, questioning whether Gojo is truly an evil spirit. Bringing her back to reality though, an earthquake suddenly shakes the entirety of the continent, taking the whole group by surprise. Back inside of the barrier, and also I'd say Big Kenny here is in Tokyo Colony number 1, or the IHE Colony as it's closest to where I assume the Heian Mountains are. If that's where Sukuna's body was. Either way, like that's where they were last seen. As Kinjaku is having a discussion on the prison realm with a special someone, he reveals that currently, the prison realm is placed at the subduction zone, which is 8,000 meters below the surface of the ocean, in the deepest part of the Japan Trench. And, just to add an extra level of security, he placed extra cursed spirits to act as sensors beneath layers of extra seals that he created. The reason he went to such extreme lengths is because Tengen told him about the back of the prison realm, and this way he'd still be able to take Gojo down using the environment he's placed in. That depth is a crushing 800 atmospheres of pressure, like you'd literally be vaporized if you were naturally subject to that depth. But, well, Gojo is he's built completely and utterly differently, as all of a sudden he now appears, staring down, looking absolutely magnificent, and asking Kenjaku if he's ready to end everything. Kenjaku tries to irritate the greatest sorcerer to ever live, but Gojo tells the Fiend that he should be choosing his words carefully, as these are his final moments. Taken by surprise himself though, Gojo easily manages to block a few random strikes from the other body swapper. Taking his new appearance in, Gojo just states that Megumi has indeed changed from the last time they saw each other. So remember back on like episode 1 or whatever it was, when Sukuna mentioned that he'd murked Gojo first once and for all when he's finally revived? Well, now with him finally having swapped up his skin, Sukuna just mentions that it turned out to be this brat's body that he's now in, but either way, nothing's changed. After Arume shows up as well, and her along with the King of Curses continue to verbally abuse Gojo, Sukuna reveals his intentions of defeating the legendary Six Eyes user, but Gojo just calls him pathetic. Arume, witnessing this whole situation, gets mad and tries to attack Gojo, but in a fraction of a second, gets slammed with one punch, knocking her into a wall and causing the poor chick to start fading from reality. Standing there and seeing that the two beasts are about to throw hand, Kenjaku rushes towards Sukuna, urging him to fulfill their promise. Hearing that Sukuna is following orders, Gojo dizzes him some more. But here's the catch, Gojo has got more than just defeating Sukuna on his mind at the moment. Amidst the chaos of battle strategies swirling in his head, he had initially entered the barrier to retrieve Gedo's body from Kenjaku. Little did he expect the shocking twist that awaited him, Sukuna joining forces with Kenjaku via a binding vow. Continuing with Light Kenny's chat though, Gojo asks for the current date, and after hearing that it's like nearing the end of November, proposes that the entire battle takes place on December the 24th. Hearing this, Kenjaku cracks up at the romanticism of that specific situation and agrees. The stakes are extremely high as Gojo finds himself under Gedo's watchful gaze, questioning whether Gojo truly believes he can emerge victorious from this epic battle. Do we all remember back at the very beginning of the series when Yuji had asked Gojo if Sukuna is stronger than him? Of course, at the time Gojo stated that it may be a tough fight if Sukuna regains all of his powers, causing Yuji to ask if he'd lose. Gojo, probably being like slightly cocky to the newcomer, had replied that he'd win. And here, just like in the past and now, Gojo unveils the truth, stating, no. Before the two strongest characters in the entire verse face off, we're taken to Arume delivering Sukuna some fingers and apologizing for not being able to locate the final one. So somehow Arume managed to survive that punch to the gut that made her fade from reality for a bit. Sukuna reveals that the last finger may already be in Gojo's possession, causing Arume to get annoyed that Gojo for a second time managed to outdo her. Sukuna gets up and begins eating the Shinbutsu mummy, a cursed mummy that in his eyes can compensate for one finger's worth of cursed energy. The scene then shifts to Kenjaku, who's having a discussion with Kogain. They're discussing the culling game that still hasn't ended. Kogame reveals that there are a total of 61 players that died by curse technique removal because they never entered a colony. Wanting to know if they feared death or taking a life, Kogame reveals that those 61 players simply lacked intuition. After all, once Higuruma added his rule, they could have avoided both of those scenarios. He realizes that the people of Japan have convinced themselves they have no control over their reality, even when their lives are teetering on the brink. He knows that not everyone has the courage to put their own life at stake, but if they're forced to by someone else, they have no choice but to act. However, with no hope of the present or future, these pathetic humans in his eyes are willing to die at any time. Directing his speech towards Tengen now, he tells the Thumb that he despises those who never learn the feeling of approaching their ideals one step at a time. Which is super sus, Kenjaku. We all know what you had to go through with Kaori, and the fact that you cherished every step is crazy, bro. Either way, I think it's kind of safe to say here that with no one else being able to join the culling game, it's ended. Yes, it's still active, but Kogane is kind of stuck in a leg lock and unable to proceed further with adding people. So, like, what's the entire point? The game's now glitched, it can't even continue. We know that the next step is for Kenjaku to merge Tengen with the population of Japan, and when that happens, the culling game is truly finished at that point. But that could happen for all we know, the second to last chapter of the entire series with GEGE's current pace. So here in my eyes is where the culling game comes to an end, as it lends perfectly to what we go into from here. Which, my guys, if GEGE isn't lying on this being the last year of Jujutsu Kaisen, then this next stuff has to be the final arc for sure. He's probably lying, but I don't know how man can end the story in the next 18 chapters with all of the info that we need to know. But I'm not him, here's the Holy Scriptures, so I'll let him decide his fates, not me, some random old YouTuber. Also, if you have enjoyed this compilation of, I guess, what is pretty much all of my Jujutsu Kaisen arc videos kind of compiled into one here to make this culling game video, then make sure you do hit that subscribe button, and also be sure to leave a like on this video here as well, and just let me know what kind of series you want to see in the future. But also, do make sure you go down and check out War Thunder through my link in the description to get a bunch of really dope goodies, including that forbidden anime body pillow. By the way, for now it's been your professional degenerate Diavolo, and I will see you all in a bit. Bye.